you see me now I'm up. I fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. I'm looking in the mirror at the only one I with. I've been held me down, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. It's anything but luck now.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor. What they gon' say now? We came along from last place, bottom to top of the fast pace. Out of this surf, I get touchdown. I take a loss, get it back 8. I'm in the gym putting numbers up. You're never there, you got bad traits. Never excuses to cover ups. Learn from the losses and bad breaks. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Who said I wasn't him? Who said it? All this talk about who's on top and who's not. Miss me with the gossip. Check the score, yeah.
See me coming off the screen. No, I gave myself the green light. Catch a shoe from the three. If I'm not the one, it doesn't seem right. I need like 2, 4, 5, 6 in them rings. I'm talking back to back to back like 23. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, baby, it's okay. I don't wanna see you worry, but if you come around too early, if you make my toes too curly, and if you really, really have on me, baby, can't hold that roll, how do you get it so wrong? Get it sometimes you cold, on a big problem though, yeah. Cause to me, you're an angel. If you ask me why, I say yeah, yo. Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, baby, it's okay.
I'm alright, everything's fine, everything good, everything nice. Don't pull the curtain to something uncertain, just living your life. Taking a drive, stay in your lane. Don't veer off, might go insane. Think of your brain as a shelter in place, don't let no one in, just lock up your shades. Change to be feared if you hear what they're saying. On the news, feeding us views, never feel good to be tamed. Taking my feet, treated as truth. Ooh, ain't it a breeze to forget how to speak and let them do the spoon for you. Ooh, don't it feel free and to give your freedom, decisions be made by the group.
Mama told me, safe for folding, trying to carve yourself a space. Bend over backwards, let the assholes run us right down the drain. Everything
been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you chat. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, you're fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I go to church, please tell me and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do it. I'm no vegan, agree. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. Pick up PhD, I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
swipe, 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 swipe. Swipe, 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 swipe. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Swerving, making plays, crew Ferrari red. Never out my zone, touchdown in my hands. Only fam around me, I can't have no friends. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. Ever since I was a teen, had prices on my head. Had to cut you off, you left me out for dead. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, ball point on the beat, ball point make them dance. Yeah, we came up from nothing, now we're making plans. Yeah, just picked up some bands, just picked up some bands. Tell her ask you questions when I come and grind. On the run like a runaway. Only way is the money way. New chain, no jewelry. No games, don't fool me. 21 been a boss. Play the game, pay the cost. Heard you really TikTok. Need to get another watch. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Just picked up some bands, come again, come again. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says. Yeah, I'm the running man, rapping rubber bands, rubber bands. They do what I do, I'm like Simon says.
Hello, PUBG Mobile friends! My name is Carol Bombshell and welcome to the 2024 PMGO Brazil. Today we start the Prelims stage. Are you guys ready? Cause the players sure are. But before we start the real thing, let's catch up with the format for today's matches.
Olá Brazil! Welcome to the Format Explainer 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil. The time has come for new generation of players to make their mark on the global stage. 2024 PMGO Brazil has 4 stages: Online Qualifiers, Qualifier Finals, Prelims, and the main event. The journey kicked off with the Online Qualifiers, which featured 2 rounds. From March 4th to 6th, the registered teams fought to claim the top 128 spot and pass the first round. These 128 teams went through the same format from March 8th to 10th, where 32 teams survived the second round of elimination and made their way to the qualifiers finals. Now prepare your nerves because the PMGO Brazil Qualifiers Final are set from March 28th to 30th. The 32 qualified teams from the online qualifiers will be divided into 2 groups, A and B. After 2 days of intense matches, only the top 8 teams from each group will advance to the final day. On March 30th, the 16 teams will then face off in a showdown where the team that secures the first position rackets straight into PMGO main event, while teams that rank 2nd to the 9th gear up for the prelims. The PMGO Prelims is a crucial stage for these 8 teams who will lock horns with 16 2024 PUBG Mobile Partnership Program teams, who get invited here to raise the heat. From April 1st to 3rd, these 24 teams will be divided into 3 groups. The round-robin format will reveal the cream of the crop, the top 8 who step into the PMGO Brazil main event. Next, these 8 chosen youngbloods, along with the qualifier finals winner, will face the ultimate challenge when 7 global titans join lobby in the main event. Mark your calendars because from April 5th to 7th, these 16 teams will wage war for the PMGO crown and a slice of the 500,000 USD prize money. Are you ready for the ultimate test of skill and teamwork? Then witness the contenders rise in 2024 PMGO Brazil.
What's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes and ready for some PUBG Mobile Global Open action. We're in the preliminaries now, and to my side, I got none other than the 7WG and DK. Yo, 7, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm excited, especially after what happened Saturday. I can't wait to see the response from Team Falcons. Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system.
Oh, dude, DK, you were there with me, brother. How you feeling?
Ooh, I mean, dude, like, if Saturday is anything to go on, we are in for an absolute show moving into today's action.
Man, dude, I think the Team Falcons are going to be coming in real hot here. But for those of you guys that missed it, we got a quick little recap to break down what happened just a couple days ago.
While the allure of dominating moments and swift clutches often steals the spotlight, the true champions at the table had once again emphasized that in this battle of survival, consistency always reigns supreme, even in a rapid-fire series of 6 matches. Meet the table toppers, Team HFIYS, igniting the day with an explosive 12 elimination 3rd place finish on Sanhok. In such fierce competition, survival hinges and navigating from one battle to the next, and despite their firepower, they couldn't quite seal the deal when it came to grabbing chicken dinners, yet their placements were as consistent as your morning coffee. Always landing in top 4 beyond their rankings, this team's ability to rack up elimination became a routine grocery run. So, even when Team Deathwolf snatched the final chicken dinner, HFYS's 9 elimination 2nd place finish cemented their spot in the top underdogs, punching their ticket to the main event with a 6-point lead. Hot on their heels, the Brazilian uprisers, Team Deathwolves, nearly stole the show with a blockbuster 16 elimination massacre. However, their initial inconsistency left them trailing in the 2nd on the overall placement. Otherwise, when this squad plays their cards right, it's a masterclass on how to perform a massacre right. High expectations accompany the Mongolian Falcon squad, comprising former stalwart members, also known as the Conquerors of Central Asia, and they delivered from the outset. The new Falcons scripted the demise of their rivals with a flawless zone control. In the opening match, they dismantled rivals like Zebra Masters with this. In the second one, Icy's cunning survival skills secured them an unexpected second place. The remaining matches didn't quite steal the spotlight, placing them third on the table. But the opening bouts made it clear, the conquerors of South Asia are still at their A-game. While Team Zebra Masters showed flashes of brilliance, they could never quite soar without a big leap. While consistency remained their ally, one chicken dinner and they could have cracked the top 3. Claiming the 5th spot, Team INS showcased meticulous performance on Erangel. Fortified by favorable circles, yet credit is due, these youthful contenders who fiercely defended their fortress, punishing every intruder who dared to encroach. Following their second place finish to Team INS on Erangel, Team Row strategically held their high ground near La Trilera with precision. As the final minutes ticked by, their opponents found themselves helpless, unable to thwart Row's calculated dominance, reducing the match to a tense waiting game where all the rivals could do was deny elimination points. But that still did not hold them off from entering the prelims as the 6th place team. The new Nepali coalition of Skylights and Raw Esports, named as Team Hora, salvaged their fate with a 3rd place finish on Erangel. While their 7th place finish keeps Nepali hopes aflame, but no, they'll need to fight even harder to survive the coming trials. Smoke Gaming. Despite showcasing glimpses of promise with 2 4th place finishes, found themselves teetering on the edge of contention. While their performance hinted at potential breakthroughs, they ultimately fell short of making a lasting impact on the leaderboard. In the end, a single point separated Inco Gaming, the former Brazilian PMGO champions, from missing the prelims cut. While this new half roster struggled to recapture their champion form, their grit proved enough to keep their journey alive, if barely. The cream of the qualifier rounds will now be joined by the global favorites in the prelim stage. The time has come to prove their worth against the best there is. Witness there in the PMGO Brazil.
Wow, dude, what a crazy qualifiers. I mean, we were so shocked that Team Falcons at the last second didn't make it. But you know what? I think they're going to be coming in hot here today, 7.
I think they are too, and the best part about this too is that it's going to be 3 days. It's not just going to be 1 day, so they're going to be able to. We're hopefully going to be able to see that consistency that we know Team Falcons can definitely provide.
100%. DK, we talked about that a little bit yesterday, right? Or actually the day before yesterday when we saw them not make it. We said that, hey, you know what? If there was a tournament that was like 3 days long during those qualifiers, maybe we would have seen them take it the top. But hey, with only 1 day, we thought they had it locked, and then just at the last second, it got taken away from them.
I mean, that's a beautiful opportunity with upsets to come through, but I think it's going to be interesting looking to see what day 1 for the prelims has in store for us.
Yes, indeed. Well, we got a nice little interview coming right up. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage.
And we are back here with Team Liquid's coach, Knight. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us. And first of all, we want to know your impressions about the teams from the qualifying phase and how we should prepare ourselves for the prelims stage.
Hi everyone. I think we had some great surprise in the prelims because like people were expecting Falcons go straight to the finals, and also we didn't had Moneymakers qualifying to the prelims stage, so everyone was kind of shocked. But like besides that, like all the Brazilian teams, we know them very well. We play them daily, so they're great teams, and let's see what the next day is going to give us, like some good surprise.
Nice. And you have won PUBG tournaments in the past, and now you are making your debut with this team, right? So how do you plan to lead them to the victory?
Of course, I have like a big experience because like I played a lot of tournaments, but they are also like very experienced players. So I think we are like together, we are having like great results. We are improving every single day, and you guys gonna see great things coming from us.
Awesome. And you have an incredible team with you. They were consistently strong last year. What can we expect from Team Liquid in the prelims stage?
So basically, they're a great team, but I joined the team to bring them to the next level in terms of strategy. So I think like with their gun skills and mentality plus the strategies, like we're gonna achieve like amazing results this year. And this is what this is our main goal, like bring the team to the next level.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the interview.
That's the coach from Team Liquid right there. So, guys, this is what it's all about. We're going to see those teams that came from the qualifiers now compete against the partnership teams. We alluded to this a little bit when we were actually watching the qualifiers, DK. And look at this. These are going to be the groups and teams that we got competing today. What are some of the ones that stand out to you, DK?
I mean, we got to start off right there with Navi, right? We got Navi stepping out on the field. We got Enigma Galaxy coming in as well. So Group A already looking exceptionally hard. I mean, we've got D Xavier over in towards B. There's such a lineup coming through with these groups.
They are, and then you have Nextria as well, which is, I mean, that's a team that I'm actually intrigued to see how they're going to be performing here. But you know what, with this roster, I want to talk about a little bit about Inco Gaming. That team was barely able to make it to the prelims. They were able to out-qualify Moneymakers by just 1 point. I'm hoping they are able to find that consistency a little bit more, DK.
Oh, man, it is going to be of utmost importance for these teams to play. And, I mean, looking at what we had in the qualifiers, now stepping into prelims, I mean, the competition just took a whole few steps up, right, in the level of difficulty.
Yeah, and then, you know what? We just got to hear from Knight in regards to Team Liquid. I'm intrigued. And that's another team. I'm intrigued to see what this team's going to be doing, because if for anybody that might not be familiar with it, Team Liquid is actually pretty much the players from Loops Esports, which they ended up in 12th place in the previous PMGC 2023. So they're definitely a team with a lot of potential. And then we have Hyper, which for all the NA hopes, this is a completely different roster. The only thing that's staying the same is FS and Shifam, but everybody else, all the big hitters are gone from that team.
You gotta get it done. They gotta get it done. Come on, Hyper, right? Let's go ahead and see what they could do. But meanwhile, we got Team Kessel, Influence Rage, and that good old-fashioned Hoorah Esports as well. And there towards the end, look at that. Vampire is gonna be coming in hot here. It's really soon, DK.
I mean, this is such an insane lineup of teams. I mean, we were talking about this after the qualifiers, right? These teams are really busting themselves trying to get through these games, and just keeps on getting even more challenging. But the good thing is, though, the share of the prize pool also goes up, right? It's gone from 64K all the way up onto $80,000 for the prelims.
You don't want that prize pool,
for a total of $500,000. That's what is that, Jukes? Your day rate?
Yeah, I wish. I'll tell you what, though, that $80,000 prize pool is going to get split, but it's going to get split amongst those teams that don't make it. You know what I'm saying? So you want to definitely punch your ticket on over to that main stage, because that's where the big money is right here. This is how you're going to get it. The good old-fashioned point structure. We got, 10 points for a chicken dinner, but those elimination points are just going to be so important here, 7.
Yeah, that's the big one, especially since we've seen this new format. The elimination points, you've seen a lot more teams, especially from last year, focus more on it, make sure they're a little bit fragger heavy, and I think that's going to come out in play here again once we get the prelim started.
Yeah, 100% here. And this is going to be the schedule that we're going to see today. We're going to start off in the jungle once again, DK. I wonder if, obviously we saw a lot of these teams, they had to be doing their homework during the qualifiers, right? And I wonder if they're going to mix up some strategies, with this particular kind of format.
Well, Jukes, I definitely hope that there's some kind of insane play that we are going to be seeing. But, I mean, 7, right? We've been looking at a lineup like this all the way back into the qualifiers, and now bring it into the prelims. I think there's so much that's going to be happening, especially just in map number 1.
Oh, for sure. And something that we got to keep in mind, too, is keep in mind which groups are going to be playing today. It's only going to be Group A and Group B. Group C is going to get a chance to sit out, kind of watch how these teams are going to be playing. And then tomorrow is going to actually be Group B versus Group C. So for Group A, for any teams, I don't want to put this out there, but I gotta say it. If any teams do start having a rough day, at least they're gonna get a bit of a break. But if some teams maybe do get into a very hot momentum and train, they might not be able to carry until tomorrow, since Group A is gonna be sitting out.
That's kind of like it's always a blessing and a curse when we see these kind of groups split up, because, you get to sit out the first day, you get to watch, you got to get that info, but then usually you're stuck having to miss out on the last day. And that's where it can get a little bit intense. You're going to have to, once you get in the game, you have to go nonstop from the start, DK.
I mean, it's going to be pressure right out of the gate. And I think this is where Group C has a bit of an opportunity, as we're going to be seeing them on day 2 and day 3. So Group A and B, they're really going to have to grind everything that they can. And I mean, they've got to hit the ground running right out of the gate here on this one, 7.
Yeah, for teams that I'm going to be looking, especially from Group A, I want to see what Navi is going to be doing. I mean, this team... first time we're seeing the actual org Navi back into PUBG Mobile since 2022. I'm excited to see that. And they ended up taking over Team Falcons of last year. That roster, that's going to be with them now, except for Gonzo. So I'm intrigued to see how some of these teams are going to be playing. And other teams as well, like this one, Inco Gaming. I was talking about earlier how they were barely able to qualify to the prelims. We need to see a little bit more urgency out of this team, considering that they are going to end up sitting out tomorrow.
Yeah, look at that. Xavier looking pumped, ready to go. I mean, these guys are locked and loaded. So it's so crazy to say, because we've been seeing so many of these teams been competing for so long. And DK, do you think that these, qualifier teams are going to have a little bit of an advantage, considering that they're going to be so warmed up coming into this? What do you think?
I mean, you would expect them to be able to carry forward a little bit of that momentum that they've been able to build up. I mean, we did see those insane plays coming in right on the very last match of day 3. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of that pull through. But again, it comes down to how these teams are prepared for the gameplay, I would say, on a mental level, right? Can they really push it through as much as they need to? And I mean, this is not a race. This is a marathon, right? We got several days of action. So I think there's going to be a lot on the table for them here, Jukes.
Okay, 7. Who do you think is going to start off strong here?
Oh, I'm hoping it's going to be Team Falcons. I think they're going to have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder after what happened to them in the qualifiers. If they don't, I would be pleasantly surprised. A lot of people might be saying that this is kind of like a bit of a Cinderella story, right? Can they go from qualifiers all the way to main event and possibly win it? But they are it would not be an upset if this team does end up in first place. And earlier we got a chance to see there at 9C's team. This team is just compiled by a lot of different players from different teams, and they only been together for about 2 weeks, at least from the time that the actual team was established. 2 weeks might not be long enough to be playing at an event of the quality of this. And if they're wanting to go into main event, they're gonna have to readjust. The synergy is gonna have to be there, but I just don't think that's gonna be there. I'm interested to see what's gonna be happening with that team from 9Cs.
Me as well. But you have to be able to adapt at a stage like this. And speaking of adapt, during the qualifiers, we saw a team actually do it, right? We saw High Fives as the last second say, you know what? We can't leave this up to chance. We got to take the Falcons out here and now if we want to punch our ticket. And I think that was definitely the smart play, DK, because this preliminaries is absolutely stacked with some monster squads. But like you said, there are some teams, that have some new rosters that are mixing things up. I think day 1 is going to be so important for those squads to really just hit the ground running and take advantage of maybe some of this little, nuance newness here, because you don't want to get stuck, so down the leaderboards real quick. But we're going to start off with game number 1. Boys, take it away.
All right, well, here we go. Getting ready for the action. Of course, getting right down into Sanhok. Game number 1. 7, I think this is going to be the game that kind of sets the standard, right? That lays the foundation here. I mean, we've seen now that teams are capable of really closing up gaps wherever they need to. But I wonder just how much of a gap we are going to be seeing established right here in Sanhok.
I mean, honestly, I used to be such a big fan of Sanhok just because of all the madness, and I used to love where we used to have this map located, which was towards the middle, because it would kind of give a break for the teams that maybe weren't performing well to take advantage of all the craziness, right, and try to close up that gap that you're talking about. But with the here, I mean, I'm interested to see the teams that are from Brazil. They are usually the strongest ones when it comes to Sanhok, and I'm hoping that they're going to be taking advantage right away, as we are seeing some teams already getting into a fight.
Well, now the pressure is on. Gotta keep it up, though. It's good to see some early game interaction coming through, and of course, especially looking down into Wood Spine. It's a point of interest that is so heavily contested most of the times when we get into the lovely map of Sanhok here. So I want to see how this one is going to play out. Also, up into Woods Ruins, Inco feeling a little bit of that heat.
Inco feeling a little bit of heat, but also being able to already eliminate 3 players from Navi, as we do have 1 player still alive. We're going to be switching over, though, as you can see on the Elim feed as well. 9Cs being able to take onto another team and actually eliminate it. There's so many fights actually going on, and if I'm not honestly surprised that there's so many fights going on right now, considering that a lot of these teams haven't really seen each other previously.
Well, they are pros for a reason, right? They have the ability to adapt as they have to. Now, Team Liquid, of course, coming in with an interesting spread, though, playing that 3-1 positioning from what we can see. Ooh, but the shots starting to connect on up. But now the pressure is on still, right? Because as we can see here, Regnum, they're going to be holding nice and steady, not going to be looking to expose themselves too much. And I think right here in Painan, there's quite a bit of ground to try and establish.
There is, and this could be 2 of the strongest teams, especially from this prelims, wanting to fight against each other. And something that we definitely need to mention is we already have a team that's already been eliminated. It's going to be Virtus Pro. They are out of Sanhok. Not the way you want to be able to start prelims, but as we mentioned, it is Sanhok. It is a lot of madness. Anything can happen here. You can either win it or you can be gone back to the lobby, as Navi is going to be going back to the lobby. Inco Gaming only losing just 1 player. This is going to be massive for them. This is a team that I'm hoping that we start seeing a little bit more urgency and consistency, because I don't think, DK, they want to end up being in that last game just hoping that they qualify again to the main event by 1 point.
I mean, this is definitely a good start for Inco, but also a really good play coming off of the back of Team Liquid here. You can see Gardor just sneaking in the beautiful off-angle rotation. And I think this is where Team Liquid is really going to show their capability. I mean, they're starting to encircle everything here, right? Regnum, they're really going to have to stand their ground if they're looking to progress further.
They are, and I mean, we saw it right there from Team Liquid, being able to get those angles, being able to get the off angles to surprise players from Regnum Karya. To be honest, I have not even seen that player from Team Liquid, that he was over there. And the thing is, this team is going to be able to turn on the aggressiveness. They're going to have to back up a little bit there too. And with Regnum Karya, they're going to have Silas. This was a player that was part of S2G last year. It's going to be in a completely different new roster. Mythic being able to hit that grenade there on Silas. Silas is going to be knocked, and I think that's going to be an easy elimination for Team Liquid.
Well, there we go. The first one in the back. Boom goes the dynamite. But now, well, the pressure has not backed off just yet. A quick repositioning also coming through on the side of Team Liquid, just trying to get themselves situated on the one front line before starting to move over. Still keeping a little bit of that Overwatch going. But now this is where Regnum Garia needs to decide which engagement are they going to focus on. Are they going to look to the 3-piece or maybe try and alleviate that one player just holding on the back?
Yeah, and with Regnum Karya, they're just going to have to hold their ground here, but they're going to have to be careful, because the more time that they end up giving Team Liquid, the more that Team Liquid is going to be able to just find those different angles, as they're able to find right there. Cardozin just going up in the mountain, trying to find anything that is given to him, taking some shots, and make sure that he relays that to his team. And here comes the push, DK.
Oh, come on, Wild 77K, prepping up for some action. Because he gets you also just trying to quickly get those mags back on full capacity. But already the armor taking such a punch as Layla now continues to keep on the heat, knocking on the doors, trying to bust them open. But here comes the blaze. It is Team Liquid wiping yet another team off the map.
With a bit of a statement there too, making sure that they shoot the boxes after they destroy them. And what a clinical finish here by Team Liquid, from the off angles, from them being able to push together and making sure that they relay all the information there. That's why I was mentioning that this team is definitely one of the favorite ones to move on, at least from my end, to the main event, because they played that so well. And not only were they able to get those 4 eliminations, they didn't end up losing any players, which is massive.
I mean, talk about flow, right? It fits in with the name as well. So Team Liquid doing some phenomenal things here. We still got to see what's going to be happening a little bit further up in towards that center zone. I like the contention that is starting to build up, but also still teams over on towards that eastern side need to get themselves established. I mean, Furia looking good. They've got some free reign there. We got NHP also prepping up for a little bit of some. But Inco, they also have to make up a little bit of ground here.
They do have to make it a little bit of ground. Luckily for them, the circle is still fairly close. They are going to have to cross that island at some point, because I'll be surprised if the circle even ends up going their way. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with that when we actually get there. We have Smoke Game here. Smoke Gaming looking at ZM, trying to see if they can maybe spot somebody, get a quick little angle. And with Smoke Gaming, something that we were kind of talking about at the beginning of the show, off the show, is that this team is just, it's compiled by Cunha, which is a player that used to play back in Team Queso in 2022. It's a lot of experienced Brazilian players, and I feel like they're going to try to take the best advantage possible right now being in the PMGO, because they've never gotten their break, and if there's ever a chance to finally take it for Smoke Gaming, this would be here in the PMGO prelims.
I mean, what better place to do it other than on your home turf, right? You feel at home, you feel comfortable, you want to make everybody proud. And they were also one of the strong performing teams that we saw coming up through those qualifiers. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to pull things together moving through this. At least for the time being, I mean, looking at Smoke, they don't have all that much to worry about, right? A big chunk of the north is open. No one really pushing on them coming from that eastern side. So this does allow them quite a bit of an opportunity. Speaking about opportunities, though, Falcons, I'm curious to see what's going to be cooking over here.
Yeah, I think Falcons is currently in a great position. They're just going to keep holding this, as a lot of teams more than likely are going to end up pushing towards them. And right now, they pretty much just get your angles. You can see Icy there on the top as well. They're just going to be waiting. Now we do go over to Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, I feel like this team, I'm excited to see how the year is going to go for this team now that Coops has been with them for over a year. Synergy is definitely going to be there. I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do and how Coops is going to be playing this year. Every single year, Coops has been getting better and better ever since he started in North America. Can he continue on that uptrend? I'm excited. Come on, Coops, show me what you got. I know it's the first game, but I at least need to see some eliminations.
But I think another good thing about what we see in Enigma is that experience from Coops is rubbing off on the rest of the team as well. I mean, not that they weren't already amazing players, but you can definitely see a strong influence being delivered there. We could say a very similar thing about the Falcons, of course, as we've seen them over in PMGC performing so phenomenally, but now there's going to be the action starting to get packed in right here. A lot of that distance play also. I think it's something strange when it comes to Sanhok.
Yeah, and we're looking at next Ria here being able to take some shots onto ROW, and I wonder if they're going to actually commit to this fight, considering that CM is very close to them. They need to be careful with that. The circle has closed in. You were wondering what Inco Gaming was going to be doing. I don't even know what Inco Gaming is currently doing. I think they're going to end up going for a very south rotation, so we'll have to wait and see if that team's going to be able to find a good spot. And now we go over to Team Falcons. Team Falcons being able to rotate very quickly, find themselves in a much better position after that circle close.
Well, position is going to be key. Enigma also now just creeping up on Zoran. We still got a little bit of action up in towards that northwestern side. And Insanity also one of the teams that are yet to make a play, as they are currently holding quite comfortably up in towards Paradise. But I don't think for the first match you want to take a little bit of a backseat approach, right? You want to try and pick up that momentum and maybe even just bulldoze your way into a potential chicken.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a time to kind of test out how some of the teams are going to be reacting. I mean, with how many hot drops we saw, it's just them testing each other out. Okay, if I do this, how are you going to be reacting? How well are you guys at defending a certain compound? We were mentioning a lot of these teams is maybe the first time that they're actually facing each other, so they're just trying to get that a little bit of intel before we go into the 3 Erangels. This is the perfect time to do it here in the Sanhok and hopefully take advantage of the madness of Sanhok.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. Falcons doing a little bit of the scouting mission here, just trying to get a good lay of the land. We can hear the shots now starting to pop off. So someone's getting busy with something, right? And hopefully that something is going to evolve into a little bit of carnage. And are also, just standing the ground. Everybody, it seems like they've gone for the play of, you know what, we're waiting to see where this next zone is going to be taking us.
Yeah, you can see Smoke Gaming just being on top of that sniper tower, waiting to see who's going to be rotating, relaying that information to his team. And right now, I think everybody's just going to slow it down. You can see all the teams on the right-hand side that are alive. Most of them have their 4 players up. Just make sure you get your positions right. Make sure you get ready in case you do have to make a rotation and gather that information. If you do end up having to make that rotation, where does the team that's currently on the compound, if you do have to push it, where they're currently located? Inco Gaming, we were talking about earlier, we're talking about what we're going to be doing. This is the only team, if I'm not mistaken, besides N-Hyper, that is still in the blue zone, trying to make it into the actual circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride. Fortunately, we're still in the early stages, so the big bad blue zone is not going to be doing all that much damage to the teams just yet. But I like the fact that Koops and Raouf here from Nigma, they've been able to find a decent spot coming in from that southern side. And of course, now it's going to be 9Z also trying to get themselves positioned. And I'm expecting the heat as well. As we say it, it's going to be NRX getting right down to business.
Yeah, next Ruya not being able to connect on those extra shots there to be able to knock the players from 9Cs. And 9Cs honestly got away with it there. That was a risky push, but he ends up working out for them. And they now have 2 players at least within the compound, safe and secure. This is what I want to see out of Enigma Galaxy. Just taking advantage of a compound, overlooking everything. You can see Koops is going to be looking all over the place. He's got them chameleon eyes. They're going to be looking a completely different way on their own. And now it comes down to, if they do find it, can they actually get that elimination? Not only get the knock, because getting the knock is nice, right? You're kind of padding your stats in regards to damage. But at this point, you want to be able to start getting those eliminations, considering that they're on, for some of these teams that are in Group A, they're going to be sitting out tomorrow. And they're pretty much, their main event hopes are going to come down to the last day.
Well, let's see if that is going to play or change anything as we move on forward. Inko also looking for a little bit of that territory, but hey, the heat is coming in, finding that play up onto Furia. But of course, well, Furia, they might even get a little bit furious, right? Because you don't want to take the players down. You don't want to let it go unscathed, right? You want to bring in some kind of reaction. And the team's now starting to huddle up. Only 13 of them left in this current map.
Yeah, and with Furia now, they're having to push in pretty much blindly without being able to do a lot of research here. And they're going to be looking to engage with Team Falcons. Team Falcons just playing it very smart at this point, waiting to see who's moving around, waiting to see, gathering information, and possibly trying to surprise a team that gives them the option to get those easy eliminations. As you can see right now, only Action is the one that was standing up, moving around, scouting, trying to get all that information. And as we're seeing that, Inko Nunes actually ends up getting knocked too. So, oh man, that's just a feels bad there for Inko Gaming, a team that was trying to get their way into the circle. And here we go, Team Falcons, can they actually get some knocks? Then as we're going to be switching to Nenebete, they end up making it to a compound and actually get some knocks and eliminations.
Hey. It's looking good. It's looking good. Furia, though, with an interesting decision here, right? Deciding to try and rotate up and looking at that coverage coming through from Falcons. And I'm surprised that they actually made it out. But now, right, the Falcons, they're going to come swooping in. I want to get those Edams, want to lock in those points already, sitting with 2 eliminations up. Ooh, is this going to be the final play? Action gets the job done, and there it is.
And that's what I was worried about, Furia being able to engage in the fight earlier with Inko Gaming. They were kind of just chicken without their head, going into the circle, not really being able to scout as much. But it kind of comes down with Sanhok. You can't really overanalyze Sanhok because of how crazy it can get here. Team Falcons, though, they play that so well. They waited for the right moment. They made sure they didn't make any noise, and they strike whenever they needed to, as Inko Gaming is just currently getting peppered here by Insanity Sports.
Yeah, Insanity, they really showcased quite a bit of a performance back in qualies, but let's see where it's going to go this time around. Marlon, Talon, everybody getting themselves prepped and ready to roll. You can see Zebra Master also off in the distance, feeling the pressure. But now with the barrage coming through here from Insanity, I'm not quite sure whether or not Nenebete is going to be making it out of this one alive.
I mean, if there was ever a player that you wanted to be the last one standing, it would be Nenebete, as he is currently the veteran out of that team. We do see Team Liquid now trying to engage into a fight here against Smoke Gaming. How is this going to end up playing out? They're trying to find those spots. Ayala might be able to actually spot one. He needs to be careful as he tries to jump up a little bit more, try to get those extra angles. And you can see them just keep pushing, trying to get as close as possible and make sure that they get the first shots out. Kunha, though, currently getting away with it. He's wanting to get close as he does have that DBS. Ayala needs to be careful. He's currently just cooking a grenade. He needs to take out his gun and start fighting. Oh, he gets lucky as Chief's able to get that off angle for him.
Oh, Chief staying in charge, just packing the punches. But this is the way Team Liquid now really needs to get themselves patched up, because there's a long play to go, and they still have quite a way up into the rest of Zone Myth. Now keeping a nice little bit of a weight position here. Is going to be rotating up and just surfing that blue. But let's see whether or not they can do what they need to. No, instead it is going to be Zebra Master across the way, just stopping them in their tracks.
T-Bear Master said, okay, you're going to try to engage into that fight. You know what? Let me pop up this 4x scope and see if I can actually hit those shots. They were able to do just that, and they were able to fully just throw out that player from smokes. Insanity Sports there currently taking some shots as well. As you see, N-Hyper now finally getting into the mix here. N-Hyper, this is going to be the first time that we're seeing this team. A lot of rosters changes have been made. How are they going to be playing together here after possibly not being together for that long?
Ooh. Well, I can tell you one thing, that nade looks pretty dang good. Now it's going to be N-Hyper looking to just assert themselves as they make their entry up in towards the northern portion of the zone. A nice little shift over towards the west. Coops now and the rest of Enigma Galaxy, they going to be smiling plenty, but up comes N-Hyper now looking for that opening, that opportunity. They want to see if they can lock in any additional points, but also still a bit of congestion over down towards that southern side of the zone.
Yeah, lots of fights, and the team that's currently looking really, really good that we're wondering what's going to be happening. As we do see here, Rollers of War, one of the players getting knocked is Team Falcons. They had such a good control of the Northwest that I can't wait to see if they're going to continue that. I think they're going to let those teams fight out and then wait and strike at the right time, as we saw them being able to do it earlier against Furia. And now Zebra Masters, are they going to try to commit and try to keep a little bit more? They need to be careful, though. Don't overexpose yourself, because you do have players from 9C across the road that might be able to spot you.
Yeah, that could be quite a bit of a threat just looming in the shadows here, but it's going to be Royals of War trying to get themselves moving forward. But I love the suppressive angle being held here by the Zebra Masters, right? This is such a great play to make, but can they defend it as they should? Now, it is going to be Royals of War down to potential two-piece. See those elims just ticking away one after the other. Nade is out, Nade is loose, doesn't find anything. But Colgard now going to try and rush up the hillside. You want to make the noise as we do say goodbye. And now Donka is going to be the last hope.
It is going to be the last hope. And then for Zebra Masters here, they kind of got away with it a little bit too, because that was the team that was just getting pushed back more and more. I'm glad that they decided not to engage very early on, but by them being able to get pushed back more and not engaging into that fight, now they still have all their 4 players alive, which at this moment, it's great to have.
Big brain strat. Speaking about a wage though, it is going to be N-Hyper now just focusing all their efforts down onto Insanity, already finding 2 of the players left. And now Talent, right, having all the pressure riding on their shoulders, but N-Hyper looking absolutely phenomenal here, just trying to bring in such a dominating presence up in the north.
Yeah, N-Hyper currently having to fight their way in. And they're able to make it. They had 2 eliminations as well, but now they're currently found in a very particular position. I hope they got those extra smokes, because they are going to be seen by everybody here as they try to move down this little hill.
Oh, not a lot of work, not a lot of room rather to work with, as we do say goodbye to Team Liquid, down to 1 they were all the way out in the blue. But now Falcons, well, they're prepping themselves for a little bit of that play as they did get ahead over into the side of Enigma Galaxy. Xavier also still having quite a bit of ground, right? I mean, they kind of teetering on the edge of that zone, but looking at what they're kind of facing here, I understand what they're trying to do, but now Top, oh, that one is going to sting quite a bit.
Top getting a little bit carried away there. He thought that he was going to be free to make that rotation. Little did he know Xavier was ready for them, and now they're going to start getting shot more and more. Encouraging. I know Maxman is going to be happy seeing this player currently taking these shots and hopefully trying to get that extra confirmed elimination.
I mean, so much heat. But fortunately for the Falcons, that is only half of the squad. We still got Icy in action, very securely positioned up in the zone. Quick lead, I'm coming through here from Marlon. But now N-Hyper actually getting beat by so many angles. And with that, it is the end of the road. Insanity, out they go. N-Hyper trying to get themselves patched up. Stars not having as much coverage as they would have hoped for. But Enigma Galaxy, though, look at the 7. They just big chilling over here, right? They don't seem all that phased.
Yeah, and they have played this so well, too. They have pretty much moved from compound to compound. And you were talking about earlier if Nenebete wasn't able to survive. I'm happy to see Nenebete still being alive. I think this is going to be very close to the end of him. I don't think this is going to be a tough one for him to survive, but he's at least going to be able to secure those placement points for his team. If it would have gotten eliminated earlier, there would have been 0 placement points. He's at least getting them up a little bit higher. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit too hard for Nenebete there, but he does score those placement points.
Yeah, it looked like a potential game of cat and mouse, but yeah, it was Zebra Master just toying with their food up ahead. Speaking of which, though, it is going to be Enigma Galaxy finding opportunity across the way down onto DE Xavier, who has got such a long way to go and a very exposed rotation. Should they decide to move, well, they can't really make a decision because they have to, right? They have to move up. Well, and with that, the blue gets the better of them. But 7-0, I'm curious to see just how exactly Zebra is going to play this one.
We'll have to wait and see. They're currently the team with the most eliminations, 12 eliminations. They're feeling good. They have all their 4 players alive as well, and they have the high ground too. They're going to have a lot of teams pushing towards them. I think they were able to spot action there as they're going to let those grenades just rain on them. But they need to be careful. They don't want to let Enigma Galaxy get a little bit too close. Men are allowing this player to actually make the push. That's very interesting. I thought he would have been taking some shots there with the M4.
Well, that nade came scary close. We got to watch out for Enigma here. They are definitely going to be packing all the heat they can find, as we sit with a 3v1 v4. So Zebra Master definitely have the advantage. They've been showing quite a bit of capability, just racking in those elims. Enigma could potentially be brought down to a 2-piece, but it's still Lord and Coops, right? Rauf is going to be looking for a little bit of change. But I like the spread, though. Zebra Master trying to really just clear out this entire zone.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do whenever you do have the amount of players that they have. I mean, they've been able to control the area even from early on when we saw this team fighting in Quarry. They've been doing it so well, and now they got another knock right there. It's going to be just Coops. Could it be possible? Could Coops clutch this up? It's going to be a tough one considering that it's going to be a 1v4, but man, I would not be against it if we can actually start the year off for PUBG Mobile Esports with a 1v4 clutch in the first game of PMGO Prelims.
I mean, that would be so amazing. Like, I know Jukes has the whole caca thing, but, you know, I just want to say the whole thing for Coops with if Enigma is able to clutch this one out. So let's see whether or not I get to say anything. But now, I mean, Coops...
He was able to pick up his teammate.
Oh, they just got to survive, though.
He is going to survive. He's currently just making his way up, but he needs to be careful. I think he's going to get spotted right there. A lot of Zebra players are going to be able to move around. There you go. He gets spotted. He gets knocked down. It's going to come down to Rove. Can he clutch up some shots? It's going to be tough when you have 4 players of Zebra Masters staring at you, and Zebra Masters being able to come off with the win there. A dominant win as well. 15 eliminations, 2,373 damage. That's what you want to see in the first game of PMGO Prelims. All those high eliminations.
Seven, I got to tell you that they just strong-armed their way to victory, and what a performance. I mean, talk about carrying momentum, right? They started back in the qualifiers. Now, the opening match of the prelims, I think this is going to be an amazing day for Zebra Master.
It is. Not a bad day whenever you are able to start with 25 points on the leaderboard. And keep in mind, this team is actually in Group B, so they're actually going to be able to play today and tomorrow as well, back-to-back. They're not going to be able to play on that last match. So for them, perfect start for them.
Whoo, what more of a perfect start indeed. 15 eliminations? Are you kidding me? These guys were able to lock down that main side of Quarry and just ran over everybody. Are you kidding me? This is a qualifying team. A team from the qualifiers, 15 eliminations. You couldn't ask for a better start here.
Yeah, you really couldn't ask for a better start. It just kind of comes down to what they're going to be able to do. How can they follow it up, right? Because we have seen plenty times, Jukes and DK, where teams do end up performing really well in the first game, but kind of just fall off. It becomes like a one-off. I'm hoping that that's not the case here for Zebra Masters.
It's going to be hard to, in all honesty. I mean, this is the dream start, right? So I don't think you can really ask for anything more. So hopefully we can just see them continue on with this. We did see Team Falcons, though, end up in 3rd place as well. And it's always good to see, you know, Coops and the rest of Enigma Galaxy, you know, end out pretty strong there. It was a really tough finish regardless, but they got some nice points on the board, DK.
Yeah, I mean, there's no arguing that Zebra Master, they just kept flowing, they kept going. But also, we did see quite an aggressive performance coming through from several teams, right? Team Liquid, Inco, all just packing in so many dang elims. But, yeah, at the end of the day, right, only one team can walk away with that win and win a chicken dinner.
Yeah, what do you think about that strategy here, Seven, right? For a team like Team Liquid, right? They started off with 7 eliminations, obviously going for those points early on, but they did get taken out early. So do you think that that was a good idea for them, especially, you know, since it's the first game of the tournament and it's Sanhok?
I mean, at this point, I don't think it was even an idea. I think it was something that they just kind of had to react to, considering that the hot drop just happened to be on their plate. And the good thing, if we're gonna get anything about that hot drop, is how well they were able to react to. I mean, we saw Cardozo being up in the mountain, being able to get those off angles, and then being able to relay a lot of information. The synergy was just there, and it was a pleasure to see.
100%. Let's take a look here at the damage graph, and Zebra Master 2,300 damage. DK, are you kidding me? Did you really expect, out of all the teams that are coming in from the qualifiers, it was gonna be Zebra Master to start off so strong?
If I'm being honest, no. Right, they really caught me on off guard on that one, but I mean, it's a great start, a great way to assert yourself coming into these prelims, kind of setting the standard here. I mean, they went up against so many strong teams, right? We got Navi in there, we got Regnum Caria, we got Smoke also being one of those exceptional performers coming through, but you know, they just found something that worked for them, and Zebra Master, they just lined it up and they just kept on going.
Whoosh, non-stop, man. I mean, this is, like I said, it was the dream scenario for his team, especially one of the qualifying teams, because when we were watching the qualifiers, I mean, I had it in my head. I was like, man, these guys are gonna get destroyed by these partner teams. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, because these are some monster names, and to see this team start off with 15 eliminations, I can't express how insane that is, folks. I mean, it is totally possible that we don't see a 15 elimination game all week. That's how crazy it is.
Yeah, I think we barely got a chance to see a 16 elimination, if I'm not mistaken, in the qualifier. So yeah, a great way to start off the prelims. Okay, I'm not complaining. I would like to see more. And as we were seeing the leaderboard there, Enigma Galaxy with that second place finish, they did end up with 4 eliminations, and 3 out of those 4 eliminations were actually from Coops, according to what we were able to see during the match there. So it's good to see that not only is Enigma Galaxy being able to play like how we're used to seeing them play whenever they are able to control a compound, they take full advantage of it, but Coops is bringing in that heat as well this year. He's bringing in that firepower right off the bat.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, because here for the prelims, you got to remember, everybody, it's all about that top 8. That top 8 is what's going to make you on over to that main event, and it's going to be led by our MVP right here, DK.
Oh, yep. Coming through with 4 elims. The Zebra Masters definitely going to be representing. I mean, looking at the amount of damage also that Neil Zada was able to find in this game, definitely showing so much aggression here. And I mean, you can't really fault anything that we saw coming in on the Zebra Master side. It's a good, I think, healthy approach, right? But now the big question is going to be, how will they be able to maintain this momentum? Are we going to see them being able to flourish all the way through for the rest of the day?
Yeah, and for everybody that was watching, I think you definitely got to start that single tap from long range. We just saw him right there, right? Just got that QBZ. I think we've seen too many teams just like, too many players just focus on that full spray from distance. But that single tap showing up strong here, 7.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned not only just a single tap, the distance that they were taking some of those fights too. That was what was a little bit more impressive to me. The proactiveness, they were able to find themselves in a good spot. They knew that they had a good spot. So you know what? If nobody's currently challenging you, instead of just sitting down and being waiting ducks, be a little bit more proactive. They were doing that. They were affecting other fights, and they were also being able to possibly steal some eliminations too. So everything you want to see out of this team now, as we're going to be going into match 2, as we're going to be going into Erangel for the back-to-back Erangel maps coming up. How are they going to be reacting? What happens if you do end up having possibly a bad match here in the first Erangel? The beauty of it is that you do have 2 more to come.
Yeah, and the beauty of it as well is the fact that you did so well at Sanhok that it kind of gives you that buffer. I always say, if you want to be a championship team, when you get those good opportunities, you get those good positions, you have to take full advantage of it, right? Yep. A chicken dinner is great. A chicken dinner with 3 eliminations is good as well, right? A chicken dinner with 15 eliminations is insane. It's just like astronomical. So, those games where, if you don't get that zone, you kind of struggle off the start. To have a game like that already under your belt, these guys are going to be big chilling, because at the end of the day, 8th place, 1st place, they're both going to go over to that main event. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of step on the gas here for the rest of the day, DK.
I'm expecting a little bit of that pop-off play to come through now, right? The nerves for the teams should be adjusted, right? First game out of the way. Now we're heading into the bread and butter of PUBG. So I think definitely Erangel is going to be a great opportunity to see a little bit of that resurgence now starting to come through, right? We want to see teams like D Xavier really bring through that flavor out on towards the battlefield. So I'm really hyped about it.
I'm interested to see if we're going to be getting any hot drops. With how many hot drops we ended up getting in Sanhok,
Right?
obviously given Sanhok, smaller map, but we're used to seeing possibly, if any, just one hot drop for us to end up having, I think, something along the lines of 4, maybe more. Keep it going.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we got an interview. Let's go ahead and take it on over back to the main stage.
With the player that just won this last match from Zebra Master Team, Bushazin. First of all, congratulations on this winning. And I'm here with the translator for him. And I have a couple questions about the last match. So, are there any particular opponent or team you are looking forward to face in the future matches?
Então, algumas perguntas para você. Primeiramente, tem algum time ou oponente que você queria enfrentar no futuro?
Acredito que eu queria enfrentar a Bra.
Bra. He believes that he would like to play with Como foi?
Bra.
Bra. Bra.
Awesome. Okay, so this last match was quite impressive. So how does the win, the first match, impact the team confidence for the next matches?
Como influenciar essa ganância no primeiro jogo o seu equipe? Como será os seus sentimentos?
Acredito que nós vamos ganhar muita confiança para o próximo mapa e com isso acredito que vamos terminar o dia bem.
They believe that they will finish the day well and that it will increase their confidence, has already increased.
Yeah, all right. So I want to know the expectations for the next match will be in Erangel map. So the team Zebra Master managed to go well, to go good in the Erangel map.
E as expectativas para o próximo jogo, o Zebra Master vai ficar. Como vocês vão ir? Como são as expectativas?
Então, nós estudamos muitos dos times e com essa confiança acredito que podemos buscar mais uma vitória.
They have studied other teams very well, so they believe it will be a nice games for them.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck in the next map.
Thank you.
Alrighty there. That's how you get it done. So, I mean, what more could you really say? I mean, yeah, the great game 1 was astronomical. We're big chillin'. You know, at this point, all we got to do is just ride the wave, and we're going to be heading to the main event here, 7.
Yeah, I'm just, you know what I was thinking in regards to Zebra Masters is, do Brazil! I had to get one in, all right? I had to get one in. That one's out of my system now. Okay.
There we go. DK, do you have any other slogans that we're going to be hearing for the rest of the day?
Nothing that comes to mind just yet, right? I mean, maybe for Enigma Galaxy would be Coops, there it is, but yeah, that's going to happen first.
Man, I tell you what, if Coops got that 1v4, I would have been screaming, Coops! You know what I'm saying? Because are you kidding me? That would have been insane. But I mean, there's nothing you could do in that kind of situation. Zebra Masters, they knew that chicken dinner was theirs. They locked it down and had it in the bank. So my question to this is this, 7, you know, we saw the hot drops in game number 1, right? But before we get into that, we got to, of course, give a big shout out to the hottest phone right now, the Realme 12 Pro Plus. Elevate your photography with 120x zoom. It also elevates your gameplay as well. Go check it out today. And man, you know what? I'll tell you what, hopefully we see some more hot drops here soon. My question is this. Do you think that is a strategy for them to try and, you know, really put their spots possibly for that main event? That's going to be my question. But
for which team? Sorry, I didn't hear which team.
It's going to be for teams like, you know, some of the teams that we saw hot drop at the start.
Oh, okay. I think they're definitely not going to be hot dropping. Just the first game thing. That's why I was saying I was surprised that there were so many hot drops. I'm interested to see how many hot drops we're going to be getting in the first Erangel, and I think after that it'll probably just kind of, you know what, slow down a bit. Maybe until the last day. We'll see some Team Falcons type stuff from the qualifiers again.
Heck yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to a quick little video from Realme.
How to be a portrait master. the dog. I'm the boss.
All right, DK, game 2, Erangel for the first time. We just saw what happened in Sanhok. I can't wait to see. We've been talking about it with Hot Jukes. I can't wait to see if we're going to be getting some more hot drops and which teams are going to be willing to take those hot drops as well. I'm going to be looking at over Pochinki, maybe some military base, possibly Primorsk as well. If you were to pick a hot drop location in here, where would it be, DK?
I would definitely go for Pochinki. Right, I want to see a little bit of that Pochinki flavor, the Pochinki spice being utilized. I mean, we did see a little bit of that over in the qualifiers, but I want to see, some added extra pressure coming through there.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I would be surprised if we don't at least get just one hot drop. All right, just give me one. I'm still on a high there from all the hot drops that we saw earlier from Sanhok. We're talking about Cyber Masters, how dominant they were able to be there in Sanhok. Now with Erangel, obviously a much bigger map. I wonder if they do find themselves in a great position. As I was talking about hot drops, guess what? We're able to get one right away between Insanity Sports and Next Ruya. Who's going to end up winning this one, as Insanity Sports already has one player eliminated?
Yeah, they've got one eliminated and one still coming in. So this definitely looks like it could maybe still swing either which way. It's fastest fingers first, right? Especially in the early stages, there's going to be a little bit of the utility usage now coming through here. Let's see whether or not Kain can get any of that play secured as, even more now starts to crumble on Insanity.
And here we go. Here comes the push. Next year, you're going to be going for it. Some of these players don't even have a vest. If they're going to be willing to take the chance, now is the time. As you're going to back up a little bit, Kane, making sure he confirms that elimination right there. And there you go. Being able to get another knock, confirming that elimination. And it's only just one player alive from Insanity Sports, as he's going to be making sure he runs away. Out of all the locations that I mentioned for a hot drop, of course, this is one that I didn't mention, Pier being one of them. But hey, you were asking for it. You might actually end up getting it, as we do have two teams here in Pochinki.
Yep. It is going to be Nigma, Galaxy, and D Xavier. I mean, I know that is where Nigma likes to go, so I'm curious to see if any of that is going to be happening. In the meanwhile, we also have a little bit of action here with N-Hyper all the way over into the side of Lipovka. So I want to see what Virtus Pro are going to be bringing onto the battlefield, because we didn't see that much from them over on Sanhok.
Yeah, I wouldn't get a chance to see any of them. I think I think it was the first team that ended up getting eliminated. And guess what? They're going to be finding themselves in another hot drop. I was asking for just one, well, I might just end up getting 3 hot drops if the teams in Pochinki end up fighting as well. And Hyper, one of the teams that actually ended up surprising me with the way they were able to play off that Sanhok, having to fight their way into the circle. Fairly a new team. A lot of the players I'm actually not familiar with, and the main player that I am familiar with, Shifan, is currently not even playing. So can we continue to see more adjustments out of Hyper here, as everybody likes to call them the NA Hopes?
I mean, let's hope they can find their footing, because Baton just goes right on down. Now it's up to FSS. There we go. Trying to strafe their way on through. Capri, though, also looking pretty agile on the edge, but Hyper taking a really interesting approach here.
Yeah, very interesting indeed, because they ended up sending one player. They waited for the player of Hyper to get knocked, and then all of his other teammates actually end up sending it as well. And they need to be careful, because there is 3 players actually still alive here from Virtus Pro. They're going to start getting off angles, and Hyper might need to slow it down a little bit. I know they're currently seeing red. I know they're currently seeing elimination points, but they need to be careful, because Virtus Pro is now starting to set themselves up here for a much better fight that's going to end up favoring them.
I mean, talk about striking while the iron is hot, right? Both teams essentially trying that, and of course, Milky Way sending stars far, far away back into the lobby. Now let's see where this one is going to take us. Capri trying to defend their compound, but it seems like Virtus Pro just slightly dialing back on the aggression, and I think that would just be right in time, with Furia now starting to move up as well.
It is, and considering that this team's right now, we got a chance to see earlier the circle, they are so far away from it too. At what point do you decide to just back off? You know what, Virtus Pro, you got one elimination. You're more than likely going to end up getting another elimination here, because I doubt Hyper is going to be able to revive that player that's currently knocked and down. When do you start focusing on what that circle is going to be? Because that's going to be a tough path. And as you mentioned, Furia is currently waiting for them. There you go. Stars finally gets eliminated.
Well, they're just going to be chilling on the background there. At least the Furia side will be, as you can see them up on the hill. So there's quite a bit of pressure now on for Hyper and Virtus Pro. The shots starting to rain in from up above. You can see Furia also starting with a beautiful spread here. And I mean, if Hyper play this one carefully, we could actually see them potentially escape over on towards that northern side. Well, this is now the go time, because Milky Way just got spotted.
And he's more than likely going to end up getting eliminated there, as Capri was able to put some more shots there for Hyper. Furia just trying to get lucky here, trying to see if they can possibly third-party any of these fights going on. Hyper is going to end up getting that elimination. And I think for Virtus Pro, we're hoping, you even mentioned it, they're starting to back off a little bit more. I think they didn't fully commit to it, because they ended up losing another player. And now that hot drop turns into pretty much an equal. It's still 2 players alive from each team. Nobody ended up winning, and now we're going to find ourselves possibly in a bit of a stalemate here, as that zone, even though it's not going to be costing a lot of damage, it is going to be setting you up to get third party. Like right now, Furia is looking to get that third party. Virtus Pro getting another player eliminated from their team.
But I gotta say, it looks like Furia is looking to do those teams dirty back in Lipovka, right? I mean, they just fully encircling them. But speaking about encircling, you do see a little bit of that now happening onto the side here of Enigma Galaxy. Well, at least they frontline, right? D Xavier going up onto the hills. It's Chu now just trying to find a bit of an opportunity. Lord down below could be getting a little bit of that hard action coming their way. But both teams just so cautious here.
Yeah, one of the players there from Enigma Galaxy does end up getting knocked. This is the only thing, the biggest question mark that I do have for Enigma Galaxy. This team can be so good whenever they are already set up in a compound, but when it comes down to them having to make that push, having to create that first engagement, and they're not going to be able to be set, that's when we saw one of their biggest downfalls, especially from last year at PUBG Mobile Esports, when we got a chance to see them play. I'm sure they've been working on it, but right now it's currently backfiring, as one of the players is currently knocked.
Yeah, it's a tough one to try and find a little bit of that recuperation, but at least for that they've got Coops. Right, so Coops with the recoups, that could maybe be exactly what they need to do. We were talking about Lipovka as well, right? We did see Furia mounting a pretty aggressive push. It seems like they also decided to rather disengage and head back in towards the zone. So there could be even more pressure now starting to mount up in towards this Pochinki region. So regardless of what's happening here already, D Xavier and Enigma right? They got to make a very decisive play here.
They are encouraging, currently being able to get a great angle as Coops is going to be making that push. There comes down this shot. Is he going to be able to hit some more? He's not. That means that they might be able to actually pick up their player, which is impressive considering how far they were away from him. And look at that. You can't even see the health bar, DK. He was literally at possibly 0.01 HP, and they're able to bring him back to life.
Talk about a close call, right? That is definitely what they had to deal with. And speaking of which, up comes Navi, right? They're like, you know what? It's about time. Let's move up to church. Let's see who's knocking around, and maybe we can start kicking some butts all over the place.
Navi, you don't want any of this. Just keep on moving. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be doing, as we're able to see it right there on the map. But for some reason, with the engagement still going on, guess what? Furia being able to rotate out. We didn't see any of the other teams, though. We didn't get a chance to see Hyper. We didn't get a chance to see Virtus Pro being able to rotate, and that's because that engagement just took a little bit too long. And the loser, if we do have to end up picking one here out of this hot drop, is going to end up being Virtus Pro, as only one player is currently alive, and he doesn't have that much heals or vehicles to try to make it all the way to the west, where the circle's currently at.
I think at this point he's not going to be, you know, I don't think it's going to be ultra hopeful, because the big bad blue zone does pack quite a bit of a punch when it wants to. Fortunately, it's still stage 2, so there could maybe be some slither of hope somewhere. And I mean, speaking about slithers of hope, right? IP6 is going to be needing all the hope they can find at this point. Rather isolated from the rest of the team. We are seeing the backup now starting to pull on him, but look at this. It just hits.
What?
Woo!
Talk about missing your shots, or the shots not being able to connect right there. I honestly thought that the Navi player was going to be able to surprise the Smokes game player, but that didn't end up happening. Oh, okay. that has to be one of the biggest surprise so far for me. I thought that was going to be an easy knock, and he was going to be able to possibly help reset his team. Wow. Okay. I just got to remind myself, it's Prelims 7. Slow down. Calm down.
Signed, sealed, delivered. Ooh, Top took themselves down. I think they were maybe moving up in a convertible, and they tried to take the Top down, but they pressed the wrong button. And then Top went down as opposed to the roof. But, you know, whichever way, I guess it works. Yeah, still back over in towards the lovely Pachinki. Nigma and D Xavier, they've not really made any decisive plays. I mean, the Blues aren't swooping on in. It's going to start clearing house. And, I mean, this is now going to be a very essential play for both these teams if they're looking to get back in zone.
Yeah, and that blue zone now is starting to cause a little bit more damage. It's going to end up affecting these players when they do end up fighting. So they need to make a decision, and they need to make that decision quick, because if I'm not mistaken, right now, Dick Xavier is going to be in the best position to hopefully find a vehicle in that garage. I don't think Nigma Galaxy... There you go, Nigma Galaxy. This is the right choice. This is what you need to do. As D Xavier now is going to be trying to make that push towards them and trying to clear every single thing possible.
Well, if all else fails, they can always just run, Forest. Run! It's going to be a long, long way to go, though. But I like the fact here that we see Coops and Co starting to try and get up ahead of a potential rotation coming through from D Xavier. This is a good strategy. But Freaks also keeping it nice, down and quiet. We do see the hits starting to line on up. Freaks now springing into action. Does miss out on the hits. But, well, it's keeping D Xavier kind of pinned down in the compound.
It is, but as you're going to be able to see here, especially for Freak, he is not going to have that much heals. He needs to make a decision, and I feel like this engagement is taking a little bit too long with how far away from their circle they currently are. If I'm Nigma Galaxy, I would say, you know what? All right, nobody ended up benefiting for this hot drop. Let's just back off. The Savior needs to be the aggressive team, as they are trying to make the aggressive push here onto Freak, but they could possibly end up exposing themselves here to the players that you were mentioning, like Lord, like Hoops. Anything can happen here with this engagement, and look at the heals that they currently are at. Look at how their health is currently positioning themselves. These teams are fighting Pochinki. Meanwhile, everybody's currently sending themselves up there towards Hospital, towards Everest. They're taking too long, DK.
Yeah, dude, it's going to be a big uphill battle for a lot of them. And Krups now getting picked up as we do see Nate just locking in the spray. But, I mean, they're going to have to make something happen here because we're about to, get all the way to phase 4. And the blue zone, it's not your friend, right? Especially this late into the early game. So you got to get those moves cracking. Let's see whether or not Freak can find any plays. Persian up top. Ooh, cooking some nades, looking to let them loose, but instead finds himself.
Perogen with the backfire, and then Freak forgets that he throws a Molotov, and guess what? We got a double whammy, baby. We got a double whammy as the pressure kind of got to them. They're currently talking to each other, saying, well, that didn't go according to plan, boys. Maybe we don't hot drop each other anymore here in Pochinki. And if we do, we'll make it happen a little bit faster, too. Talking about some of the other players that were knocked earlier, I think this Xavier might be able to pick up their player. Coops now getting knocked again because of the blue zone, and Lore is going to have to back up. So these Xavier, in a way, they do end up being the winners of this engagement. Lore, oh, wow, they're actually not even backing up. DK, they're committing to this fight. They're committing for these extra points instead of committing for the full marathon of the game.
I mean, at least it's just Lord that's here, right? But Lord, I mean, just locking in those sprays. Raouf playing a little bit safe, right? Raouf has now decided to just get themselves positioned back up in towards zone. Virtus Pro is going to be the next team to fall. Lord, though, not done with the Xavier, right? Want to get a little bit of that vengeance play, a little bit of repayment. But, I mean, the Xavier, beautiful nade onto Lord.
Beautiful, beautiful grenades there by Perogen. Guess what? He's able to redeem himself after what happened there earlier. Raouf had the smart play as he fully ended up backing up. And Enigma Galaxy is going to be looking at each other and be just kind of scratching their heads as to why they continue on with just keeping on that fight. Lore was able to knock somebody. There was knocks back and forth with this team, especially from Enigma Galaxy. But for a team that was starting off after the first match in second place, boy, they could have definitely taken advantage of that second place. Not what you want to see there towards the top, as now we actually move towards, we're closer to the circle. Teams that are currently not in the blue, like Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid, though, I mean, they don't have that far left to go. But this is going to be an interesting one, looking at how they're going to be looking to rotate up, right? Are they going to up towards the north? Are they going to go to the south? Or are they just going to wing it and push straight in towards the western side? Speaking about tough plays, though, it's going to be Raouf now having to defend. Or trying to, as 9Z come rolling on through, cleaning up, and off they go, rolling back in towards the zone. Now, we're down to 12.
Yeah. You want to know what's crazy, DK? Look at this team that we're currently looking at. And a Hyper, the team that started off with possibly one of the furthest hot drops all the way to the east of the map. They end up making it to the circle, and they actually end up being one of the only teams that's currently in a semi-good position within that circle. And now you have other teams like these Savior, Enigma Galaxy is not even here. Oh, man. You know what? First day, first couple games, I'll give him a break. I'll give him a break. But boys, this happens again later on in the day. I'm just going to be scratching my head.
I mean, but I guess that's what happens when you're out there sipping on some blue juice, right? Too much of it is not that good for you. Sometimes a little bit of a taste, I think, would suffice. Speaking about taste, though, Team Liquid getting sipped up here. As you can see, Regnum Courier just knocking in and pushing through.
Don't go in there.
Oh.
Wait. No. Is he still alive?
No.
He got knocked.
Courier's out.
Oh, man. He died. Oh. That's DK, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that two people walking into a Molotov on purpose?
Yeah.
I think it is, right?
I think they misunderstood the term hot drop, because I know sometimes when a molly slips, right, that could also still mean a hot drop, but that's not what we were referring to. We were talking about the teams dropping in hot. Speaking about hot, though, next Ria getting ready for a little bit of a play up against the Zebra Master team.
And Zebra Master right now with their 4 players alive. And as I say that, guess what? I end up cursing them a little bit because one of them does end up getting knocked. Great shot there from Wolf as he makes the jump 180 and gets that shotgun. Great shot here by Next Ruya, as now they only have to worry just about one player there from Zebra Masters. He gets eliminated. Zebra Masters not really being able to follow up on their amazing first game in Sanhok, as they're going to get eliminated there with just one elimination. And we move forward now to Everest. Smoke Gaming getting pushed here by Team Falcons.
Yep, the tough plays just keeps on going. Now it's going to be Falcons trying to get themselves pushed up on Everest. Ooh, nice play there by Icy down onto Ninho. Oh, the action just keeps on coming. And I mean, this is Smoke Gaming down to Myth, right? Everything is going to be riding on this next play.
Oh. Team Falcons, even if they don't have the high ground, this is what we expect out of them. And Hyper still being able to cuddle up there in that shack. Are they gonna have to move as we see that circle on the top right hand side starting to close in more and more and more? If Hyper does not end up in the circle here, it's gonna be another tough push for them into the circle. Here we go. Where's it gonna go? Is it gonna go straight down the middle? Oh, it actually goes towards Everest. Guess what? Team Falcons being able to engage into that fight early on ends up paying off.
Yeah, I can just hear Hot Jukes with the, with the sound effects coming in on this one, looking at that position for the Falcons. Exactly.
I don't think I don't think that's the sound that the Falcons make. But you know what? Please feel free to correct us in the for everybody currently watching. Let us know in the comments what sound do they actually end up making. Team Falcons gonna reposition themselves here a little bit more. Another team that is currently still alive and is within that circle is gonna be Inco Gaming. I saw Inco Gaming there towards the west. And now we have 9Cs. I was talking about them earlier. A lot of variant Latin America players. Choco has been all over the place. This man, it's a one-man wonder. He's been in NA. He's been in LATAM. Now he's being able to play here in the PMGO. Very, very experienced. Is that going to come into play here? Are they going to be able to do enough to possibly take over Everest, which is going to be a tough ask because there's two other teams, and one of them is a very, very strong team.
I mean, at the end of the day, only time will tell whether or not they'll be able to pull off that play. But all we're going to find out because they come rushing straight up onto Royals of War. But this is an opportunity now for the Falcons also to swoop in and bring in a little bit of that contention here. But let's see whether or not Rivas and the rest of the Royals of War can hold on and just stand their ground. It's going to be 9Z knocking on through. Utilities flying all over the place. And this is where I think a little bit of separation is going to come through now for Royals of War, right? We got 9Z really actively pushing on through, and Falcons really also then bring in their own contribution from that western front.
Yeah, ROW just finding themselves in a sandwich that they did not want to be part of. 9Cs having to back off a little bit more, and here you go. This is what you want to see out of this team. Make a push. Don't play just so defensive, especially since you do have another team on the other side. They're going to make Royals of War, going to make a little bit of a more push here, trying to figure out where 9Cs is at. You can see 9Cs, though, cooking those grenades. If they can just get lucky and hit one, as they are being able to cause some damage, but they just haven't been able to convert it into a knock, they might be able to make a push.
Oh, Choco, I need a latte at this point. Here we go. And see whether Choco can land even more of those hits. This could be a very easy push on through. I mean, so far, Royals of War holding on to a very steady angle, but we do see these third-party plays also now bringing in a little bit of a challenge here, right? Tonka still going to be riding the ridge. 9Z slowly just getting chipped away, one player after the other. Now things are looking pretty tough on their end.
Yeah, 9Cs looked like they were going to have the upper hand, and guess what? It's going to be the veteran. That's the only one that's going to maintain himself alive. He's going to have to back off. They were able to get some good grenades here and there, but ultimately when they ended up making that push, it ended up backfiring. If I'm not mistaken, I think they possibly might have ended up getting third party a little bit too by Hyper, which might have gotten an angle on them. I could be mistaken on that, but one of the 9C players ended up getting knocked from a weird position, and I would be surprised if it was actually Royals of War that ended up getting that knocked.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an interesting play, though. Now, also, we do see Inco moving up onto the foot of that hill. And, I mean, slowly these teams starting to shuffle in bit by bit. We do see next Rhea also looking for a bit of a spot as we have them moving in. And Hyper, though, they're going to be shipped out as they will not make it past that 8th position. Royals of War, though, I've got to say, I'm quite impressed. They are still holding on to the top of Everest.
Yeah, the way they were able to actually recover from that. Keep in mind, they did have one player that ended up getting knocked there from 9Cs earlier on. They're fully able to defend the push that 9Cs was going to be able to do, and now they've been able to reset, control a bit more of that area. Now they don't have to worry about anything that's going to be behind them or on the east side of the map. They're going to be fully focused on Team Falcons here, and they know Team Falcons is there because Team Falcons has been taking on fights with anybody that comes near their way. Inco Gaming, they got some of it too from Team Falcons.
I mean, if you're in range distance, Falcons, they're going to try and get the play down on you. Speaking of which, though, it is going to be Furia also trying to just inch their way on through. And I mean, this is such a difficult shift. We got Team Liquid also making their play, moving up from the north, but you can see all the shots just aiming down on towards them. Icy, letting one loose, knocking on the door. Are they going to find it? No, fortunately for Royals of War. I mean, the Ridge is really working out in their favor.
It is, but this is going to be a completely different animal. I feel like I'm having deja vu here, DK. We saw a fight like that earlier for Royals of War between 9Cs, but now it's going to be Team Falcons, and Team Falcons, we know what they can do if they do end up getting one of their players knocked for Royals of War, so they need to be careful. They need to make sure they back off a little bit more and let the Rich take all of those grenades that's currently being thrown to them. Furia being able to get Mythic there from Team Liquid. That's going to be massive considering that they were really aware of where that player was going to be. And now we're just switching. There's so much action going on. You got Nenebete as well taking on some fights there and being able to steal the elimination there from Furia.
I mean, it's go time, right? We are all the way up in stage 6, about to meet the end of it. And Royals of War holding steady. Falcons starting to get a little bit unrestless up on the top here. I love that push coming through from Nozed, also just trying to play a different angle further down the hillside. But Furia, I'm curious to see what they're going to move, what move rather they're going to be doing coming into this next phase.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Whichever move it ends up being, it's going to end up being tough. Luckily for them, they kind of have a bit of a buffer between Team Falcons and Royals of Wars being at the top, kind of looking out for each other, that they're not able to over peak and maybe take some shots on them, as Nenebete does end up getting knocked, and now he's going to end up getting eliminated. You know what? He doesn't. This is what I was talking about. They need to be careful with Team Furia, and guess what? He ends up being Team Liquid that ends up getting peaked and third party in a way from Team Falcons, and now Furia making that push. You were asking what they were going to do. This is what they're going to do. They're going to push on Team Liquid and make sure they eliminate them.
They come in with the brooms, right? They're just going to be sweeping it up. But let's see now. Icy and the rest of the Falcons still holding nice and steady, way, way up high. Inco also being brought down to a one piece, right? It's up to Vitale. But as we saw on the qualifiers, Vitale, definitely a super, super capable player here. Now the pressure is on still. Royals of War, they've now been able to secure themselves 4 eliminations, and they've not really had to move a muscle for the past few phases. So hopefully phase 7 will definitely bring a lot of that change along with it.
It definitely could, and I think another change that we're going to be seeing and we got to keep an eye on as we got a chance to see them earlier is going to be Choco from 9Cs. I mean, I feel like these teams might have just forgotten that he was even part of the fight earlier with everything that's going on for Royals of War, and Team Falcons might not even be fully aware that he's still alive. Choco could possibly end up surprising some of these teams. I'm not going to say he's going to end up winning the match, even though if it does end up happening, that'll be kind of fun to see. But he could maybe steal some eliminations or mess up a fight that could engage here pretty soon between Team Falcons and Royals of War.
Well, I can tell you the Falcons are definitely going to make that quite challenging for Choco to pull off. So, I mean, if Choco gets it, that would be a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. But first up, well, you got to deal with the Falcons up top here. They just moving about, trying to see what angles they can find. And Vitale could definitely be in quite a tricky place. Yes, indeed, they are, as Inco also gets sent on away. Down to the final 4 we go. Falcons, though, 7 all the way up to 11 eliminations.
And this is great control out of them, honestly. The way they're being able to just back up, let those... We talked about Royals of War earlier, being able to let the Ridge take care of all the nades that were being thrown. Guess what? Team Falcons is now being able to be aware of where everybody's currently be rotating below them. They have that high ground advantage. They don't necessarily have to worry that much about Royals of War until the fight actually begins. And this is just well played out of them and keeping consistent pressure here on Royals of War 2. Royals of War trying to make a push here, getting a little bit closer. But guess what? Action has so many nades to go as he's able to connect there with 2. And now he's going to make that switch. You can see it right away. He wants to make sure he collects as much eliminations as possible and sends a statement as Team Falcons are now the ones on top when it comes down to Everest.
I mean, they are reclaiming territory like it's no one's business, but still, we got Choco hanging in the wing as we do say goodbye to the Royals of War. So, I mean, you were talking about it earlier, right? Choco maybe winning this one out. I think Choco has a really good chance to even make it up into the top 2, but that is going to be heavily dependent on the next push that comes through here from Furia, right? Are they going to try and maybe get themselves positioned up on the high ground, or are they just going to stick to these ridges?
Yeah, and I think for 9Cs right now, it's going to be a win for them regardless, because they're going to be able to just play with Choco being able to be in the top 3 minimum. That's going to be some massive placement points for this team, considering that they ended up with just, what was it, 5 eliminations, 11th place when we went to Sanhok. So a much, much better contrast here in regards to them. Not maybe in regards to eliminations, but in regards to placement points. As Team Falcons taking some shots there to Furia. Furia currently being able to survive somehow. There you go. The car ends up exploding, and Team Falcons are going to go a bit on the aggressive there. And you know what? We've been hinting at it. At what point does Choco decide to be... Maybe now is the time I start engaging with you guys. Maybe now is the time where I try to see what's actually going on and get out of my cave and try to take some shots, get some eliminations, and get some extra points for my team.
I mean, and it almost looks like Choco is just sitting back, sipping a latte, you know, waiting for everybody to kind of settle everything for them. And I mean, looking at this push coming through from Icy down on towards Adrian, this could be very well be that opportunity. But Adrian just locking in them sprays. Oh, down they go. And this is Choco now springing into action.
Second place now. He's going to be able to possibly third party this. Let's see where the circle. I mean, he's still within the circle too. He's going to be able to spot one. He needs to be able to hit those shots. He's able to hit them, but not long enough. Can he maybe get at least one elimination? He's going to forget that there's a lot more other teams and players he's not able to convert. That knocked into a full elimination there for Choco, but a second place. And guess what? Surprise, surprise. Team Falcons gets the win in the first Erangel of the PMGO Prelims, and they also send a massive statement, being able to back up this win with 18. That's right, DK. 18 eliminations.
Oh, man, it just keeps on going up and up here, Seven. It's like, we thought the first match was an impressive performance, and here we go with the Falcons, but looking at them, I mean, they just seem so chill. Like, yeah, we just did that. We just got an 18 elimination winner chicken dinner, and then we're not done yet. There's more coming.
I love action. Currently just stretching. It's like, okay, we go, boys. We got that out of the way. You know what? Let's get ready for the next one. We know we're more than likely going to end up being in the main event if we continue to perform like this. Team Falcons, I mean, back-to-back matches in the top 3. Remember, Sanhok, third place, 5 eliminations. Now, Erangel, first place, 18 eliminations. Jeez, man. They couldn't ask for anything better here.
They sure couldn't. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I said that we might not see another 15 elimination game from Zebra Masters in game 1. I lied, right? Well, I mean, technically it's not 15, right? It's 18. Goodness gracious. I mean, yeah, you just saw their reaction.
I guess it counts.
Yeah, I guess it counts.
Dude.
It counts. I agree. I mean, Team Falcons just basically yawning at this point. They're just like, yeah, I guess we got to work a couple extra days, you know, before we get into the main event. You know, business as usual. Are you kidding me, though? Once these guys got Everest. By the way, awesome to see a nice Everest finish. But what a crazy performance. At this point, 18 eliminations. They know that they just got to you know, lay back, relax, just put in some work, and we'll see them in the main event coming up in 7.
Yeah, those Everest finishes don't happen. By the way, hold on. Oh my gosh, Walt, that was just so sexy that I need to see it again and just not say anything, because that was beautiful. And I feel like this fight right here is what ended up getting Team Falcons the win. You can see Smoke Gaming there towards the top. They had the high ground advantage, and then he kind of switched on them as Team Falcons just kept putting pressure on them. That play right there, that engagement is what ended up getting Team Falcons that win.
100%. That's all it takes, right? This little couple plays, and you saw them already at that point with 9 eliminations, and then they just steamrolled everybody. For a second, I thought Choco was going to be able to come from behind and, you know, third party at that perfect moment, but he just said, you know what, I'm going to we'll set it all down, get this DBS out, do this jump shot, go back to the lobby, and then bring it on for the next game, DK.
I mean, what an impressive play, though. Falcons just dominating with the damage. 3,500. I mean, what?
Yeah, we won't see that again, 7. I don't think we're going to see another 3,500 damage game this week. What do you think?
Combined 9 C's, Globin, Fury, and Royals damage. And those 3 teams combined are just barely over what Team Falcons was able to do, if my math serves me right. If not, my dad, who's in accounting, is probably going to end up telling me that I'm wrong. So I'll have to wait for that text message on my real me phone.
Dude, goodness gracious, dude. 3,500 damage. When's the last time we saw a 3,500 damage game?
Yes.
Right? Like, yes. Right? Literally. That's insane. So, you know what? I kind of want to get into a little bit of some theories here, Seven, okay? Because we saw some more hot drops, right? Enigma Galaxy struggled, right? I mean, it was kind of crazy to see. At this point, you know, looking at the way this format is, it's all about that top 8, right? So I'm wondering if these guys are just focusing on just trying to prioritize their drop locations for maybe the main event in the future, because I don't understand it.
Honestly, I don't know, man. I don't know what happened there. I was expecting a hot drop. Even DK, I think DK was the one that was able to call it out perfectly, to give him props. Was more than likely going to be a hot drop there in Pochinki. He ended up being, but DK, we were kind of going back and forth here as we do end up seeing action as the MVP, is that they just took so long between Dick Xavier and Enigma Galaxy to figure out what they wanted to do. By the time they actually figure out what they wanted to do, it was too late. They were non-existent in the actual final of the match. Nothing happened between those 2 teams.
I mean, it's a little bit strange, Lord, because I mean, it's not a strategy that we've seen Nigma or DXavier really use a lot in past matches. So that was a little bit of an interesting one to witness there. And of course, as you can see, it is pretty evident looking at the rankings as well, right? Only finding 2 points. I mean, that was a very costly decision to make for both DXavier as well as Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of, you know, at this point, is that these guys are trying to certify their drop locations. Because, I mean, if you're a confident squad, you should feel like, all right, we're going to get top 8. We're going to be in the main event, right? And we got to definitely make sure that come main event time, that nobody's going to be dropping on us. So maybe...
Jukes.
What do you think?
Jukes. Once we go to main event, it's gonna be a completely different.
That's
animal.
what that's. I mean, this is the only thing that I could possibly even, you know, fathom, because yeah, we're gonna have some monster squads coming up here in the main event time. But we just saw in the qualifiers, right? Teams would refuse to hot drop of each other because they know how detrimental it is. So I mean, who knows, right? Maybe they got some bad blood, or maybe they just said, hey, we're gonna fight it out and make sure we get the top 8 the hard way. As we take a look here at the overall standings, and after a game like that, no shock, dude. Team Falcons on top.
All right, if Team Falcons do that sound, I wonder what sound the Zebras make. But you know what? We'll hold on to that one for later on. As they weren't able to really follow up on their performance from the first match, they were only able to get 1 point here. Now we're going to go towards the second page. These teams are the ones that are going to be looking to change their luck, their day a little bit more, as we're going to be going into the third match. And Hyper, man, I'm actually surprised and impressed at how well they've been able to even put up points with the circles that they've been putting, with the fights that they've been getting on. But with Team Falcons, the way they played that last match, it was so beautiful, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing here in the next Erangel match.
100%. You know, and that's what I love, the fact that we're doing these back-to-back Erangels, because, you know, we don't really have to worry too much about what's going on. You know, it's just everybody's just going to be chilling, not having to worry about it. And they have, I wonder if we're going to see a back-to-back hot drop. If we do, then they have to be fighting for those drop locations.
You know what? Let's put this out there. DK, do we think that there's going to be another hot drop here coming up in the next Erangel, or do you think they got it out of their system?
I think so. I think so, because there's a little bit of a unsettled situation in this lobby right now. So I'm expecting a little bit of that hot and sweatiness to come into game number 3.
They are in Brazil. Hot and sweaty, baby. Let's go.
Right. That's right. Because in the past, we've seen some hot drops, like in game number 1, just to kind of like lock down that space. And then usually whoever wins, they leave, right? But with that Pachinki position, I don't think anybody won, right, Seven?
Yeah, they both lost. I mean, you could say Dick Xavier ended up winning because they ended up eliminating more players from Enigma Galaxy. But I wouldn't be surprised if Enigma Galaxy goes to it again, because it was so close, and maybe tries to react a little bit faster. Keep in mind, Enigma Galaxy something that we even mentioned during that match too is they play so well when they're set, man. When they're set, they are a very scary team. But whenever they have to make that first aggression, whenever they have to actually push to a team and they are not set, that's when it gets a little bit of a gray area to this team. And we saw that perfectly there within that hot drop.
Yeah, Pachiki isn't really a place these days, right, where you could split loot between two teams. You really need to have one squad loot it all up. So, I mean, maybe back in the day, we could see, hey, we'll take this half, you guys take that half, and then we'll meet each other at the end of the day. But at this point, you saw them just battle it out. I mean, we got teams on top of Everest, making marshmallows. Meanwhile, these guys are in the blue, right, just chugging it, like you just said earlier, DK.
I mean, that's the interesting part of, when the zone shifts over into Everest. It's, again, not a shift that we see all too often. So I kind of understand why the teams really try to dominate that position, but you got to get that Pachinki flow going, right? If you see the zone shift, you got to, hop on the boat and off you go.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of boats, right? The Ferry Pier hot drop. I know you didn't have that one on your bingo card, Seven.
I didn't. I had Primorsk, I had Pachinki, and I forgot what was the other one. But yeah, Ferry Pier was definitely not on that list. And now within the second Erangel, I just want to see, are these teams just filling each other because they haven't played with each other before, or maybe they haven't seen against each other? Well, how they play, how they react. Could we see more hot drops than just one? We'll have to wait and see. But you know what? All I'm seeing right now is that Group C, which is going to be coming in tomorrow, Vampire Esports, Fireflux, Influence Rage, Team Queso, Horror Sports, Death Wolves, and I know I'm missing one. Oh, that's right, Foot Sports. All those teams are just taking notes saying, okay, you're going to hot drop here. This is how you're going to react if this happens during that hot drop. And I wouldn't be surprised if come tomorrow, we're going to end up seeing some more.
Dude, that'd be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy. But you know what? We got an awesome interview. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the main stage.
Okay, so this last match was quite impressive. Team Falcons. So congratulations, and I have here the player from Team Falcons. And right now we are going to have an interview with him and have him, his translator here with me. Okay, so last year you guys were in the top 2 and then you came to the qualifiers. So right now, what's your expectations for the prelims stage?
Түрүү жил 2-т орсон. Энэ жил одоо ингээд ахад эхнээс нь эхэлж байгаа тэрний талаар юу гэж бодож байна вэ?
Эхнээс нь өмнө жил тэгээд ер нь 2-т орсон. Тэгээд тэр алдаагаа засаад одоо энэ жил ер нь бүх аварга авна гэж бодож байгаа.
Last year we were in a second place, but first for this year we expecting to be first. Not a second again.
Okay, first place for Team Falcons. Let's see. Okay, so only 10 teams advanced to the main event. Are you guys setting any strategy to put your spot possibly to the main event?
Ямар нэгэн стратеги юу вэ? Стратеги одоо team стратеги ямар байна уу?
Энэ тоглолтгоороо тоглоод ер нь communication сайн болгоод ер нь тийм л юм.
We play what we do and then we try to better communication with team and then that's it.
Okay, communication is very important, really. Okay, so for the last question, I want to know what do you think were the key factors that led your team's success in Erangel map?
Erangel map at a good position эзэлж байгаа тэрний талаар хамгийн одоо тэрж байгаа шалтгаан юу вэ?
Шалтгаан бол ер нь хүн болгонд ер нь дүгэлээ аваад ер нь хувийн скиллээрээ тоглоо. Тэгээд ер нь communication-ээрээ яваад ер нь байгаах гэж.
Everyone with their skills, and then most important is the communication. And
okay, awesome. I think 9Z were pretty much angry with the guys. So do you think 9Z will come for you in the next map?
9Z их ууртаа харагдсан. Тэгээ та нарын араас ирнэ гэж бодож байна уу ер нь?
Хүрээ тэр хэлээ та.
Yes, come for us.
Yo.
We'll be waiting.
Okay, so 9Z, watch out. Thanks so much for the interview.
Ooh, watch out indeed. Keep your eyes out because Team Falcons are going to be swooping on in and coming in hot. Hopefully we can see some more of those hot drops as well coming up soon. But we got 2 more Erangels left, and then we're going to finish off inside of Miramar. But you know what? With these rotating groups, I don't know if these teams can afford another situation like that. But we'll go ahead and see coming up as we go ahead and take it on over to a video.
PMGO นะครับก็เซตแรกของไพ่เป็นเซตจุใจครับก็ M4 BD ครับเอาไว้เคาะในมิรามาครับแล้วก็ต่อไปเซตบ้าพลัง DPS M4 ครับเอาไว้เล่นในอีรันเกลกับซันฮอก
สวัสดีครับผมมีบีนูซีนะก็วันนี้จะมาแนะนำเกี่ยวกับการแข่งขันในแบบข้อแนะนำบอกในการ PMGO เกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการสื่อสารภายในทีมครับก็สำหรับการสื่อสารภายในทีมก็เหมือนอารมณ์แบบตั้งแต่เราฝึกซ้อมแล้วก็เหมือนอารมณ์แบบลองคุยกันว่าในช็อตที่เราจะทำเลยทำยังไงครับมีหน้าที่แต่ละคนมีหน้าที่อะไรบ้างอะไรเงี้ยเช่นในการเข้าทำไฟแล้วก็สื่อสารกับเพื่อนครับว่าเราจะไปทำไฟอย่างนั้นระเบิดหรือว่าปาอะไรเงี้ยเราก็แค่สื่อสารกับเพื่อนบอกหรือว่าอยากให้เพื่อนค้ำเราก็แค่ต้องคอกลับไปหาเพื่อนว่าแบบเพื่อนสามารถคอเราได้หรือเปล่าอะไรเงี้ยก็เป็นการสื่อสารกันก็ประมาณนี้ดีครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. That's right. That's not just Team Falcons. That is the one, the only Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes, introduce us to this next match, baby.
Into the second Erangel of today, match number 3 of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil Prelims. Are we gonna see some more hot drops? I can tell you one thing. We ain't gonna see it in Ferry Pier because this plane pass a little bit too north for that.
Yeah, we might see one in Stallberg, which will be insane. But I'm hoping at least one hot drop, okay? Let's just keep the theme going. I mean, teams that are currently not looking good, that are currently trying to change their day, they might keep going for it. But if you do end up going for a hot drop, I'm hoping that we see a little bit more consistency and a little bit more faster decision making, because some of these teams were just hot dropping and deciding to back off or take the fight. They were just waiting a little bit too long for me.
100%. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. I'll be honest, because I mean, in the history of global tournaments, right? Usually these teams have a very good understanding of where each of them are going to drop, right? Because they all know that it's not worth it, right? If you do a hot drop, you're just gonna tank points, and we saw that happen from, I mean, 2 of the top teams in the world, right? So when I saw that, oh wait, oh my goodness. It's the PMGO 7. How can we not have a military base though? Let's go.
I'm all for it. And what I was actually hinting at is that Ana Hyper and Virtus Pro do end up landing close to each other. And guess what? We wanted that hot drop again, but Pochinki, we were wondering if it was going to happen. It's happening again. And I think this time they might be more willing to fight and figure this out as soon as possible, as Lore is going to have a vehicle too. If they do need to back up, there's a vehicle there. They're a lot closer than they were earlier.
Yeah, this is just still going to be a lose-lose in my opinion. I mean, at this high level, it's going to be, the chance of you actually winning this fight without losing one player are so slim, right? So, but Coops starts it all off. And I tell you what, though, if it does end up that way, then that team has got to give up the spot for sure. But you look, what did I say, right? You know, Coops goes on out, gets that knock thirst, gets knocked back right in return. So let's see how the rest of DXavers try to play this. Nice little Molotov right there from Nate. And trying to open things up. Switching to FPP. He's got that Vector. Oh, this could be a 2v1 situation. He's in trouble.
I think it is going to be a 2v1 situation as Coops is now trying to fend them off. Coops beginning one player very, very low. Is it going to be able, actually, it's not even Coops, it's Raouf. He's going to be able to get, oh my gosh, the switch up. He ended up getting absolutely destroyed, but he did get them very low. So if Enigma Galaxy wants to continue on with this fight, now would be the time to make that push.
Yeah, and both teams make a player sacrifice, so it's going to be pretty much a lose-lose in this situation. And you know, regardless of how confident you are as a squad, I wouldn't want to risk it at this point. I really don't want to sit out and just risk, you know, on my main event life stake on trying to secure a particular drop location. So both these teams obviously want that central spot of Pochinki, but at a certain point, you're going to have to decide, is it really worth it? Because I mean, both these teams lost a player. You can see that kind of hesitation at this point because it's such a hard fight to have, especially with such low loot.
Yeah, and the crazy part too is if we currently do end up looking at the leaderboard there to the right, those two teams are 6th place and 7th place, and guess what? They're tied with the exact same amount of points. And then 8th place, they also got 11 points. 9 and 10 currently at 10, and also another one on top of that, Jukes, is that Group A, that Enigma Galaxy is going to be part of Group A. They're not going to be playing tomorrow. For DXavier, they are going to be having to play tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken here, with me looking at the way that the groups are set up. So to come tomorrow, it might be a little bit easier for these teams, and then come on the final day, it might be a little bit easier on these teams. So I don't know why they are so committed to just keep on taking this hot drop when it's really not needed. Yeah, we like them. It's fun to watch, but as you were mentioning, they were bound to at least lose one player, and it was gonna end up hurting them. And now, guess what? The teams are starting to get set up where more than likely the circle in the game is gonna end up finishing.
Yeah, the only reason why I say that I kind of allow it right now is because, you know, here in prelims, the prize pool goes to the teams that don't make it. You know what I'm saying? So like if you're talking about a big difference between, you know, 1st and 2nd, then you can't afford one bad game at all, right? Because you're going to really kill yourself on the leaderboards. Right now, the goal is top 8. So maybe you have a little bit of flexibility to kind of like really fight it out with the squad that could be in a main event. But I mean, still, you got to make sure you make it into the main event. You know what I'm saying? And like the way you're talking about the way these groups are going to switch up and you're going to have some more monstrous squads come. I mean, these guys are going to have to go against Vampire and a lot of these other teams, right? So for me, the only way that I would see this is appropriate if you're a team like Falcons that has 38 points, right? Then you can kind of do whatever you want. But these guys are on that cutoff. There's still a lot of games to be played, but it's still very risky.
Yeah, and this is when it gets a little bit sketchy for me as we're looking now what's happening here with the hot drop. I'm starting to get deja vu again, right? They're kind of trying to feel out each other, trying to figure out where they're currently camping, where they're setting themselves up. But now this is all the time that you're wasting. Luckily for them, the circle is going to be within reach. But once they do end up with this fight, when they have to actually move into the end game, look at what Virtus Pro is currently doing. They're making sure that they make their way to the actual island, which is more than likely going to end up backfiring because they have already been spotted. But what I'm trying to allude to here, Jukes, is whenever that final push does come down, whenever you do have to make the decision to, okay, where are we going to park ourselves within those final circles, everything more than likely is going to be taken. You're going to have to push in without any scouting, and it just leaves you in such a bad position. You might end up getting 4 points from elimination points which are good and all, but it could stop you from just having such an amazing game this early on in the PMGO prelims.
100%. 100%. Let's take a look here as Na'Vi. This is all the way at Novo, so we saw Virtus Pro make the swim, and they got caught out. So they spotted them on that swim over. Now they're going to be in big trouble. I want to see how they're going to approach this one. As you can see, Milky Way's like, nope, going up on top of that pier is not going to be a good idea. But he's also he's maybe going to go real close to it to try and get some air. But it's not looking good. No way he goes to the same spot. No way.
I don't think so. I mean, King has such a good spot there from the top that Milky Way he's going to be screwed regardless of where he ends up going. Just camp it out. And I think, oh no, he wasn't spotted. Okay, I thought King maybe did end up spotting him there, swimming closer towards that dead player from his team. But now this is just going to be an L here for Virtus Pro as well. A team that they decided to land very close to in Hyper. I thought that we were going to end up getting that hot drop again, but they were forced out. So in Hyper, you could say they end up winning that hot drop because now they're more than likely going to end up taking control of that area in Lipovka. But Virtus Pro put themselves in such a bad situation here as they just decided to go for the swim, not even try to loot, not do any of that. And now you have another team if I'm not mistaken, this is Insanity, making that push. They've been able to loot. They've been able to at least get some equipment for themselves.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Virtus Pro, this is obviously kind of like one of those, just last second plays, right? Just like an emergency. Oh, I don't know what to do. Let's just go ahead and let's swim on over to Novo. And it's just not working out for them. So let's see what they opt to do here. It looks like we did see one of their players make it onto mainland and get some loot. But, I mean, I could kind of understand why you're going to go for the swim, considering that it's a military base circle. But it's definitely going to be a tough one here as we start seeing a whole bunch of squads start make that rotation on down to this island. Still a good chunk of the mainland as well.
Yeah, am I seeing that right, too? Team Falcon's kind of currently setting a bit of a bridge camp there on the West Bridge. I don't mind it. I don't mind the Team Falcons. I mean, you guys were able to dominate that last match whenever you guys were set up and take on fights as well. So possibly we could end up seeing a good performance here in regards to Team Falcons when it comes down to eliminations. And now back to this fight. It's just dragging on so long. And then Milky Way is just trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to even be able to survive this? As one of his teammates being able to cause some damage. Now we switch over to the Xavier. One of the players end up getting knocked there by Lore from Enigma Galaxy.
Playing that roof play. Oh, that's a beautiful nade. Oh, he ate that one. Parage's in trouble. Coops realizes it. Here he goes to get the finish. And here comes the blue zone. So Enigma Galaxy trying to finish this out as soon as possible because this is a milli circle. Like I said, it's a lose-lose. They're going to be so late trying to get to this zone. But, if any team can kind of pull off a miracle and a crazy rotation, it's definitely Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, beautiful Molotov there by Perigin, allowing himself to get that extra time to possibly get some more heals on his way. And now Perigin DX, it's not looking good for them. Keep in mind, though, Enigma Galaxy has already lost one player. There you go. There comes the knock there from Enigma Galaxy. It's going to be just one player left there from DX. They need to figure this out quickly. That circle is not hurting us much, but we were talking about it. They need to start thinking ahead. They need to start thinking of what's going to happen whenever they do end up making that push. And another team finding themselves here in a bad spot and Hyper trying to make this swim up towards Navi and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you can see teams just trying to avoid that bridge at all costs. And then Hyper trying to do that little swim tate on over. And it's going to be a tough one. Navi knows exactly with this zone that there was going to be teams trying to swim over. So they say, you know what, we'll just chill up here, go fishing, and soak up some points. As yeah, look at that. We see Baton having to dive down, and D Xavier going to end up losing that hot drop.
D Xavier finally ends up conceding there to Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be happy about that as it ended a lot faster than it did in the previous match. At least we got a bit of an improvement there. Now they're going to be able to focus a little bit more towards the other circles, making their way in. As Navi, they're just chilling, man. They're just keep swimming up, keep giving up these elimination points. You're kind of helping me pad my stats here.
Oh, and look at that. Even Papa Blue's going to come in and soak up some points. And I think Baton's going to try to just dive all the way to the bottom, just deny the points to Navi at all costs. The rest of it, Hyper, getting actually spotted out. This is just worst case scenario. These swims are so difficult, especially when you have teams just staring at them. Not to mention, I mean, there's also been that that update with Cheer Park where you could literally just practice shooting at, you know, targets in the water. So these guys are ready to go.
They definitely are, and I think this is one of the main reasons why none of these teams talking about Virtus Pro and Hyper wanted to go towards the bridges, because they knew that there were going to be some camping happening. Even though that was the West Bridge, there is some camping happening as well from 9Cs on the East Bridge too. And Team Falcons, they've been wanting this fight. They've been waiting for somebody to come over their way. They currently are sitting with 0 elimination points. They're kind of focusing on stopping here Furia from moving up. And at what point do they also start backing up, right? At what point do they also start focusing on where the circle is going to be, which is now the complete opposite to them, and it's going to be a little bit more towards the East Bridge.
Yeah, this is a great game to learn from, though, for sure. I mean, I think for all teams in general, because when you have a military circle like this, you know, a lot of teams figure that swim is an option. Na'Vi accounted for that, and they were literally just soaking up points on that rotate. So I think a lot of these teams that went for this swim are going to have to realize that, yeah, the bridge sucks, but we have no choice at this point. Like, we either go down the bridge and try to get some points the hard way, or we swim and just go out anyway with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the bridge already, I think that there's no going back for those teams. Like you were saying, they just have to commit to it. Na'Vi backing up from this fight. At least one player there from Hyper. Capri is going to stay alive, and somehow Virtus Pro still had one more player alive. Na'Vi, you know what? Being able to exit out of that unscathed with 3 eliminations, they're going to be happy about this, as they are going to be able to find Milky Way. Jukes, Milky Way was able to find his way in here, and also in the elimination feed, we see Coops and Enigma Galaxy get into a fight with other people as they were rotating late.
Uh-oh, yeah, and there they go. Gone. So, I mean, we talked about how, like, yeah, D Xavier lost that. Both teams lost it, right? Yep. But we'll get into more of that here soon as we watch Virtus Pro go down. I mean, that's the right play from Na'Vi, right? Hunt them down, get those every elimination point that we can, because melee zones can be unpredictable. We have this side of the circle all to ourselves. Let's soak up all the points. Yeah, I'm totally not shocked that they're gatekeeping in stage 3 here. Another point on the board. Easy for Na'Vi.
They baited me. They baited the teams too. I thought Na'Vi was going to be backing up from this. I thought they were going to be happy with those 3 eliminations. Boy, they were not. They were like, okay, you know what, Gonzo? You go figure out who's going to be up in tower, where people are currently at. Scout for us. Meanwhile, we're going to continue to collect this extra points, this easy points for our team, as they're doing so right now.
Yeah, so smart. Now, if the zone went on over to the west side of Millie, maybe would have seen them leave for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But since that zone's stuck there, they say, yeah, why not just go back? Let's just go ahead and just wait, give them a little bit of false hope. They run on the open, easy points. And now with the zone starting to close, they're going to definitely have to start getting moving. We can see some of them in their vehicles trying to predict where the circle. Go north, right? Imagine. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Hey, we still got some of the bridge to play. It's possible.
We do, and then 9Cs is going to have to make that push with 2C Smokes Gaming, and we also see a fight here now happening between Furia and Falcons. This is a fight that's been waiting to happen for quite a while now. Team Falcons currently having the upper hand. Icy with the easy shotgun sends him back to the lobby, and guess what? For Team Falcons, base case scenario, they're inside the circle. They got the 4 eliminations, and they're going to be able to fully reset here.
Oh, man, these guys are set up pretty already. So let's see how they end up here, though. Meanwhile, Team Liquid getting punished a little bit here from 9Z. Elite coming on up. Simples got that. I believe it was S12K out. But they are fighting in the mid-range right now. Nice shots there from Choco trying to put that suppressifier. They definitely want to get this fight done sooner than later. And that's going to be it there for both Hyper as well.
Yeah, for Hyper, for this team Liquid, and then we're 9C. Good for them being able to get some eliminations there, but they need to be careful because there's just so many teams around. And on top of that, they're going to have a scary team that's going to be trying to push through that bridge on the east, which is going to be none other than Zebra Masters. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Zebra Masters that ended up eliminating Enigma Galaxy. So they're going to be coming in hot. They're going to be looking forward to hopefully third-partying some fights here. And now it becomes a bit of a stalemate with some of these teams. They're like, okay, we're in a great position. You know what? Let's just let everybody else fight it out until we actually have to move. But stay proactive, scout a little bit more, and maybe get some snipes. We need to see some snipes, Jukes.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any yet.
Oh, come on, all right? Let me see some of that bolt action for sure. It's definitely hard, though, with the military circle.
Oh, yeah.
Like this, sometimes these guys are really wanting to have that DBS M4. That seems to be the meta. One of these days, we may get that bolt action buff that I've been praying for. But we'll see if that does end up happening. But, we are just seeing some of these long-range fights. We see Zebra Master still holding down this bridge. And it's definitely not by choice. This is definitely the spot they're going to have to hold down for now, as they're also keeping an eye on Inko from that ridge line, because they could definitely spoil them for sure.
Yeah, we see Inko spoil some of the other teams' rotations as well in the earlier matches, as we do see Smoke trying to get a little bit of an advantage here, see if they could maybe spot anybody. And 9C's Scream actually being able to position himself to the point where he might be able to take some shots there towards Inko. But you were mentioning he needs to be careful. Zebra Masters is currently there within that breach. And then Navi, we saw what happened earlier with Navi. They ended up with 7 eliminations out of that Jukes. They couldn't ask for anything better. And now Team Falcons are finding themselves here in a tough spot, as it's only 2 players, Icy and Top, if I'm not mistaken.
One of my favorite things to do is see teams that struggle on the first couple of games just come out swinging, you know, and Navi had the perfect scenario, right? I mean, I will say, right, that was the perfect zone and situation for them. So, but the thing is, they took advantage of it, right? They got 7 eliminations at the start. Now it's time to step on that gas and come back strong, because, you know, with how many intense teams are here, you do not want to get stuck on that, you know, 7th, 8th position towards the end. And I'll definitely talk about that more here in the future, as we see the Falcons down to 1 player. It's just Icy left.
But look how proactive Navi's being here. They're looking to try to third party. They're looking to try to possibly steal more eliminations. And you were talking about, you love when a team does bad at the start, but then they're able to kind of turn it around. Navi could definitely do that. 7 eliminations, that's already way higher than anything that they got close to in the previous 2 matches. As in the previous 2 matches combined, they only ended up with just 1 elimination to their name. So if they can continue on, we could see them at least there within the top 8 with the way they're currently performing.
100%. They're going to have to start getting moving, though, really quickly, though. They're trying to decide whether they want to stay back and get these points or, you know, try to get into this circle. The problem is the timing of it. When do we go and make that push? They get that point on the Icy. That's the one that they were looking for. Now it's time to start getting going. And this is going to be a tough rotation. They could lose a couple players in this process. It looks like they're going to try and just hug the circle. But they're going to run into the squad here in a second. Let's see if Gonzo can make it out alive.
And it'll come down to that. Are they going to be trying to breach in, or are they going to be just playing it slow? That's what we're trying to figure out with what Navi's doing. I feel like the thing, too, after you perform like this, they might be feeling hot. They currently have eliminations. They're currently being able to third party. You might end up making that extra push as next Ruya, all 4 players alive, waiting and seeing what's happening here. They have vehicles. They have that transportation. They're going to be able to rotate a little bit easier than they will with some other teams. Navi taking on some shots. Oh, Gonzo not being able to fully knock there. But guess what? Axer is there, and he's going to be able to get that knock. He's going to be able to get that confirmed elimination, and now it's up to 9 for Navi.
Uh-oh, meanwhile, Z-Wolf, though, with that M16. Oh, gets his head popped off there, but he should be safe to get rezzed. But that was a perfect shot there from Axter to be able to give his team a little bit of relief in that situation. Nice suppressive fire as well. That's exactly what he wants to do. Just make sure he doesn't get knocked and wait for Gonzo to go and push up in that scenario. But he's getting shot in his back. Oh, not able to make it. And that's that off angle, that crucial spot. Take it away from next Ruya. Navi has to be careful now.
Yeah, this is perfect with what you were talking about earlier, too. It was just going to be such a hard push there for Navi. I feel like with what they got right now, they're definitely going to be happy with the performance of this match. And guess what? Now we have Zebra Master being able to push up. This was a team that we saw them wait for the right time. We saw what they were able to do. We saw how proactive they were able to do in the first game. And now they're taking on the fight here with 9C, as he's going to be able to connect there with the grenade on Choco. He's going to end up getting knocked. It could make it a little bit easier for them to make that bridge, Zebra Master, as they're making 9C back up.
100%. This is the second game, right, where they get a good, solid position. They won game number 1 with 15 eliminations. Now let's see if they can continue that here. Another good game. I mean, all it takes is 2-3 solid games like this, and that's enough for top 8 most of the time, as long as they do at least decent in the other games. So Zebra Master definitely not looking to let off the pedal in this situation.
Sada with the risky positioning there. It's going to be hard for people to find them, but if they do end up finding them, he could be extra exposed. I do love, though, he's making sure he tries to third party anything possible, as Navi's going to be adding another elimination to their tally, bringing it up to 11. If this team can keep it going, we might not be seeing 16. We might not be seeing 18. We might be seeing 20, Hot Jukes.
It's totally possible here at this point. They are rocking a 3-man, and they're going to get this player here. Eragon's in trouble. Oh, actually not. Wow. What a beautiful knock. And now here comes the rest of Royals of War. Oh, Navi's in trouble. They're on the back foot. Axer's pretty low at HP. And Colgoat and the rest of their team are going to have all the angles. Yup, only one player up left. And that is going to be it for Na'Vi.
Honestly, Na'Vi, good job. Good job. That was a great match for you guys. 9 eliminations. I'll be fine. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, crazy amount of eliminations. Unfortunately, 0 placement points, which is crazy. Stage 6, they went out with 0 placement points. But heck, when you get 11 elims like that, it's going to definitely help out for sure. Let's go ahead and see where the rest of this team, who's going to win this game right now. This zone.
Happened, Jukes.
Oh, it did.
I told you. It's a risky play, but if you do end up getting spotted, you're going to end up getting knocked. Luckily for him, I think he's going to end up getting picked up as Inko now trying to make a bit of a push there towards the bridge, getting some more angles here on Zebra Master.
That's going to be tough knock right there. That's all their sight lines gone. And those anchor positions, like you said, they're so clutch if you stay up, though. If you get caught, it's very difficult to get res. It looks like they did get it off, though, so he was able to come down that bridge safely. Very, very fortunate for him. Royals of War are going to have this back end here. They're doing a little bit of a 3-1 split, so that's pretty interesting. I think you can see Tonka trying to find where the next spot's going to be. Nunez is looking for this very similar position, but I think he smelled something is off. Yeah, he said, you know what? Maybe this spot could be cleared. Doubt it. I'm out of here.
You know what? I hear a lot of buggies over there. Let's just back up a little bit. Maybe we don't want to go there. And on top of that, they have next 3. This is just anything can happen here. The way it's going to come down to is how Royals of War going to play. And you can see Tonka actually all the way away from his team, getting a little bit more intel on the teams that are curling compounds like Smoke Gaming. On top of that, you still have some players there from 9C. And luckily for Zebra Master, you mentioned it as well, that we're able to pick up the players, so they're back up to 4.
Yeah, next Rio in a really good spot. They're just kind of chilling in the middle right now, but they're only a 2-man, so they got to play this very quietly. When you're in such a central position, normally you think that it's just great, but everybody wants that spot. So I think they're just trying to keep quiet, get as many points as they can, and then, pop up when the time is right. Zebra Master, oh, nice little team play there. You can see them throwing some smokes for their teammate, trying to get him out safely because, going underneath. I'm surprised, he's not going underneath that bridge. Maybe that angle is, taken away.
He just wanted the reassurance for his team. Okay, he was just like, guys, you remember me? Yeah, I'm still here, and guess what? I'm still gonna go under the bridge. I just decided to make you guys waste some smokes.
There you go. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was a little bit of a bait and switch, just to make teams focus on top of the bridge. I don't know, right? But here he comes down to go help and support his teammates. Maybe trying to get some shots on Inko from downrange. Next zone's about to pop. Where's he gonna go though? That's the question.
Let's see. Oh, man. I think the winner could be decided on this. I do like Royals of War, though. Look how much ground they're covering there towards the north and being able to back up people, too, making Inko a little bit cautious if they do end up making a push. And it does end up going a little bit towards Zebra Master and Smoke. Okay.
Yeah. Not a bad circle.
Yes, it's going to come down to Royals of War. They have so much control. They're going to have to possibly start fighting Smoke.
Yeah, they are. Meanwhile, like I said, next we're just playing this very quietly, not trying to give up their position. We got some swimmers still out there, and that's going to be from Insanity. Only 4 points on the board so far. This one's not going to be a good one. Yeah, Zebra Master saw him. He goes straight diving for the floor, but it looks like the inevitable is coming for him. So the rest of Zebra Masters are just looking to get as many points as they can before they start focusing inwards. And definitely trying to apply that pressure to Inko.
And guess what? I think that player from Insanity just decided to end up just, you know what? We're not going to give that extra point. Let me just go a little bit under the water and just block you guys from getting that point. Rolls award. This is what I want to see. I want to see how this team reacts. They're holding so much ground right now that they can pretty much pick and choose what they would like to do, and this would be the right play. Yeah, start going a little bit more towards where Smoke Gaming is at. Cover yourselves in the back. Don't forget about Inko. And you mentioned it earlier too, next Ruya, with those 2 players. They're being quiet. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. And it's actually not even 2 players anymore. It's just 1 player with Seawolf.
Yeah, Rolls of War need to focus on their backs more than anything because they don't want to fight inwards. If they get into a fight a little too early, they're going to get third-partied. So they're really trying to make sure the timing of this is perfect. Only fighting until absolutely necessary. Colgoat tried to be able to steal that elimination there because there's still 43 seconds left on the clock. They can afford to take these shots for now. But if that zone pops away from them, they're going to definitely have to push the issue.
Ooh. That's the problem right there. Trying to overpeak a little bit too much, going for that jump scene. If you can maybe see where that player is going to be hiding at, could end up getting you caught. Royals of War needs to be careful. They're currently they might end up taking on too many fights here, Jukes, as Cold Goat is far away from his team. And if a grenade hits here, they're not going to be able to back him up. Look how far away he is from them.
Oh, there we go. Z-Wolf finally getting spotted out there. That looked like a nice nade there onto Nunez, but he only gets chunked a little bit. That vehicle is down. Nice shots there, though, from Cold Goat. And that's perfect timing because the zone is closing. There's no way he's going to be able to get that res off. No way. He's going to go for the run over?
What?
What is happening? Cold Goat saying, no, I'm coming on in, baby. Let's go. And they do end up taking down the squad. So they decided to sacrifice a player with 4 eliminations for... will actually be able to get the res off? I think they might be able to, right?
They will,
they can even
but
put him in the vehicle. Yeah.
That was sketchy. That was a little bit... that player was feeling himself. He's like, all right, you know what? I got the knock. Let me see if I can get the other one for the highlights. A little bit too much for my liking. But guess what? Luckily for him, he does have the backup of his team. And now they are going to be controlling an even bigger area here at Zebra Masters. We got 2 players there from 9C and Smoke Gaming still having their players alive as well. Honestly, I feel like Royals of War, with the way they're currently playing, I feel like they might end up taking this game, too.
It's going to be hard, though. And the reason why I say that is because they have brought all the attention onto themselves. You could see almost every single team staring at their direction right now. So Royals of War have to play this carefully. I do like the fact that they were able to clear that out just on time, and they still have everybody up. So they're definitely in the most dominant position. You can see they're the only ones really moving around besides Smoke. But they got to play this on point. If they get into a fight a little too early, Smoke's going to come in third party them very easily.
Yeah, and you're thinking about Smoke, too. I'm thinking about the 9C players. They're being so quiet there that if Smoke is not able to spot them and actually start shooting them and maybe knocking them, I think 9C could possibly end up surprising here, Royals of War. Anything can happen, though, when it's this kind of madness. You have 2 teams with 4 players alive. Actually, 3 teams with 4 players alive. And then you have the oddball of 9C trying to clutch up another top 3 situation with not all their players alive, just 2 this time. So at least their chances are going to be a little bit higher. We saw what happened earlier with 9C. They were able to surprise and get that second place with Choco. But, oh, man, it's going to come down to who gets the first knock here. And it is tough. I can't call this one. I can't call this one anymore.
I can't. I was about to say, roll the dice, and one of these teams is going to win it. Because guess what? This is stage 9, baby. The zone is going down into absolute nothing. You can see these teams starting to throw out all of their utility. Meanwhile, like 9Z, not trying to move a muscle. Pretty hurt, though, at this time being. Royals of War saying, nope, I'm not going to leave this to chance. Smoke getting one of the players. Meanwhile, Zebra Master on the bottom side are going to start pushing Royals of War. And here they come.
And this is the aggressiveness. This is the proactiveness that we've been talking about. Zebra Masters, as they're now going to be going for the push. That's a shotty, and that's a little bit too far away. It ends up hindering him, as now he turns around, and guess what? They're doing it so well. Smoke Gaming being able to third-party this fight. Cats, Zebra Masters with their pants down, and they're going to be able to just take some easy eliminations here, and they're going to keep going. Smoke Gaming playing this so well, Hot Jukes, as they're going for the third party. They eliminate Royals of War, and guess what? They end up winning it. Perfect timing there for Smoke Gaming to decide to third party whenever Zebra Masters and Royals of War were engaging with each other.
That is how you get it done. That's what I was talking about. You know, like in that particular situation, if you fight too early, you're getting third party. So the timing is so critical, and it could have gone either way. And I do love to see Smoke recognize the situation and act on it instantly, right? Act on it instantly, take the game for themselves, and that was big chicken dinner there for them.
And look at them. They're happy. They're giving each other keys. And then on top of that, this is the team that I was kind of talking about. I was hoping that there would be a team that could possibly end up surprising. A lot of experienced Brazilian players. I felt like they just haven't been able to get their big break, and they might be looking to surprise people here. Boy, they definitely ended up surprising me there with the way they were able to finish off that match. Third partying at the right time and just making decisions so well.
100%. I mean, beautiful decisions. That is how you get it done. As we take a look here at the highlights, and it started off so strong, you know, with another hot drop situation here, 7.
It was. And in this one, we actually had a winner, though. But did we? Did with DK, because Nigma Galaxy ended up getting eliminated before they could even get to the circle.
I mean, dude, it has been such a day coming through here. It's It's just like, again and again, they try to contest to see who's going to be claiming that cheeky spot for themselves. But I got to say, this match was just filled with wave after wave after wave. I mean, we saw Navi kicking up a storm. We saw the Zebra Masters kicking up a storm. But at the end of the day, I mean, Smoke Gaming, they just had it cooking.
They were definitely cooking, and they were just waiting for the right time. I mean, even from before that, that was one of those teams that we were talking about, Jukes, that they were just waiting to see what the other teams were going to be doing. They kept on with that strategy all the way until the end.
Yes, they did. I mean, we always love to see a good old-fashioned Sosnovka military finish, and it was no surprise indeed. I do like the fact, too, that at the start of the day, or at the start of this game, we saw so many swimmers, right? So many teams trying to swim all over, and we finally saw a team decide to shut that down.
We did. I mean, with Navi, with the way that they were able to play it there, even though Navi didn't end up being there towards the top 9, I think they ended up in 11th place, if I'm not mistaken. That's why you're currently not seeing them here in the first graph of damage. Smoke Gaming, 1,200. I mean, the way they were able to play this out, 1,200 damage, and out of those 1,200 damage, 9 eliminations. And here we go. Now, this is what I wanted to see. Almost 2,000 damage and 11 eliminations there for Navi.
Crazy. Second place, literally second place in damage, but 11 eliminations. I mean, what do you think about that strategy, DK? I think it worked out pretty well. What do you think?
Oh, I mean, they were just lurking, right? Started over on that eastern side as they had the beautiful swim up onto that Sosnovka military island, and then it was just go time, right? Navi, they just kicked into gear. It was just stuff flying all over the place. So I want to see a little bit more of that approach coming into the next few matches.
Wow, and we actually see 6 get the MVP here, 7.
Not surprised. Not surprised at all, honestly, even though they didn't end up getting those placement points that we were hoping they would. With those eliminations, they're happy. It's gonna build up at least a little bit of confidence there, especially after back-to-back first 2 matches. 15 plays, only 1 elimination. For them to have this kind of turnaround, take advantage of it, being able to secure those elimination points and move themselves up higher in the overall leaderboard, they're going to be happy with that as we're going to be going into the final Erangel.
100%. 1 Erangel left here for the day. Let's see where everybody stands on the leaderboards here as we take a look at this match ranking. Meanwhile, yeah, I mean, look at that. Smoke, 19 total points. We're seeing quite a few of these little point sponges here at the start of this tournament, 7.
We are, and what I'm seeing right now is that even though Navi ended up with 0 placement points, DK, they ended up with those 11 points, and it pushed them overall for the match ranking in 3rd place with the most points for this last match.
I mean, if you got it, you got to get it while it's hot, and that's exactly what they did. Play some points, it doesn't matter to them. They just go in for the aggression. As you can see, no. I mean, this is the kind of change-up that we're looking at, right? Royals of War, Smoke Gaming, climbing up 6 and 10 slots just in one game. Man, this lobby is heating up so much, Jukes.
10 placement jump, just like that. That is how you get it done. Remember, folks, it's top 8 at the end of this that end up making it on over, and we still have an entire group that hasn't played. So I think these teams, 7, need to play at an all-time high here. They cannot let off the gas here. There's still so many teams that play. They can't get comfortable with these rankings right now.
Yeah, they really can. I mean, Smoke Gaming, I think the main reason too why I was so happy with the way they were able to finish off that match is because they are currently in Group B. They'll be able to play again tomorrow, but then they're gonna, if they for some reason aren't able to follow up the performances, if they don't put up good performances here, they're gonna leave it up to the final day, which they're not even gonna be playing. And we've seen what happens with that before.
Yes.
We know what can happen, the surprises that can happen with that. So I think they're trying to take destiny into their own hands and start performing good. We want to see more consistency though with Smoke Gaming, because before this match, I think they were in 14th place. They weren't having a great day. So a good bounce back here at the halfway mark of day 1 prelims.
Yeah, can't get comfortable with the leaderboards at all at this point. Like you mentioned, every single time we've seen this, we've seen a player not make it on in. But meanwhile, guys, we have an offline tournament coming up here soon. So make sure you guys go ahead and check that out. And maybe even get yourself a nice little avatar frame here, DK.
Ooh, yes, I want to see a little of those avatar frames getting played on through. But you know what's the interesting thing that I'm noticing so far? The past 3 winner chicken dinners that we've seen, right? It's teams from the qualifiers. It's not the teams that have joined us now in the new group here. It's only been qualifier teams just rolling with the bunches.
So you're saying qualifier teams are better? Or maybe the games that they had on Saturday has been helping them out, which is something that Hot Jukes, if I'm not mistaken, you brought that up at the beginning of the day.
I will say Team Falcons is better. Okay, yeah, they've proven that. They proved that on the global championships that they are better. So, I mean, they started off strong here today. That's why we see them at the top of the leaderboards. But I'm happy to see teams that, because you know what? You can't always hope for a great start, especially when it's your first time going against these squads. You might struggle, in game 1, game 2. 2 teams in particular that I see struggling on purpose is Nigma Galaxy, right? Like, and ND Xavier. Like, this is the last Erangel of the day. DK, do you think they're going to do it? You think they're going to see one last hat drop?
I mean, based on what we've seen in the first 2 Erangels, I would not be surprised if they do it again. I mean, at the end of the day, I hope that it's not going to be the outcome. But, I mean, who knows, right? Some of the teams, they just super determined on locking in that positions. Like, whatever the zone brings, they're like, you know what? Pachinki is our place, and we're going to defend it, even if we have to chunk in some blue zone to do it.
7?
It's 1-1.
Right?
It's 1-1, baby. Somebody's going to take it.
I don't know, dude. I see it as 0-0 right now. It's not looking too good for either of these teams. They're getting punished, But, one thing that I want to talk about, 7, was... let's just play theory, right? All right. Let's just say I am right. And they're playing this to try and secure that spot for the main event, right? That drop location.
Yep.
Do they not realize that top 8 is the goal? You got teams like Falcons crushing it, right?
Yep.
So many of these monster squads crushing it. What happens if you decide to do this and leave yourself in that 7th, 8th place position? Could we have that qualifier slot where they just said, you know what, we don't want to see these teams. Who knows? Let's go ahead and take it on over to an interview. We'll talk about it some more later.
Here with Miyake, the player for Smoking Game, who just got a chicken dinner. Okay, awesome. Congratulations for this last chicken dinner. Okay, so I got a couple questions for him, and I want to know, the first 2 matches wasn't so good for your team. What did you guys have to change?
Olá, Miyake, tudo bom? Congratulations, parabéns pelo Chicken Dinner. As 2 primeiras partidas não foram tão boas assim. O que vocês acham que tem que mudar?
Acho que nós só estávamos esquentando, né? Por ser as 2 primeiras partidas, tiramos aquela pressão das costas. E é isso, executamos nosso jogo, nosso plano de jogo, como foi estudado e passado. Já estamos jogando há vários dias consecutivos, então, só esquentando mesmo.
It's just a warm-up for the first 2 games. And they have been playing for a few days now, and now it's going to be easy.
Incredible. And this was the second chicken dinner for a Brazilian team. Does he think Brazil have the dominance here?
Esse é o segundo chicken dinner para time brasileiro. Você acha que vai ser tudo bem daqui para frente?
Com certeza, né? Além de termos a maior quantidade de equipes representantes, né, no nosso país, então, além disso, né, nós estamos jogando há vários dias, como eu disse. Então, já estamos acostumados com a casa aqui. É isso.
Yeah, we have been playing for a few days now, so we think we are going to be good.
Awesome. Okay, so 2 chicken dinners for Brazil so far, but we will see in the next match. Thank you so much for the interview.
Obrigado.
All right, guys, what a beautiful interview. We got some more action coming up, but of course, we got to give a big thank you to none other than Realme with their 12 Pro Plus that elevates your photography experience with 120x super zoom and your performance in games as well. Check it out today.
How to be a portrait master.
And we are back, folks, here. Guys, go ahead and check out the 6-year Up for Fun. The 6-year anniversary is here, guys. Go check it out. Share it on social media. Use that hashtag PUBGM6th wishing as well, and experience the anniversary now in PUBG Mobile's version 3.1. And I gotta say, I love the new game mode 7. It is just so fun. It is crazy.
I've enjoyed it. I also enjoyed that if you do end up landing on that floating island, when it actually spawns you there, it will revive you. You know what? Because I've been getting my cheeks clapped in the game.
Dude, as a matter of fact, I'm getting warmed up. I've been playing a little bit as well. You can actually get revived twice now. So it's kind of pretty crazy here coming up. But man, you know what? Still a lot more action that we got coming up, guys. We'll be right back after this break.
Gentlemen, 200 players, 50 teams, $3 million, and 1 trophy. Welcome to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championships.
PMG'ye 3 defa katıldık ve bu sefer Türkiye taraftarının karşısında olduğu için daha inançlıyız. 2 kez dünya şampiyonu olup yani rekora 3.lüğe daha yaklaşmak, bir adım atmak istiyoruz. Yani onu düşünüyorum, başka bir şey düşünmüyorum.
Gue udah 4 kali di PMGC dan baru 2 kali di final, dan ini tahun apa ya, kayak PMGC pertama kali setelah 2 tahun kemarin gue nggak lolos, dan mungkin perasaan gue berada di PMGC lagi di final tentunya itu apa ya, semua tim itu udah merata sih dari segi skill dan apapun itu, dan gue rasa PMGC ini bakalan PMGC yang seru banget karena semua tim itu udah jago banget. Mungkin momen yang gak bisa gue lupain itu waktu jadi World Champ di Malaysia tahun 2019 itu salah satu yang apa ya, momen yang paling gue inget banget karena semua orang juga tahu kan kalau tim gue dan gue bisa buktiin kalau kita tuh bisa loh juara dunia, gak cuma di region kita doang. Karena juara itulah tidak pernah menyerah.
За миний хувьд одоо 4 дахь жилдээ мэргэжлийн төвшөнд тоглож байна. Тэгээд ерөөсөө энэ хугацаанд өөрийгөө хансан гэж бодохгүй байна. Яагаад гэхээр дэлхийн аврагт дээгүүр байр эзлээгүй учраас ерөнхийдөө болоогүй л гэж харж байгаа.
Top has emerged as the MVP of South Asia Championship.
Your MVP, Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for Top.
За ямар үед бууж өгөө гэвэл одоо тэгээд багаараа хичээгээд амжилт үзүүлэхгүй байгаа цагт л бууж
Woo! Beast better myself, Jack. That is absolutely
They came to the
insane.
cliffs late, and then at the very last moment.
Sekarang gue ngerasa buat tahun ini dan lebih tepatnya buat turnamen ini PMGC final ini gue udah balik ke prime gue, dan ini saatnya gue buktiin kalau gue tuh masih layak di di tahun ke-6 ini.
Türkiye karşısındaki ilk offline ve burada bize çok desteklemeleri lazım. Destekleyenlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yani her şey için konuşalım, tekrar alalım. Her şey için cömert ederim ama.
因为训练赛其实大家都在乱玩，训练赛大家就没有太认真嘛，因为大家都在练习打架，所以说训练赛拿个第一只是因为我们活得比较久而已。
สั่งผ่านคอมเมนต์ได้เลยได้
만약에 거기 오면은 그냥 비벼버릴 거라고.
Wait, that you will not protect me.
Estamos preparados para ganhar, estamos muito felizes, já chegamos aqui, agora o objetivo é ser campeão e go loops.
Hai, kami dari Malaysia, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia. Malaysia boleh, Long Live Alliance.
E aí galera, a gente está bem tranquilo, bem animado, treinamos muito e vamos ser campeão dessa PMGC. Tamo junto.
Long Live Alliance!
I can't wait. I will bring the chicken dinner. Just play the game.
It's like if you ask what you're doing to anybody, then they'll have all different answer. So maybe people usually think pro players are playing their best for money, prize pool. I don't think so. I think prize pool can be one reason, but each player will have another different reason. They may just want to show off themselves to audiences or other people. Somebody wants to take the fame or reputation as a pro player representing their country. So all players will have their different target and goal, but I believe anybody playing here, their first most important goal will be winner, chicken dinner.
And we are back. Here we go. The final Erangel of the day. It's going to be a big one here. We see some big names have had some struggles due to hot drops. We've seen the qualifying teams pop off here as well. Would you expect that here, Seven?
I honestly would have not, but I'm not surprised because of what you guys were saying earlier, which they have had a lot of matches leading up to this. So they are, in a way, kind of warmed up. They know what some of the other teams were going to be doing too, because they have already faced them in the previous matches too. So not surprised, but I am.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it's just so crazy to see some of the different strategies coming out here at this top level. You can see the players are getting locked, loaded, ready to go. DK, what stood out to you so far?
I have to say that push coming through from Na'Vi down on towards that Sosnovka Island. I mean, 11 eliminations, that is a pretty aggressive push. I mean, Royals of War also, they doubled down, securing those double digits. But for me, the most impressive one was the performance coming through from Na'Vi. But I mean, I'm not really surprised because looking at the roster that they have is a roster that I've seen over in the MEA region. So I know how and what they can kind of do. So it was really good to see them showcasing that talent once again.
And you know what? We were talking about it. Well, here we are on the final match for Erangel on day one. Don't worry, we still got some Miramars coming up, so make sure you sit tight for that. But on this one, there's one thing I'm looking only, and with this playing path, I think you know what I'm going to be looking at, DK. That's right. You were thinking about it, Pochinki? Yes, I'm looking for that hot drop.
Well, I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to see what is going to be the outcome of this one. But this is definitely an interesting change-up compared to what we've had in the previous two Erangels. So, well, the pressure is going to be on, right? Are we going to have the age-old engagement between Nigma Galaxy and D Xavier looking to settle the dispute, right? As you've said, it's 1-1. It's 1-1. Someone needs to double down and get that extra point. I think it would be so great if the zone even sent it up on them.
And I think their Nigma Galaxy might actually end up backing out, which is interesting because this would be the last Erangel match that these two teams are going to be fighting against each other. Keep in mind, we said it, but we got to continue to say, just for people that might be tuning in just now, Group A is going to be sitting out tomorrow, and Group B is going to be sitting out in the final day for day 3. So this would be the last engagement if they were to fight each other. And I don't think... oh, wow. They might actually go for it here again. Man, they're just sticking to it. They're like, okay, you know what? Yeah, they said we're 1-1. We got to switch that. Even though we've been winning the fight, we're still keep dying early on. We're only able to exit with just 4 elimination points each time. Let's just decide who's the Pochinki King for these two groups.
I mean, it's not enough, right? They want to plant their flag. They want to say, you know what, this is our turf. Don't you dare come back to it again. But let's see who's going to be the one to claim it. Because, I mean, so far, The Xavier, they are trying to kind of just hunker down, right? Nigma, they look super, super active in this one. Starting to find a bit of a spread, breaking down doors. I mean, who needs to knock? I mean, you can just kick it down and just come rushing on in.
And they're waiting for it. They know that they're in there. We've seen what happens when those Molotovs are thrown. And it's usually, it goes bad for the person that throws the Molotov. Luckily for Hove, he's not going to be making any type of push here. But this is the problem. These two teams, you know what? At the beginning, it's okay to be able to take a little bit longer as you guys are trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out and get info on where everybody's going, where everybody's rotating to. But you just don't want to get into that stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, stalemate, it's definitely not the kind of play that we want to see. And I mean, we did have a little bit of that back in the first Erangel. So let's see if they can change it around on this one. But interesting enough, right? The rest of the lobby, everyone, they just kind of going their own way. There's a big spread amongst the rest of the teams. But here we go now. Barajan trying to find a little bit of magic. And Lord just quickly managing to fall back into cover.
Just enough to be able to hide there. And something that we got to keep in mind too is this teams, if they do end up engaging, it could be very slow too, because they are within the circle, and the circle, it's not shifted anywhere from to the west or the south in military base. They are going to be put in a good position here. So whoever ends up winning this fight, if for some reason, and I know Jukes is going to be hoping that this happens like I am, the team that wins doesn't end up losing a player, they could actually set themselves up in a great position, but that is easier said than done, DK.
And I mean, it's going to be, I think, a little bit more essential for the Xavier to have a good run here, because in the previous match, both teams were tied. Exactly the same amount of points. Both teams sat on 11. But now, Nigma Galaxy, they've been able to, you know, lock in a few additional points and just get a little bit of a lead. So if the Xavier want to try and play the catch-up game, this is going to be the Erangel to do it in.
They might be able to do that. I mean, you mentioned it. They're currently in 10th place there with 12 points. Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they're not that far ahead from them. They're in 7th place with 15 points. So that pack between those top 8 teams, at least for right now, it can go either way, right? But we still got another group that's going to be coming in tomorrow. So we can't even expand on what could happen with these two teams. Somebody needs to win the engagement. And if we're looking at the map here, I wonder if maybe any of the teams rotating with the way that the circle might be set up, these teams could actually be setting themselves up for possibly a third party if anybody just comes close enough to Pochinki and hears this fighting.
I think it's going to have to be a slightly cheeky team, right? Because, I mean, we know what Nigma and the Xavier is capable of. So you won't want to try and risk anything on it. But it's going to be Levi's trying to get the shot in, taking quite a bit of damage. Raouf, though, narrowly escaping that as Coops comes in with the swoop. And that is it. Just cracking down on the Xavier.
And that was great there by Nigma Galaxy. They were able to get the first player down, then they were able to rush that second player. Nobody gets knocked. Somebody got really close, but they didn't end up getting knocked, so they don't have to waste time there on reviving him. And now they're going to be looking over to Perigin and seeing where he's at there with that DBS. Perigin's just going to be waiting patiently. I think they might have an idea that he could be in here, as Chua Kong is keeping an eye out for any of the players possibly trying to come behind Perigin.
Oh, this could be a tough play. Barajan now, stepping out and gets dropped right on down. Now it's all riding on Chua to see whether or not they can get themselves back into safety. But Nigma now really starting to pick up the pacing here, already sitting with those 3 eliminations. They've already had a little bit of a taste at the excitement. Oh, and this could be absolutely devastating now for the Xavier.
And it almost ended up being devastating there, as they have already lost 3 players. And guess what? Nigma Galaxy smells blood in the water. They know that they're chasing just 1 player, and they are full sending it. This is the statement that they want to send. And Juke's been alluding to it too. They could be trying to send a statement. If they do end up making it to the main event, they will continue to fight Pochinki over and over again. But guess what? With the third party that I was alluding to, they need to be careful. Dick Xavier is going to be able to at least knock 1 player. They're going to be able to eliminate it. Nigma Galaxy not being able to flush this out fully, as Molotovs are going to be coming through. They got a little bit too aggressive there, and they end up paying for it with one of their players.
I mean, Chua might seem like they are trapped here, but they are not going to be backing out of a fight anytime soon. And, I mean, they got to do something, because as we can see in the feed, right, next Ria and the Royals of War fighting just south of the current positioning here. But here we go, Lord and the rest of Nigma not trying to avenge. A teammate, the push comes through. Ooh, Chua trying to quickly reposition, get the angle, but it is going to be Nigma just trying to swarm, get the overpowering, but Chua just ripping it up.
Chua almost being able to clutch that up there. He had lore so low too, and he was able to knock their freak. And Coops, I don't think Coops even had an angle to be able to actually back them up. So it could have ended up being a 1v1 there. Almost turned horrible there for Nigma Galaxy. The Savior once again sent back to the lobby. And now the good thing about this, after 3 matches, Nigma Galaxy might have possibly gotten this right, because they're gonna have enough time now to loot, position themselves, and the circle is on their favor.
Yeah, they're gonna look to bounce back from that one and come back with a few things to show. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be still rotations being the name of the game at this point. I mean, I'm also watching Falcons starting to just kind of creep up ahead of where we saw Nigma. Royals of War also getting themselves in a little bit of a position there. So I'm curious to see whether or not Nigma is going to find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. I mean, look at Royals, right? They've got these compounds covered. So if that zone does happen to shift to the east, I mean, it's going to be just easy pickings.
They do. And for Nigma Galaxy, I think it's just the extra time that they're going to be able to loot. And I mean, how much loot are they going to be able to find with what's been going on, with all the fighting that's been happening there? Some of the other teams might already be setting up. They're going to be passing by. And now Nigma Galaxy is going to be forced to just kind of push out of this. They're going to have to find their way into that circle. And you were mentioning Rules of War now deciding to back off and go a little bit more center. All the teams are deciding to back off and just play that center style. As Virtua Pro, a team that just hasn't been able to have a great day, currently sitting in last place with 3 points. This is another team that could benefit for some elimination points. This is a team that could benefit from any points, as they're currently in 16th.
Yeah. I mean, they've not even had any taste of placement points whatsoever here today. So there is hopefully a bit of a chance for them this round. But let's see Team Liquid also now getting ready to make a little bit of something happen over here. And I was looking at that at the convergence up into its center zone, right? It is good to be like the first team there, but if you just get like inundated with so many other teams rushing in on your position, it is going to become a sweat fest so quick fast.
Oh yeah, and then you're kind of doubting yourself. You're like, okay, do we want to push this? But what if maybe somebody else is holding our angle? You start doubting everything that you might want to do. As Team Falcons is currently not doubting anything. They know they have a team here in front of them. It's going to be Rules of War, and they're looking to possibly at least get one knocked. If anybody gets knocked here, it's going to be bad news for Rules of War, because we know Team Falcons, we know what they were able to do earlier in the first Erangel whenever they got some knocks on them. They're going to make quick work of them, and here we go. Okay, I thought Tonka there for a second was going to end up getting knocked.
Yeah, we almost had a bit of a gadunk right on that one. But, I mean, Falcons, I'm pretty sure they sharpen their talons after each and every match, because now they're getting ready to cook even more action, getting ready to push on through. And I like the slight distraction from the rest of the team, just kind of keeping that high ground, drawing the attention of Royals of War up the side, but then Nate getting scary close. Action managing to nearly walk on fire.
Action somehow surviving that. He is gonna be kissing that cement face right there, because boy, that saved him. I thought that was right on him. I actually thought he was gonna get knocked too. But now we're talking about third parties. Team Falcons, they know that they're not gonna be able to make this happen. One of the players, it's currently knocked. Icy is knocked. It's gonna be a tough pickup here. And do they go for it? I think they're gonna be able to get this revive, but they need to be careful with any third parties that they might be lurking around.
But I mean, if we're honest, like Royals of War, they showed back in the qualifiers that they can hold their own, and so far, I mean, ooh, they're not backing out of a fight. But Zebra Master, I mean, who needs ammo if you just use buggies? Run the opponents right on over. But this is going to be an absolutely essential play now for Virtus Pro, because as you've mentioned, they need the points. They've only got 3 points on board, and they cannot afford to go out at this stage.
They definitely need those points, and it's him a little bit there of a question of what Virtus Pro was going to be doing. They weren't sure if they were going to be making this push. Now they're going to be fighting here, Master. We've been able to see what Master's been able to do. DBZ is going to be out, and guess what? It's light work. Master said, okay, you guys want to challenge us? Guess what? We're going to be able to eliminate you. We're going to be able to pick up our teammate, and you're going to go back to being on your regular place, which is going to be towards the bottom with no placement points. Virtus Pro not having the day they were looking to have. And that is a scary team because tomorrow they are in Group B. Tomorrow is going to be the last day. So tomorrow they need to have an amazing day and hope that that's enough for the final day when they're not going to be playing.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one for them. But I like what Zebra there was doing. I mean, you know, you challenge them in the savannah and the Zebra is going to whip your butt. But yeah, let's see what Royals of War can do. It's the Falcons are attempting yet another push. The full squad just holding nice and steady. No Zed up on the front line. Looking to find a bit of an opening here. And this is going to be essential now to see whether or not the Falcons can actually get that opening play. Because, I mean, they are just a few points ahead of Royals of War. I mean, I say a few points, but it's about, 16 points difference there. So they could definitely benefit on just widening the gap, especially going into tomorrow.
Yeah, they would definitely benefit on that and also benefit on having to move closer to the zone because now the zone is not on their favor. Now they're going to have to decide this a little bit faster. And I'm actually enjoying this for Team Falcons. They made up their mind. They're going to be able to at least knock one right there, be able to confirm it. And now they're going to be focused to the other players that are at the top and try to make this push. This is what I want to see out of a team. Make sure that you know what you're going to be doing. Make the push for it and be steady with your decision of what you're going to be doing there. Team Falcons trying to get those other angles there towards the two players at the top. They were able to use a lot of the grenades earlier on. And I think that's going to hurt them because now they're not going to be able to throw nades. But it doesn't matter because you got action there with the shotgun, being able to switch it back and forth to a Scar L. And then on top of that, you have Icy as backup. Frozen. Oh my gosh. Just everything going on and everything going on so well for Team Falcons as they eliminate their Wolves of War without anybody getting eliminated from their team.
I mean, talk about Falcons. Now it's going to be next Royal looking to step up to the plate as they are rushing forward right in onto N-Hyper. You can see a little bit of a pinch coming through on here. It seems like next Royal, yep, they got it in the bag. A quick jump shot from Keen, and that is it. N-Hyper out of here.
Yeah, and I was giving props there to N-Hyper, the hopes of NA earlier in the first two matches because of how they were able to manage some of the points that they were getting. Boy, it's not looking good for them. It's once again out of the placement points, once again with 0 eliminations. Now that's back-to-back matches, and they're going to hope to have a good performance here coming up in Miramar. I'm just scratching my head, DK. I miss Kindness. I miss QC. I miss JK first. They were so good for that team, and they're not there anymore. And I think the team might not have enough time right now to play with each other as we do see the new circle. In the new circle, the fight that we saw earlier from Team Falcons is going to end up benefiting him.
I mean, this is going to be a sweaty zone because we got Falcons, they've got a chicken. They are in the zone over on towards that western side. We got Smoke Gaming. We got the chicken up in the last match. Also just Big Chillum. And meanwhile, even before we get to that, it is going to be 9Z now. Trying to see if they can find anything up alongside Regnum Karia here. Both teams suffering a few casualties, but nothing too devastating just yet. But 9Z getting ready to bring in a little bit of that shock and awe. Just rushing on forward. Now it's up to Simple doing a little bit of strafing. Will we see any jump shots? The rush! Nigma Galaxy pulling up and 9Z now just in such a difficult position.
Nigma Galaxy being able to make that third party, but one of the players is currently knocked. But guess what? They're going to get lucky because Regnum Karia is trying to get a reset out of themselves. With the push, Coops ends up getting eliminated too. Oh, it's not looking good here for Nigma Galaxy as Freak and Lore are the only ones alive. Actually, it's only Lore now at this point. He's going to be making a push for it. Can he actually start getting some knocks? And it's not. And that's it for Nigma Galaxy. They thought they had it. And this continues to be the biggest question mark for me when it comes down to Nigma Galaxy. As we see an engagement here with Zebra Masters and Navi. We saw what Navi was able to do. By the way, I'll go back to the point in a bit that I was going to make in regards to Nigma Galaxy, but let's see what happens with Navi and Zebra Masters. These are two teams. Zebra Masters been very consistent, already got a chicken dinner, and Navi trying to turn up the heat here, especially with what they did in the previous match.
I mean, they've come in here just backing it up, but here we go. Neil Zeta does find a quick elimination, quick point on board. You can see Gonzo now just trying to hold that off-angled position. It's up to Axa and Puncher King looking to see if they can maybe follow through. But look at Neil Zeta. I mean, he's like, you know what? Why sit back, relax, just rush up, get aggressive, and go fishing. Zebra Master, they seem to be absolutely relentless here today. That nade could spell disaster, at least for the side of Na'Vi. But, of course, they could hear that pin being pulled. Quick reactions, though. And Zebra, Neil just locking it in.
They are locking it in, but they kind of exposed themselves a little bit there to Axer because Axer was just on that window trying to get some shots. He throws down that Molotov. The Molotov is not going to end up connecting, and he was starting to get third party from the back. Is he going to continue on? He's able to hit those shots, and he actually gets the knock as well. He needs to heal. He cannot confirm those eliminations, and he exposes himself on the window, and guess what? Team Liquid, Ayala, being able to spot him, knocks him, and that might be just the turn of locks there for Zebra Master as they could possibly pick up those two knock players.
Yeah, I mean, for Navi, it's now down to Gonzo. Let's see whether or not Gonzo is going to be Gonzo as those shots now continue to fly on through. Zebra Master just mounting such an aggressive push, but there could still be an opportunity for Gonzo to get the pick up over onto Axa. It's going to be Vitin now just pumping in some nades, trying to clear the house. But so far, both teams now just trying to reassess rather the whole situation. It's going to be a 2v2 if both of them get that pickup. And the zone now just moving ever so slightly ahead of them. But you still got to watch out for Team Liquid just lurking up to the north.
Team Liquid is going to be lurking, but guess what? The team at the top, I'm going to be looking at Team Falcons. They currently have a lot of ground to work with and only Furia to challenge them if they do end up challenging them. And now we have a bit of a reset there from Zebra Masters as they were able to pick up some of their players. It's going to be a 2v2 here against Na'Vi. Nades are going down. Shotguns are coming out. Who is going to get the first knock as there's so much smoke going on here that we don't even know if they can even see each other. They can definitely hear each other, but they can't see each other. Manor is going to be able to find somebody. He's not going to be able to fully knock them, though. And Tino trying to get that angle. Not able to. Axer, though, finally ends up getting knocked.
Oh, I mean, this is such a back and forth, right? Both teams getting hits in, landing shots, but now it's going to be the hunt down, the chase down, as Demina now just quickly moves along the outside, and there we go. It is going to be the end of Na'Vi. A little bit of a helping hand coming through there from Team Liquid, but Zebra Master now climbing up to 6 eliminations.
Team Liquid with that proactiveness taking some more eliminations away from the other teams, which is going to be good for them because this is a team that at the moment they're not within the top 8. We still got a lot of time to work with, but I'm already thinking about those top 8. Who's going to be going to the main event and who's going to be showing at least some consistency here right from the first day. Guess what? Furia is going to be able to show some consistency with those shots as Vitali ends up getting knocked there from Inco Gaming, and now Inco Gaming is going to be making a push here, but they're going to be down a man and it's backfiring.
Ooh, Regnum Karia just on the money with the hits though. Inco offering up 3 of their players. And now let's see whether or not Nunez can come through, close it up, could maybe find a quick pickup here. The nade is in the house. Is it going to be the end? Oh, no, instead, Team Liquid Mythic pops the nade through the window.
Team Liquid, more like third-party leaders because they're currently just third-party and everything, sending grenades down. Mythic keeps on hitting them, and they need to make that push even more. Furia, they need to be careful, though, because Furia is going to be lurking around. They're going to be looking to third-party this as well, steal some of those eliminations. And Mythic decides to back off a little bit, and guess what? They did just that. Mythic with the nade ends up eliminating Regnum Karia, and this is good. My goodness, this is what we've been wanting to see here at a Team Liquid with all these third parties, with all the awareness and making sure they collect as many eliminations points as possible.
I gotta say that Flow is going crazy right now on the side there of Team Liquid, and I mean they've got a beautiful bit of possession down on towards that southern side of zone, but up comes Furia, looking to see if they can find a little bit of the action as well. Zebra Master also not a team to discount just yet, as you can see Ayala taking a little bit of action here. But let's see what the play now is going to be. Furia just actively moving around, trying to figure out what is going to be that next best approach to take. And well, currently opting for a 2-2 split.
And it could end up working for them, at least in regards to the scouting, especially when this circle pops up. It's going to give them at least some more to work with. And look how much space they're currently controlling too in regards to Furia. They were controlling all of that northeast. Luckily for them, they're going to have 2 players very close to it, Artusin and Kayovsky. they're going to be inside that circle. And now another team that was controlling a lot of area earlier, Team Falcons, they're going to find themselves trying to make a push inside this circle. And how are they going to make that? They're going to have to go over through Smoke Gaming.
Well, let's see if Smoke is going to be posing any danger. Speaking of Smoke, though, we've got a lot of that now being deployed here. As you can see, it's either Smoke Gaming or Falcons just starting to put up as much coverage as they can find. But it's going to be, of course, a little bit of a barrage from the Smoke Gaming side, trying to see if they can maybe find an easy pickup now at the expense of the Falcons.
Yeah, and I think this is when they slow it down a little bit, even though there's a lot of smoke going around. They're trying to feel each other. You can see Kunha there being very close to action, and Icy at least getting some of that information. We do have two other players there from Team Falcons that are a little bit further back, trying to get that off angle and see what next Ria players might be doing as well, because that team still has all three players alive. And they could definitely end up third partying this fight. And here comes the push. Action now making the push. Top. Nurse said, making sure that they're within the compound there to back him up. And here goes Action. He's going to be able to spot one. No, he's not. That's his teammate. Oh, I don't think he's noticed. I don't think they noticed each other. I don't think they noticed they're right next to each other. And that is crazy because he ends up working now in the favor a little bit there of Team Falcons. But now Smoke Gaming does realize that they're there. They're going to start eliminating those players. And Smoke Gaming gets away with it as Team Falcons didn't realize that there was a player from them right next to them.
I mean, what the... What's going on? Smoke Gaming coming out of nowhere, and they do find the finishing blow into the side of the Falcons. I mean, Seven, it looks like Smoke Gaming, they could be opting for a back-to-back play here.
They could. They definitely could. They're going to be down one player, but my goodness, when you talk about luck, that is exactly what you want to see about luck. As soon as the Team Falcon players decided to look where the player was, he was already jumping off, so he didn't even have a chance to shoot him. You couldn't ask for anything better, and the aggressiveness here, I'm actually enjoying out of Smoke Gaming, making sure they back up a little bit more on next Ruya, but they need to be careful. You mentioned it earlier, Zebra Master still has one player alive, and we know what they've been able to do recently. At least today, Zebra Masters has been on point.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting play indeed to see how this one will go. But now, Smoke trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, right? And figure out where everybody has gone. Team Liquid also keeping it nice and quiet up on the edge. Furia, very, very audible. You can just see all those vehicles moving around, a lot of noise being made. But now it is going to be next Ruya locking in. They've spotted one of the players there from the Smoke Gaming. One down, two more to go.
They're waiting. They're waiting to see if there's going to be a chance. And guess what? Guess who else was waiting? Smoke Gaming was waiting there. They were able to spot somebody, and they're able to trade. Now, can they pick up their teammate? That's going to be the biggest question mark. And throughout all of this, yes, Smoke Gaming, you were able to eliminate Team Falcons. But guess what? You're going to have Furia coming up behind you, and you need to be careful because they still have all their 4 players alive, and they're looking to control a lot of ground. And I would be surprised if they're looking... I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually looking to third-party this fight and get some more of those elimination points.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I mean, you can see slowly that Furia trying to lock in a little bit of something off in the distance there. But it's Sky now, at least for the time being, focusing all their efforts up into the side here of Smoke Gaming. Myth finds a bit of an opportunity, bit of an angle, sneaking up on the ridge. Nenho also taking up a beautiful spot, but it's still a very spread out position we've got here. I mean, no one really has the upper hand.
Yeah, I would think maybe just in regards to numbers, I think Furia has a lot to work with because they're going to be controlling so much of that north. But even then, we've seen what Team Liquid's been able to do, especially for this match. They've been able to just keep on third-partying fights, being able to find the chances. And I think they're going to be looking to do just that now, as they're going to be looking to push the Zebra Master players. He's going to throw down a Molotov, and that's a very good Molotov. And here comes the push. They need to be careful, though. I think they might have exposed themselves a little bit too much there for the Smoke Gaming players. And on top of that, next Ruya is going to be able to spot those players there from Team Liquid. And one player from Team Liquid does end up getting eliminated. And there's more getting eliminated too, DK. Oh, this is just turning bad here for Team Liquid. As Furious just watching them, like, yeah, just keep it going, boys. Keep on eliminating each other.
We went from a circle into a square of despair. It is just hot, heated action all over the place. I mean, whoever moves out gets spotted by all the other teams. You can see next Ria now trying to find a little something up on the ridge. Team Liquid trying to spread themselves out, trying to cover as much ground. And Furia just maintain an absolute relentless position, and they still have such a dominating presence here.
They do, and the best part is that they haven't had to really do anything. They're currently being able to pick everybody apart, and this is what I was hoping it would start happening. And it's Furia just starting to third party, get those long range fights. They know where these teams are currently fighting. They kind of know where they're setting themselves up to, and they got vehicles. They can cover ground very, very quickly. Furia just needs to make sure that they stay a bit compact, keep on going with those angles, and not overextend yourself, because next Furia and Smoke Gaming can definitely make you pay if they find you exposed.
I mean, especially with the shift now favoring Furia so much, they just got to play this one next level, right? They just got to keep the angles tight, ensure that they've got enough of that coverage to secure the position. Ooh, but that is going to be Augusta finding a beautiful play up into next Ria. 1 down, 2 more to go. But it seems like next Ria will at least be able to get that pickup. But still, they got to cover that ground. The zone is going to be closing in the next few seconds, and this is really going to force their hand.
Yeah, and it's definitely Furia Esports game to lose, because at this point, with the way that they're currently set up, a series of events would have to happen here for this team not to be able to clutch this out. They have this circle, they have the advantage. Smoke Gaming is going to have to push out. Who knows how many Smoke Gaming has right now, because they've been able to have to fight so many teams earlier. And as we're talking about Smoke Gaming, guess what? Next year, trying to peek a little bit there. There was a lot of players dead from Team Liquid, so they could possibly get a little bit more equipment to their name, as you're seeing so many smokes going around. But then Smoke Gaming trying to third party that. Everybody's trying to go for it here. They're not waiting for anything, as you do see the little snake from Smoke Gaming trying to get that off angle on Furia, and I don't think they know that he's there.
Oh, it could be quite a bit of a surprise to come on through. I mean, I'm looking at next Ria's position. There's so many smokes being deployed. It is great to kind of cover up your position, but it also means if you can't see your opponents, it puts you in a bit of a sticky spot, right? Because you can only third-party peek so far. And here we go now. It is going to be Furia starting to light it up. Next Ria feeling the heat. Smoke and Gaming also getting caught out in the open as Nenho gets dropped. 2 players left, and this could be the opportunity now for Furia to lock in that winner chicken dinner.
It could be, but I don't think they know that Kunha is currently going to be behind them. If Kunha can get behind this tree, he's going to be able to start picking off people apart. But he needs to be careful, because they've been able to spot him. And guess what? Now that's going to give a heads up to the other team. So whatever surprise he was planning on doing, yes, you knock one player, but the surprise is absolutely gone. And there you go. The one that they were hoping they would get the off angle ends up going away. It comes down to Myth. Myth is just not going to be able to clutch it. Furia was just too much. Way too much this game, DK, with the way that they were able to control the map, with the way that they were able to third party there towards the end. Well played out of Furia Esports.
Yep, it was the Fast and the Furia just swooping on in, getting their hands on that winner chicken dinner, and doing so with a very, very impressive performance. I mean, they just asserted their dominance in these last few phases.
They have. I mean, and this is what we want to see out of these teams that might try to make it to the top 8, right? Try to make it to that the main event. They need to have this type of performances. Furia definitely being able to do it. But I mean, other teams were able to perform really well. I feel like with Smoke Gaming, what they were able to do against Team Falcons. Jukes, that was a bit of a surprise to me. I actually thought Team Falcons, it was going to be easy, but boy, they got lucky.
I thought they had it for a second, but you know what? I mean, we see teams just desperate this time. I think a lot of them are realizing that, hey, you know what? Especially with these groups coming up, it's possible that we don't even see this top 8.
Yep.
I mean, it really is. I mean, if the Falcons have put so many points, I'm sure we'll see them there. But for a lot of these squads, we might see them get kicked out. So, I mean, you got to put as many points on the board as you can. You can't let off the gas. And if you see any opportunity, you got to be able to take advantage of it. And I will say, speaking of taking advantage, it's about time we see one of the partnership teams get a chicken dinner here, DK.
I mean, it was about time, right? They got to show us why they made it all the way here. And of course, speaking about showing us, right, I think taking a look at those beautiful highlights could also really help in getting all that info.
This fight right here, man. We were wondering if it was going to happen a third time there. It did end up happening. Enigma Galaxy ended up winning this fight. But then at the end, it just backfired. It backfired for them when they tried to make that push. And you know what? I'll make that point again that I wanted to make earlier, but I wasn't able to make it because of all the craziness that was happening within that match. That's still the biggest question mark for Enigma Galaxy. If they do end up having to make that push, or crash into a compound is usually not favorable. And this right here, it actually almost ended up even backfiring. Their game could have ended earlier than it did.
I hate this for them. I really, really do. I mean, because they're down a player going into this fight. Yeah, they did have a solid finish, right? I think they put in a really good effort towards the end here, especially compared to their other Erangels, because they just didn't even have a chance. But, you know, one thing I alluded to a little early, you know, I don't like this at all, because let's just say they put themselves in that 7th, 8th place position towards the last day for their gameplay, right? If you're Team Falcons, if you're one of these teams that's on top of the leaderboards, you have nothing to lose, right? You could decide who you want to play in the main event, right?
Yep.
So if I'm a strategist going into this, I'm telling my teams, we don't want to be near that 7th, 8th place spot, because who knows, our last games, they could just literally hot drop us every single game and make sure we don't make it to the top 8. So we have 2 Miramars left. Honestly, for teams like Enigma Galaxy and some of these other major squads that have a lot of potential, you got to make something happen here big time.
Yeah, it's starting to happen more and more too. I mean, we saw it in qualifiers, right? We've also seen it in PMGC when S2G decided to, you know what, Alpha 7, you're not going to be winning anything here in my country. And they decided to target them too, as we look at the damage graph. But expanding a little bit more there on what you're kind of hinted at, Jukes, the best thing for Team Falcons is that if they do finish off this day playing really well and they end up within the top 3, coming on day 3, because they're not going to be playing tomorrow since they're in Group A, coming on day 3, they know exactly what they need to do to get at least within those top 8. And that's when that big question mark comes down. That's when those theories come down that you're kind of hinting at is, if I'm Team Falcons, Enigma Galaxy, maybe not able to make it to main event, if I'm able to push them, maybe send them to the lobby a little bit earlier, I would definitely do that.
All right. I mean, because we know what they're capable of for sure. Meanwhile, look at this. Next, Ruria coming up big time there. MVP. Beautifully done right there. 5 eliminations, 800 damage. I mean, we're just seeing some absolute frag monsters coming up here, DK.
Oh, I mean, kind of ultra, going ultra and above, just pushing on in. You just gotta love this whole performance that we had for I mean, this Erangel, it was just so hot. It was just so intense. And if I'm seeing it right, it looks like they already played with a 3-piece. Right, that's what we see showing there. But so, I mean, that is a pretty crazy play though. And I mean, look at these elims though.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Okay.
Good to see Coop still up there top as well. No surprise there. Mythic though from Team Liquid leading the charge so far with 11.
That's what I was actually saying. Wow, because I'm not surprised Team Falcon has some players up there next to Ria with Ultra with the 10 eliminations, but Mythic, I mean, we just saw Team Liquid actually starting to put up those good matches. Team Liquid has been able to get good eliminations here and there, but for Mythic, this is great.
Beautiful. Let's take a look at the match ranking and see where everybody lines up here at the end of this one. Furia getting it done with 17 points. And looking down the line, yeah, as a 3-man, to be able to put up that kind of performance is pretty crazy here. It's Navi down with 3 points as well, going all the way down the line. And man, we're starting to see some of the same teams struggle every single game. And D Xavier just getting taken out in Erangel. That's got to hurt big time, 7.
Yeah, if I'm DX going into the next Miramars, I'm looking to not hot drop. You know what? I got my ego checked already as we look at the overall ranking here. Team Falcons there at the top with 48 points. Zebra Master has been playing so well. And I mean, if this 3 teams right at the top continue to perform really well, it's going to put the pressure on the teams that are going to be coming into tomorrow playing. But going back to what we're kind of talking about there earlier, DK, if you're looking at Mythic, right? If you're looking at Team Liquid, if you're looking now at Team Falcons, how are you looking to finish off this day? Considering that they're going to be sitting themselves out, you're going to be looking for those wins, or you're going to be looking for consistency?
Well, you got to look for, I think, a consistent win though, right?
Yes.
That would be the best way to go. But it's going to be up to what the rest of the lobby will be bringing to the battlefield. Because I mean, you can try your heart out to get a winner with a chicken dinner. If the rest of the lobby says no, then it's good luck to you, because it's a pretty tough lobby. But I think moving into Miramar, it is going to definitely provide the teams with that opportunity to try and maybe crack open a whole different can of worms that we've not yet seen over on Erangel here, Jukes.
Yeah, that's totally possible. I think this is a big opportunity for teams to really mix things up and just really come back strong. And honestly, I'm looking at those teams on the bottom of the leaderboards here for these last 2 games. Like, it's really time to put up or shut up. Your tournament life, I think, really depends on these next 2 games. You have to make some major points because we got more teams coming in, and there are no teams to shake your head at. That's for sure, 7.
Wait, remind me. Vampire Esports.
Boom.
What Esports? Fireflux. All Glory Gaming, Influence Rage, Team Queso, Hooray Esports, which they've been playing in the qualifier, and we already seen what the qualifier teams have been able to do. And on top of that, they get to watch VODs of this team's playing. And then on top of that, you have Death Wolves. So, yeah, if you think it's going to get easier, it's not going to get easier.
That's for sure. I mean, especially the way we've seen some of these qualifying teams play. I mean, we might see even Death Wolves come out strong tomorrow. Anything can happen. That's why you don't want to leave anything up to chance. That's why I'm so surprised that we've seen so many hot drops here, DK.
I mean, you just gotta keep on ripping it out, right? Hot drops eventually, hopefully, will change into something good. I don't quite know about the hot drops that we were seeing consistently between DX Xavier and Enigma Galaxy. That's kind of in limbo for the time being, but hopefully we'll see some good action, some good plays coming through now. And I think rightly so, right? You got to try and set yourself up before we get into tomorrow's games, because some of that is going to be outside of your control.
Yeah. With that said, you know what? I kind of want to put us on the spot here, and I'll go first. Do we think DX Xavier is going to end up in some kind of hot drop here in any of the last 2 matches in Miramar? Maybe.
Okay, I will say maybe, but they have to make sure it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? It's totally possible, but if they even get the if I'm on one of their IGLs right now, and if I even get the itch that we can get hit, we got to leave. We got to leave right now. Let's go somewhere else. And speaking of let's go on over to the main stage for an awesome interview.
Kayovsky, the player for Furia team that just won a chicken dinner. Welcome, Kayovsky. I'm going to ask him in Portuguese, and after that, I'm going to translate to you guys. Os 3 mapas em Erangel, vocês só conseguiram um chicken dinner. E aí eu quero saber o que vocês estavam lutando, o que era mais difícil para vocês, que vocês não estavam conseguindo encaixar o jogo nesse mapa.
Bom, as primeiras partidas a gente diagnosticou que a gente estava muito tempo no luteando dentro do gás, e a gente consequentemente bateu umas trocações também que a gente não poderia ter trocado naquele momento. E nessa última partida a gente sentou ali, conversou a respeito e encaixamos o jogo e conseguimos trazer essa winner-winner aí.
Okay, so I have asked him the 3 first matches on Erangel map. They only got one chicken dinner. So I asked him what the team struggled the most in the map. So he said about some positions, some safe zones, but they did the reset with the team. They talk a lot with the team players and with the coach, and they finally got the chicken dinner on the Erangel map. So my next question is, a gente viu muitas coisas, vocês muitas vezes no final de safe de muitos mapas. E aí eu quero entender o que estava faltando para conseguir encaixar o endgame.
Bom, era dar uma respirada um pouquinho mais ali. A gente chegou, igual eu falei, a gente chegou tomando gás, miado, e a gente chegou, respirou, pensou melhor do que a gente deveria ter feito, e agora a gente encaixou, graças a Deus. Yes.
Okay, my last question was, we have seen many times Furia team in the last safe zone, but they couldn't secure the end game. So why was that happening in a row? And he said the same thing. It's like we had to talk, we're not comfortable in some safe zones, we are getting a lot of damage in the last safe zone, and that mess it up with our team confidence, and that's okay. That's really happened. Thank you so much for the interview. Muito obrigada pela entrevista. And that's it, guys.
And we're back there. Awesome interview there. Always good to hear the players' perspectives here, 7. Last 2 matches coming up here. And guys, make sure you go, of course, check out this new update. It is just awesome. So many different options. Treasure lies where the fun begins. Ugh, bro.
I like the portal thing, by the way. I just have to mention that. The portal thing is nice.
Dude, that's where it's so fun. I mean, to be able to go ahead and just drop those portals, just boom, zoom across the map. Yep. I love it. I love it. So definitely go check it out today if you haven't already. DK, last 2 Miramars coming up. All right. we talked about some hot drop situations. What team in particular do you really want to see come out strong here in the last two Miramars?
I'm not going to be biased, but maybe I'll be a little bit biased. I'd say Nigma Galaxy, right? I want to see a play, right? I mean, it's from my home region, so I'm curious to see a strong performance come through from their end. So I'm going to be looking at Nigma. I want to see what they can bring out onto the desert field.
All right, since we're going bias, hold on, let me get this defibrillator ready. Come on in, Hyper. Where you at?
Let's see it happen. And Hyper is another team for sure. One other team I'm going to go ahead and pick is I'm going to go with Na'Vi. You know, Na'Vi have been kind of hit and miss a little bit lately. We know what they're capable of. I think that we need to see a little bit of consistency from them here in the last two games. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Regnum Karya too. There's so many teams, man. Like
so many teams, right?
PMGO is so good.
Oh, so good. Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Here we go. The first Miramar of the day. Miramar. Let's get it going here as we're heading on into the 5th match of the day. And this is a very important one here, DK, because we got a beautiful playing path. There's no excuses. It's time to put up or shut up. These are some of those championship games, I think, for a lot of these players.
Yeah, you got to dust off those barrels, clean your shoes, and get ready to head straight down into the desert. Get it cooking. And I mean, I agree with you, right? It's down to this game to see kind of who's going to be making it up, at least into the top 8 for today, right? Tomorrow, I think it might become a little bit more challenging, seeing that we've got an additional 8 teams that will be joining out towards the battlefield. So, yeah, I think we're almost at that make or break, at least for these 2 groups, that, with today's points.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's going to be tough because I just hope that none of these teams are confident with their place on the leaderboards right now, because some of the teams that are going to be sitting out tomorrow, they're going to go from being, chilling in, 5th, 6th place, or maybe even 4th place right now, and then all of a sudden they're in 12th, So not a position you want to put yourself in. So you want to get as many points on the board as possible. I'm looking at the map. I don't think I see any hot drops. A Southern Circle. This is going to be tough for these teams.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be a first come, first serve, especially seeing that we're heading further down in towards Chumacera, Minas del Valle. Anything that you can kind of get set up ahead of the competition there could definitely pay quite a bit of dividends moving into those later few phases. But who knows, right? Zone, we know where it is, but there's no clear indication as to where it could go, because who knows? It could even still pull up further, right? It could go all the way back into Picado or even into Los Leones.
Yeah, it's totally possible. Totally possible. It can definitely head in pretty much any direction. The thing that's tough about the south side of this map is that they're so terrainous that it's pretty difficult to navigate through. So a lot of teams usually opt to try and, head that rotation, maybe try to drive down to that hard shift side as fast as possible. Look who we got going up against each other, though. Are you kidding me?
I mean, 3 rounds wasn't enough, right?
Keep it going.
Yeah, might as well just follow through all the way to the end of the day. Well, you got to give it to these 2 teams, right? DX and Nigma, consistent as heck.
Something had to happen. You know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody had a conversation they didn't like. Maybe, I don't know, Coop stole the last snack from one of the players from, D Xavier, because this is just getting insane. These guys are just hard set on making their lives that much more difficult, because I guarantee you, if this keeps up, I mean, it's not just one team that can go home. Both these squads can go home.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part, right? So, I mean, as fun as hot dropping is, at some point you gotta glance towards that leaderboard, because, as we've said many times already today, only the top 8 teams will be progressing forward into that main event. So the higher you try and qualify already off of the first day, the higher probability you have of actually making it to there. Because, I mean, if you leave it up to tomorrow or the day thereafter, depending on which group you're playing, it's going to be hot and sweaty.
Oh, and, not to mention, when considering the way this prize pool is laid out, the big money is coming up in the main tournament. You know what I'm saying? So these teams that have done so well here at the start, I'm looking at you, Team Falcons, Smoke, Zebra Masters, all these squads here, especially in that kind of like top 3 range, they will have so many points that they can do whatever they want, because there's not right now, there's no difference between second or first. You really want to just get into top 8. So if you're secure, and if I'm seeing a team like, Nigma Galaxy, who, if these guys get hot, they can really destroy this lobby, right? If they're sitting in that 7th, 8th, or 9th position like they are right now towards the end of the tournament, heck, I'm going to go like, hey, let's go ahead and make them a nice little visit at their drop location and, shut down their chances of, shut down us having to be able to deal with them in the main event coming up.
I mean, because if you look at the law of averages, right, realistically, the top 3 from each group could have a really good chance of making it through, right? Just based on points. So yeah, it's gonna be a pretty tough play. And I mean, for Nigma, for DX, we know that they are super, super capable, right? There's no reason for them not to sit up in that top 8. Well, we can say that for everybody in this lobby, essentially, but you got to step it up, right? You got to go to the hardware store, go get a bag of cement, and then just solidify your position at least at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, the way to do that is by avoiding hot drops at all costs right here. You can see Enigma Galaxy have their eyes just on the prize right now, just making things so much more difficult. Every single shot, every single second that the Xavier have to waste just trying to, you know, get a vehicle, try to get their way to safety, it just really cripples their overall gameplay here. Look at this. Here comes the rotation. They have to know who this is. I mean, they are hunting them down at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's if it's personal or something. It's like, you know what?
Yeah,
you
like,
dropped out of
this is
some
crazy.
game 1. We got to get you. So yeah, at some point there needs to be some kind of resolution between these two teams. I would really like it if we saw either of them disengage and get themselves relocated back into wood zone, because looking at how Nigma currently is situated, there is a good option, a really comfortable rotational pathway for them to make that breakaway and get towards that far southern side even. But yeah, it's going to come down to whether or not that is actually the way they're looking to play it out.
Let's see what the play is. You can see these players from Enigma Galaxy just trying to find some angles. You can see Roof looking to find that buggy, and he's gonna get it. So he's gonna go. He's got his buggy locked and loaded. He kept it nice and safe. And I think eventually they got to give this up. Yeah, it looks like maybe that's what they're finally starting to do. So here goes the rest of D Xavier, looking to group up with their team and finally head on over to the next zone.
Yeah, good call. Both teams still walking out of here with a full piece. So yeah, nothing too drastic has happened here just yet. Royals of War, also curious to see what their performance is going to be doing. I mean, you got to give it to them. They've been having a really good run so far today. 27 points on board. They're a little bit away from top 3, but they could definitely look to close that gap just coming out of the back of this match. But Virtus Pro, like, I wonder what's been cooking on their end today. Only 3 points in total across 5 matches.
Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, it's going to take a massive game, a massive 2 games here at the end if they want to stand a chance here at top 8, because we're going to see some teams run away with it. I mean, anything could still happen if you think about it, right? There's not enough matches to really, you know, prove such a lead that it's impossible to catch. I mean, even for a team, you know, like VP all the way down in 16th, let's say they get a 10 elimination chicken dinner here, right? That'll put them all the way up to like almost 8th place, just like that.
Yeah, and then they just got to clean up come game 6. So I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be. I mean, yesterday, I say yesterday, but in day 3 of the qualifiers, we did see such a drastic shift coming into game 5 and 6, right? So we know definitely a team like the Zebra Masters, they have the capability, but looking at their current positioning, there's no real need for that. I think it would be more just for bragging rights at this point if they were to look to play something like that. But the teams lower down that board, they definitely got to lock it in. I mean, DX, N-Hyper, Insanity, Vortas, this is their opportunity to go get those ladders and start climbing.
This is a huge opportunity though for some of the teams here at the bottom. You got Insanity, who went to that hard shift side, real heads up, nice and early, so they're very centered up in a very dominant position in this circle. You got Victus Pro as well, not in a bad spot. Na'Vi coming in from that edge. Meanwhile, you got Enigma Galaxy, because they stayed so long up north, are going to be coming down late again. So we'll be interested to see how they decide to play that. But you know what? A nice couple hard shifts down will definitely mix things up for sure.
Oh yes, Xria, as we saw, they also still having to cover a bit of ground, but I'm curious to see what Na'Vi is going to be doing just there on the edge of zone. They've just managed to dip their toes in. They spot a little bit of that Virtus Pro. The shots now flying in as Gonzo gets right down to it. 9Z also going to be pushing up from a slightly more northern angle. But it seems like Na'Vi, they're going to be favoring the high ground.
Okay, yeah, you gotta go for that high ground, especially in a map like Miramar. You want to be able to be set up, get as much vision as possible, because the zone could go in any direction still. So if you get that high ground, you get a good lay of the land, you'll be able to set up, know, all right, if the zone goes this way, we're gonna head in this direction, we're gonna take this path, everything. So it's all about intel here, especially at stage 2.
Yeah, especially also then looking at kind of the position that Virtus.pro now find themselves in. There's quite a few angles that they could actually try and utilize to their advantage, but it's all going to come down to how well they can adopt these angles, because we can see just so many teams continuously moving closer and closer. I mean, even Ragnum Karya just holding up on that ridge line could play such a powerful position down on towards Virtus.pro.
Yeah, very odd position to take, especially with so much land. I mean, to take one of those just bottom little houses is going to be very difficult to hold. So I wonder, maybe they're just trying to get a couple of extra pieces of loot or something, because they know of the war that's going to be coming up ahead. Meanwhile, Smoke's done a great job so far. They're currently sitting in 3rd place, 32 points. They played very, very well. And I expect a lot from this team. Insanity, we saw them, from what I remember, during the qualifiers. They started off rough, right? Yeah, Insanity they lost the first 2 games with like only 1 point, and then popped off towards the end and were able to qualify, right? So we've seen them do it before, but this is a totally different caliber of lobby here, DK. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to take quite a bit of commitment from their end if they're going to be looking to pull off, you know, a big comeback coming through into this. And I mean, they need to find something, because they're not looking too great with regards to those points. So it's going to be a tough decision to make. And I mean, looking at what we've got coming through on this map, right? There's one team that's currently missing on this in this picture, and it's Xavier, right? They still all the way up north.
Oh, they're gonna have to come on the edge. And you know what? I will say, like, during some of the earlier stages, right? That strategy isn't so bad, because usually teams that are weaker or a little bit more nervous, you'll kind of see them playing, you know, hugging that blue zone in stage 3. But this is the global open, you know, the prelims. Every single one of these teams can make it happen. So that, you know, trying to, you know, hop on through the circle at the last second, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see what strategies they are coming up with at this point. But well, in Hyper though, they've caught wind of a little bit of that Zebra Master action, finding the first confirmation. Now there's a knock up ahead, and then there's only 2 left, right? So in Hyper definitely in a strong position. Our first elimination, of course, going over to Caprice there. Up comes DX, just rolling on up. Are they going to stop by, or are they just going to keep on going?
Full hard send right onto Zebra Master, and it's a great pickup, because now they only have 2 players, so this could be an easy 2 points. Fortune sometimes favors the bold, and you want to do a full send onto a building. It just so happens they picked the right one.
Yeah, good choice. I mean, this could be some easy claps up for the side here of Xavier. But let's see whether or not Zebra Master is going to allow any of that to happen. Or I mean, Zebra, they've been looking pretty strong today, so this might be quite a bit of a challenge.
What to say? Don't get lazy though. Don't get lazy. You have the numbers advantage. Don't just run into a building by yourself. Oh, and he is so lucky he made out of there safe, because that could have been an instant knock and thirst. But unfortunately for Zebra Master, that play wasn't able to happen. But they're still not going down. They're not just laying down. They're going out with a fight here. DBSs are out, but that there is going to finish them off. So Zebra Master eliminated there in 16th place.
It's looking good. It's looking good. But of course, Xavier not out of the woods, right? Because Team Liquid now pushing up, and Hyper knocking on the door. So, yeah, they have to now just keep rolling with the punches, because, I mean, we were talking about them needing points. This is the opportunity for them now to secure an insane amount of eliminations.
And boy, dude, can they use them, that's for sure. You can start seeing the Xavier, starting to put it on that work onto N-Hyper. N-Hyper down to just 2 players. And their backup was against the wall here. It looks very, very familiar to what we saw earlier. Meanwhile, you got Team Liquid right there on the edge. It's definitely not something to shake your head at. But Ayala might just leave this, because the zone has shifted. I wonder if he's going to call his team to try to gatekeep and get into this fight here, or prioritize circle.
I mean, looking at the position here, I think the gatekeep would make a little bit more sense. But I mean, Ayala it doesn't seem like they can resist temptation, right? Up comes the hit. They do find Caprice, one down. Ooh, but the elimination gets stolen by D Xavier.
D Xavier said, "I'll take that all day long. Thank you, Ayala." Said do a check later. That was nice. And Ayala's got that mini out. He's gonna see this rotation coming. Now he knows he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna take some shots down range, trying to play it safe. Ooh, get beat up a little bit. You can just see him. He instantly turned towards that car. He's like, uh-oh, did I make a mistake? Oh, tries to go for the knock, and he gets one. Gonna go for the quick thirst. Gets it. Huge point here. Now here comes the rest of Team Liquid to come help out their teammate.
Well, so far it does seem like Ayala's been really holding strong. But now Persian, Levi's also going to be looking for a way to either get the jump in on Hyper, or I don't know, they're going to have to try and roll up. Ooh! Hyper bouncing back though.
D Xavier are in huge trouble here. They're going to need to make something happen in the last game. Maybe we could just see a good finish here from Levis will be huge. If he can make a crazy comeback play, that's usually one of those moments that will just hype your team up and take them to another level. Can he get this knock though? FS pops out, gun switch. Oh my gosh, gets it done with the mini. Wow, what a shot.
Insanity, dude. I mean, this is just so hot and heated. Now, speaking of which, though, there's going to be Falcons also going up alongside next Ruya here. As you can see, next Ruya, they're trying to find that play. Down to a 3-piece. Coops, though, with a quick nade. Also then all the way across the way up into even more plays. But now, Falcons, they gotta hunt it down. Next Ruya just barely on the edge. And look at this. Virtus Pro now just getting absolutely bullied here by the side there of Nigma Galaxy.
Oh boy, and here we go. We're starting to see Team Liquid hop in that monster truck. Not doing too good. Here comes Frozen, looking to finish him off. Trying to duck because he's getting shot from all over the place. That molly does look good though. Yeah, forces him away from the vehicle, gets the knock, and able to secure that finish before getting knocked himself.
Yeah, good follow up, good follow through. Oh, Nigma. Oh, Navi getting a bit of a bite out of the pie there.
Nice angle.
Let's see whether or not Coops and Lords could potentially make up. But, I mean, Navi, they just got such a controlling position over that of Nigma.
Yeah, and you can just see Nigma Galaxy, both Nigma Galaxy and D Xavier just seem to be kind of one step behind the rest. And that could be kind of like that I could see that easily being a result of those hot drops. You know, because you're stuck, you know, playing so still for so long. It kind of gets your head in a different space. And then when it comes time to really ramp things up, you could be just one step behind the rest of these teams that have been playing a normal game, warmed up, ready to go. And I think that's what we're seeing there, because D Xavier from that last push, they kind of looked a little bit out of sync, and they just fell apart.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on the whole hot drop topic. I mean, doing it once, it's good, it's fine, you get out of your system. But continuously staying there, you kind of bring something else into your play style, at least for that moment there. And I mean, Coops, as capable as Coops is, this is going to be a very, very difficult play to pull off.
100%, especially, you know, hot dropping 4 games on one of the only couple days that you're going to be playing at. Coops driving on in, trying to find a shack or something, forced to pop out the vehicle, and it's not looking good. This nade from Wild, will it hit? Nope. It sure doesn't. Almost looked like it did with that heal, but Coops standing up, ready to get some shots down the range, but a beautiful headshot there from Wild. It's going to take him out.
Yeah, well done, well played though. I mean, you got to give it up to Regnum Karya. Phenomenal. Just a bit of cleanup there. You know, found a straggler and swiftly dealt with it. Unfortunately, it was at the expense of Nigma Galaxy. But now, well, the rest of the teams, right? We are down to our top 10 to see who's going to be clutching our very first Miramar of the prelims. Navi, they're starting to prowl. They're starting to just clear the area, looking for a little bit of action. They still have a full 4-piece up.
Let's see what they decide to do here. As they're starting to go around. Oh, we got that M24, baby, coming on out. Some bolt action. Marlon, once again, I mean, this is the man with the plan when it comes to the bolt axe. You can see him very comfortable with it. He could definitely put in that work. It's a nice little headshot. That's going to mess up some of the gear there from Navi. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. As we hit the calm before the storm here at stage 5.
Yeah, hopefully that calm isn't going to last all too much longer. Marlon now just scanning the horizon, looking for any pixels out of place. In the meanwhile, Falcons starting to dip their toes up in towards the zone. Nenebere. Nunez also trying to find a bit of a foothold here. It is going to be action, taking quite a bit of damage, but a quick swing around coming through. As we saw Falcons, just such a reaction here. We're going to say goodbye to Nenebete though. Down they go. It's now up to Nunez. And oh, this is again turning into a very difficult position now for Inko to make anything happen.
100%. Let's see what Inko's going to do. Nunez, just right there on the edge. Last player up in 10th place in a really tough spot. Navi starting to have a little bit of that comeback, right? 3 eliminations so far. They've shown that they could start off strong with those eliminations, but they seem to kind of taper off towards that mid-end game. So let's see if they can hold on here and get those much-needed points on the board. As this next zone is going to be a huge deciding factor. Who's going to have the advantage? Let's see where it decides to go. Will it center up? And it does. Pretty much dead center here.
I mean, so Ragnum Garia, they are definitely going to be smiling about this current positioning because they can just try and get it under lockdown and, I mean, just cover all the possible angles. But it's still going to be a little bit of contention. As you can see up towards north here. Team Liquid also down to a solo. So not quite sure if they are going to be able to play the best game of hide and seek that they've played for a while, or whether or not we are going to be seeing Next Roya potentially pick up a few more items. Next Roya, though, they've been backing it in, right? 6 eliminations already, leading with the aggression so far on this map.
Yes, they have been. They've been putting in that work. They could show that Miramar is their map of choice. Frozen, lying down, just trying to get a little bit of intel here. He is on the edge of that circle, so they do have to press up in a second. But right now, he's just trying to wait for that perfect timing. He has 2 minutes on the clock to be able to decide which way they want to decide to get into this next zone. Rules of War aren't moving a muscle, though. They are very, very content with where they're at, though. They might get into it with Team Falcons if they're not careful. But I think that the Falcons have to try to take this hill first.
But I think it also depends on how good of a position Royals of War's compound is going to be coming into this next zone shift. So if it's a good spot, you can almost be guaranteed that the Falcons are going to try and maybe take a bit of possession there. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking all across the way up north. Things have quieted down. Smoke Gaming now starting to pick up a little bit of pace as they come through over on towards the southern edge here. Now finding a bit of an opportunity over on towards Navi. AXA getting picked up. 3P still holding steady up on the hill. Let's see if they can defend these angles because, I mean, Smoke, they've been cooking up quite a bit of a storm here today.
Oh, yes, they have. They know exactly what to do. They've been putting in that work all day long. That's why we see them currently in 4th place. But at the end of the day, with knowing what's coming in the different groups, they have to know that this is not enough, right? We got to still put up some big points on the board. They have all 4 up, a good position on the south side. This is a huge opportunity for them to put some more, a little bit more of a gap between them and the rest of these teams that are going to be coming up here soon.
Let's see if those gaps are going to be playing in their favor now. Falcons, oh, they're starting to rotate. Starting to get a little bit of something going here, but I like this preemptive play coming through from Royals of War, right? They anticipated that something could be coming, and they've already kind of gotten themselves into more coverage in anticipation of a play just over the horizon. Meanwhile, Nunez from Inko just sneaking on up, right? Trying to see if they can find something into the side of Insanity.
Oh, I think he just got sniped too, real quick. And the gun swap, beautifully done there from Silence. And that is going to be the end of Inko. Oh, a couple nice headshots as well. Man, this mini has just proven to be an absolute dominant force. I remember right after PMWI, we saw Vampire. It was Tony K just shred with this thing. It's just become such a mainstay here in PUBG Mobile Esports.
I mean, it's a skill, right? It is such a skill. Speaking of skill, though, Adrian also finding themselves a little bit of that frozen action, but the nades from Keen, though, reaches in. Oh, a little bit of repayment. Oh, I mean, Furia now definitely trying to make up for a little bit of that lost time. I mean, they are so close to just cracking this whole position wide open and solidifying themselves at least into the top 8 for today.
Let's see if they can do it. Kowalski with a beautiful lay down there. Finally just finds the right opportunity and gets the knock. Now it's time to bust out those smokes. Try to get those reses quicker rather than later. He only has 10 seconds on the clock. You can see the rest of his teammates desperately trying to crawl to him because you know that this zone is going to start coming in. It's going to come in hot. He may have enough time to maybe get one up. The other person's going to have to crawl even further. But luckily for them, I don't see anybody in their vicinity that has eyes on them, so they might be able to get at least a couple players up. Let's see if they can, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty crazy one, though. As we can see, everybody now starting to converge down towards this next zone shift. Navi starting to push on through. Are they going to maybe go for the jump in on towards Furia? As you can see Furia, they're picking it up. They're almost back onto a full squad. In the meanwhile, Falcons, they're going to be having their hand over on towards Royals of War.
With this zone coming in so quickly, I'm surprised they went for it. But Furious says, nah, we need to win this game. We need massive points. Navi doesn't notice them. So they're able to get the full reses. We start seeing those shots come on out. Meanwhile, Team Falcons are trying to press the issue as well. But look at this. Furia starting to make that push. And they're going to have to do it wide out in the open.
Ooh.
Here they go.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, so far they've been able to turn this against the side of Navi. Definitely finding those pickups along the way. Royals of War. Not going to be happy about that, but a quick response though.
Beautiful knock. The thing about those tires in that area is that, you know, if the player's shooting from that direction, you got to know exactly where they're at. And yeah, Navi end up going down. That's going to be a tough one for them. And Furia lose one player. They still have 3 up as Regnum Karya are looking down in the direction as well. Team Falcons go down. So now this is a big opportunity for these 4th, 5th, and 6th place team to move on their way up. And I said it before, right? Insanity is still up with the whole squad, but oh, eyes are locked on them right now. They're in trouble.
Yep. Here comes the heat. Regnum Karya just laying into them, and with that, numbers.
Oh my goodness!
Dwindle, an absolute sweep coming through.
Regnum Karya spotted them perfectly. He was so patient, waiting, and then at the right time, Silas said, "Okay, time to shut him down."
I mean, phenomenal timing coming through here from Silas, and I mean, Regnum Karya still rocking a full squad. They've got 5 eliminations up. Things are looking up, and I mean, they've made it all the way up into the top 4. I'm curious to see how the Royals of War are going to be looking to play this one, because the pacing, again, this time around, just looking so strong on both Royals of War and that it's on coming through from the side of Furia.
100%. Let's see what they opt to do as Royals of War currently hiding behind the tractor. Miyaki really, man, this guy's deadly with that mini 14. Here he goes with a couple shots, gets a couple, and gets the knock. Go for the reloads, gonna get that finish, but says, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and keep my eyes on the prize up here and start to put a little bit more punishment here onto Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya are in big trouble because every single squad's looking at them right now.
Yeah, positional speaking, yes, they do find themselves in a very sticky spot. I mean, Royals of War now having the odds kind of turn in their favor, as they're now up to a 35% chance of getting their hands on that winner chicken dinner for this play. Though it was Regnum Karya holding nice and steady as they do find the plays up in towards Rivas. It's now going to be up on towards Colgate. And of course, Erangel to see if they can hold true, pull the name forward, and well, defend the honor of the Royals of War as the shots continue to fly in.
Erangel had to hit the floor real quick because Smoke was looking right at him from that other angle. Meanwhile, you know, try to go ahead and get that nade going. Looks good. Ooh, hits the truck. He's about the toes. He does! And goodbye. Threading the needle right through those tires. And here we go. It's a top 2 situation. Smoke looking to go up against Rose of War. Smoke have all the real estate. Rose of War completely jam-packed. Is there any utility left from Smoke? If they got it, they got to start throwing it now.
They definitely have to get going with that play. But, I mean, this could potentially be Wales of War looking for their first winner chicken dinner of the day. As we know, Smoke, they've already gotten a bit of that action cooking. But let's see how this play is going to pan out. Smoke already sitting up on 11 eliminations. So they do seem to have quite a bit of a presence here. Wales of War not far behind them. But as you said, right, position is going to be absolutely essential in this last phase.
Smoke have the ridge line, but Rose of War have done a great job of being able to just apply that pressure, but it was only a matter of time. More time went on. Smoke with that hill just got it done. So, wow. A massive, massive game there from Smoke Gaming. And, man, right at the right time, too. Right at the right time. I mean, with this kind of performances, we'll see these guys in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's their second chicken of the day, so they are definitely making the prelims their own, as they are just looking so confident, so comfortable, and of course, packing so much heat out on the battlefield.
14 elimination chicken dinner as well. I mean, these guys are flexing. They're feeling good. Look at that. Mint said, hey, check out the name, baby. I'm ready to get on into the finals and collect some of that big prize pool coming on up here. As now we're going to go ahead and bring back 7. I know you were watching the game, brother. What you think about that one?
First of all, let me talk about Smoke. They did the exact same thing that they did earlier when they first got their chicken dinner, and that is pretty much just wait for the right time. Let all the other teams fight it out, and when it's the right time to strike, they went for it. And also, Ringnam, Karya, Silas, the trigger discipline that man has, I would have shot so many times and just absolutely exposed myself, and he waited for the right time and was able to clutch up a lot of good eliminations for his team.
Oh, that was brutal on the side of Team Insanity, right? They had a really good position in the zone, but they just didn't account for Silas in the back, just like a snake in the dirt, right? Ready to strike. And oh boy, did he, DK.
Oh man, it's so difficult to fault, right? I mean, the commitment is just there, the aggression is just there, and we keep on seeing surprise after surprise. But you got to give it up though to Team Liquid, also finding some pretty impressive plays that we've been seeing, at least in this Miramar. But at the end of the day, Smoke, they would just smoke in this lobby.
Oh boy, poof, goodbye. Right, speaking of poof, 7. The 4th hot drop in a row.
Yes.
Enigma Galaxy and D Xavier. I mean, what are your thoughts?
It was fun at the start. I'm along the lines of what DK was saying first. Okay, the first one, you know what? Get it out of your system. Second one, okay, maybe they're just trying to establish. Third one, all right, now you guys are pushing. The fourth one, it's not even Erangel, buddy. It's not even Pachinki. It's now Miramar. You didn't even have to do that, considering where these teams are currently at within the leaderboard, and considering that these teams, especially, I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy, they're not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to have a day to break, so maybe they have a bit of a leeway, but the Xavier, they are going to be playing tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be their final day of the prelims. They need to make sure they start performing. To be fair, though, for DX, they were at least able to save face a little bit by getting those 5 elimination points.
That's going to be tough, though. I mean, when you know that you're not going to be able to play the last days, you just have to hope that your points hold on. This is worst case scenario right now. I think if you're D Xavier, you have no choice. You have to leave. You have to leave them alone, and you have to have a monster last game. And even then, it could not be enough. I mean, yeah, we have more matches coming up here in future dates, but especially when you leave teams knowing exactly how many points they need to pass you, you have to account for that, right, DK?
Yeah, I mean, definitely you have to, because at the end of the day, these teams are playing for a spot in the top 8, right? You gotta break up that fight. DX, Enigma, it's done now, right? It's done. It's been fun, but now we gotta see someone hunker down, because as you said, right, DX, they're gonna be playing tomorrow. They're not gonna be playing in the last day, so Enigma could potentially play a major upset coming through into that. But of course, when we're talking about upsets, I mean, Smoke Gaming, right? Jukes, they've just been playing such an upset here today.
They've been crushing it. 2 chicken dinners on the day. Look at this. Ninho with 7 eliminations in this one. Look at that. Just tapping away from long range, keeping those peaks nice and tight. And man, that is how you get it done there, 7.
Yeah, it is. And to be fair, Brazil overall, all the Brazilian teams, what's that now? 4? As we're going to be going into an interview?
Dinner winner from Smoking Game. We have here Smoking. Yes? Okay. How did you specifically prepare yourself for the prelims stage? Because you were the MVP for this last match. Quero saber como é que você se preparou, a sua preparação pessoal aqui para a fase preliminar, porque de fato você foi o MVP aí para essa partida e só 7 eliminações de 14 estavam nas suas mãos.
Minha preparação foi muito foco, né? Tipo, principalmente foco, porque eu não sou só o fragger do time, eu sou o capitão e o IGL. Então, minha preparação sempre é abrindo o mapa, focando em posições e, tipo, mover meu time. Não tô focando em kill. Graças a Deus fui MVP da partida, um bom resultado, mas minha preparação não é para isso não. Minha preparação é para mover minha equipe e ir bem com a minha equipe. Eu não foco em kill mais.
Okay. He said he's not focused on kills. That's funny because he got 7 eliminations, but he always keep on mind that he needs to lead his team because he's the captain of the team. So he's open the map and lead the team throughout the whole match. What is the greatest strength of your team? Eu quero saber qual que é a melhor coisa sobre o seu time.
Melhor coisa, a lealdade, a confiança. Todo dia aumentando muito a nossa confiança, lealdade, entrosamento entre a equipe e confiança, mano, principalmente. É a chave da parada. Confiar na cal, todo mundo comunicando certinho, é isso.
Awesome. He said the loyalty of their team definitely is one of the strength for a smoking team, and also they are very confident. They trust each other, and this is one of the most important thing for the team right now. And that's explained the double chicken dinner they had today. And for us to finish right now, what team do you think is the biggest enemy for you guys? Qual que é o time assim que é o maior inimigo de vocês agora na competição?
Logicamente é Team Falcons, que é provavelmente quem tá liderando, que é meus ídolos, eu sou super fã dos caras. Então é Team Falcons, Fúria, Team Liquid, os brasileiros aqui também são muito fortes antes de desejar. E é isso, última palavrinha aqui, ó, a gente é iluminado, ó. O cara lá de cima escreveu, viu? É nóis.
Wonderful. He said Team Falcons for sure is one of the biggest enemy, but also the Brazilian teams are fighting against them, of course, so they probably are one of the biggest enemy for Smoking Game right now. Thank you so much for the interview. Muito obrigado pela entrevista.
Obrigado a quem está assistindo. Valeu.
Oh boy, let's take a look here at the overall standings. We heard it from the man himself, Smoke Gaming there, going all the way to the top, moving themselves into first place, dethroning Team Falcons. But he did say the team that he is worrying about the most right now is the Falcons here, 7.
They are, and I mean, as they should be, because they're not within the same group. Smoke Gaming is going to be playing tomorrow. Falcons gonna get a chance to sit out. But for Smoke Gaming, I mean, what a Cinderella story for this team. A bunch of misfits from Brazil that have been playing for a very long time, as I was saying earlier, and for them to be trying to surprise here, and they are surprising in a very big way by getting those 2 chicken dinners now. I'm impressed, man. I kind of want to continue to see more out of this team because they're just playing it so well when it comes down to the end of the matches when they get a chicken dinner.
100%. I mean, with the amount of points they have right now, they're looking very, very good here, DK. Considering that they're not going to be able to play the last days, I mean, I still think that they want to be able to have a good game here in this last Miramar because they need a huge point buffer if they don't want to get passed up.
Yeah, I expect we can see, expect to see rather a very strong performance, at least being brought through here by Smoke. I mean, 2 chicken dinners already. They are just going absolutely crazy with this lobby, and you said it rightly so, right? What a beautiful Cinderella story we see come through here, and they just finding triumph after triumph. So I think they're going to end on a very high note here today.
Okay, well, my question is this, 7. We've seen it plenty of times in the past where you see a team that gets a lot of points, right? Do you think that they just decide to play passive now that they've already have such a lead, or should they continue to go aggressive?
I think that, honestly, for this team, I think they should be playing the exact same way that they've been playing because it is a mixed bag. It is a mixed bag of passive, but they are able to switch it when they need to switch it. And that's what's so impressive. And that's why I'm kind of, in a way, giving them praise for how they're finishing this match, is because, yeah, they can be very passive, but as soon as they see an opening, they take it. And that's something that we usually tend to say a lot of the other teams lack. But this is, right now, they're showing why they're in first place, because they do have that switch. They are able to make that play when they need to.
100%. You know, speaking of making plays, of course, guys, go check out that Realme 12 Pro Plus. Elevate your photography experience with 120x super zoom and performance in games. Make sure you guys go check it out as soon as you possibly can.
How to be a portrait master.
All right, and we are back. Last game coming up of the day. Guys, make sure, of course, you go check out the 6th anniversary. Get you guys geared up. Make sure you use that hashtag as well. PUBGM 6th Wishing, and experience the anniversary now on PUBG Mobile's 3.1. Oh, boy. Last game. Well, we're going to see who's going to win it. Guys, go get yourselves some drinks. We're going to be right back right after this break. And here we go. Final game game of day number 1 of the PMGO Brazil Prelims. Oh, this is a big one here, Seven. We talked about it, you know, that there's different groups here. We have some teams that are not going to be playing on the last day of the prelims, so they need to make that point buffer as big as possible. And, you know, one team in particular that's really done that is Smoke. 2 chicken dinners on the day, looking good. My question to you is, though, hot drop number 5, baby. Are we going to see it?
I hope not, man. I'm all for hot drops, but I hope not. Like, somebody needs to kick them in their butt and be like, hey, yeah, you know, that thing that you're doing, that ego thing, that's cool for like PMPLs, for like smaller stuff, but here at the PMGO global event, the first one ever this early on in the year for PUBG Mobile Esports, they need to snap out of it, especially with how well like these teams can actually play. They're just handicapping themselves right away, and it sucks.
It's like watching a boxer like get punched in his stomach to kind of prepare for a fight, you know? And it just gets to a point to where it's just too many punches. You're like, dude, is this helping you? You know, like, is this really working right now? And that's what it kind of feels like. You're just seeing just these guys really putting themselves in a bad spot. Your beautiful zone here on the last Miramar of the day. You got El Pozo still in play. I am looking. I see Enigma Galaxy outside of the plane. D. Xavier, where are you?
Nowhere near.
Good.
They're southeast of El Pozo. They're currently trying to land over there. So they're nowhere near. And this zone might actually end up benefiting D. Xavier as well. So we could have a turn of events here. But as you were saying, as we've been saying throughout the whole day too, some of these teams aren't going to be playing tomorrow. Some of these teams are going to be going tomorrow into the last day. And one of those teams is going to be N-Hyper because they are in Group B. N-Hyper needs to make sure they get as many points as they can because right now they are currently sitting at 13 points. And if I'm being completely honest, Hot Jukes, it's not enough.
Oh,
it's not going to be
close.
enough. And if they continue like this, I don't see them waking up tomorrow. And I see them becoming maybe a point giver to some of the other teams.
Oof, this is terrible. This is terrible, especially to go against a team like Navi, who's also pretty low on the leaderboards. I mean, if you want to fight a team, you want to fight a team that's kind of struggling like that. But, man, this is just not a good situation. We talk about the struggles of hot drops.
No.
Oh, boy. No way! Xavier, why?
If it's not one team, it's another team, Jukes.
Oh, that's tough.
I feel like that's a perfect picture of how their day's been going, though.
Yeah, just straight frustration, man. I mean, and that's the hard part is like you got to think about it. They've been in they've been playing a different game than every single team all day long. You know what I'm saying? And it's really hard to get out of that mindset when you've been literally pretty much gate kept on this hot drop all day. You've been forced to sit, wait, you know, play very methodical while everybody else is playing a normal game of PUBG Mobile. These guys are doing something different. So when it finally gets back to what normal feels like, boom, they get busted. And it's just, everything just feels like it's going wrong at this point.
Yeah, and it's just for everybody that's currently watching, in case you guys ended up missing it, we did end up seeing D. Xavier lose one player to Regnum Karia. When we were talking about, okay, are we going to be seeing a hot drop between Enigma Galaxy and D. Xavier? I mean, it involves D. Xavier, and I don't think it was maybe planned as now. And Hyper, oh, Starlight Stars being able to get that angle right there. That I do enjoy out of Hyper, and they're going to be able to confirm that now. They got to watch out for Gonzo, because Gonzo is going to be coming up. He does have those shotties, and he's going to be throwing those smoke, and it is going to be a 1v1. Ooh,
nice jump shot.
What a clutch up there by Baton, being able to send Navi back to the lobby. And this is great because guess what? That is a team that was ahead of them. They need to make sure they keep it going, keep it rolling, and start setting up your momentum for tomorrow.
And I'll tell you what, you know, we talk about not enough. 4 eliminations is not enough considering with what they've done today. So they still need a monster game here at the end. They did lose one player. I will say, if you're going to make a sacrifice, 4 for only one player early, you know, if you're going to do it, that's the most you could possibly do. You're going to have to make it still happen as a 3-man, though. You got to get to that end game and put some more points on the board because otherwise, you're going to be going home right after this. That's for sure.
Yeah, and for Hyper, I mean, that fight did end up taking place right outside the zone. Luckily for them, the zone is fairly close towards the north, so they should be able to try to make their way in there before all of that closes, because if not, it's going to be a super hard rotation for them. And we'll kind of show you if we do end up getting the map here at some point. Smoke Gaming ends up losing a player too. I'm not sure to who, but you can see them one eliminated. And if I'm Team Falcons, if I'm Zebra Masters, I'm like, okay, whoever that is, please keep it going. Stop them from getting more points. We want to keep it close.
Yeah, definitely want to keep it close. That's for sure. And let's see here. It's one of the top squads here in the lobby, the most feared for sure. Team Falcon spread out and San Martin looking good, having so much real estate. Xavier are going to loot up the most looted up area in the entire map, El Pozo. This is a place to be for sure. So they're going to have no excuse when it comes loot wise. But losing that player, man, that's gotta hurt. Like so far, like their day, like we talked about it earlier, it's like them, like one of those days, like you walk around, they've already stubbed their toe twice, and losing that player is like when you just go have lunch and then you accidentally spill your drink on top of that,
Oh gosh.
It's just like every single thing is going wrong, and when you have that happen, everybody else that's ever had a day like that, they know how hard it is to turn it around. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's if any team can do it, it is one of these squads. I mean, they made it this far, but something has to happen, right? You got to have one player be like, guys, we got to shake this off. We got to make it happen here now. Even though we have 3 players, we got a lot of loot. Let's make the best of the situation.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard kind of DK talking about something earlier that we haven't really mentioned as much, and that is how the players' mental state is going to be after this first day, right? A lot of the teams didn't really know what they were getting themselves into in regards to some of the other players. But the Xavier, for them to be a 5th place team on PMGC of 2023 and currently be performing the way they are, I feel like that is one of, if not the biggest disappointment that I've seen so far of the PMGO, and that's why we're kind of hoping that they'll be able to bring it back. They're not going to have a day off. They're going to be playing tomorrow, and they need to at least set some kind of momentum, snap themselves out of it, not just with 5 elims. We know they were able to get 5 elims earlier, but we need some of those placement points as well, because right now, I mean, if we look at their standings, the first game, it was solid. We were like, okay, all right, the Xavier's definitely showing up when they ended up with a 4th place and 5th elims. But after that, every single match, Hot Jukes, they've been 10th, 11th, or above. 11, 16, 16, 12. That's just not where you expect a 5th place team out of PMGC to be.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that, they do play tomorrow. And they like to land Pachinki of all places, So what are the chances they're going to have to deal with some hot drops again tomorrow, Yeah. There's just a lot of question marks for sure. And, when you have a team that's placed so high in the global championships, that's not a team you want to face in the main event. So who knows? Maybe you have some teams try to force that hot drop and put them even in a worse position. So definitely things aren't going right. But, at this kind of level, you have to have short-term memory. Right?
Yeah.
You have to just be like, hey, you know what? Let's just forget about it. What can we fix? What can we make? What adjustments do we need to make? And let's just play our game because we know what we're capable of.
Man, I'm with you. It's so much easier said than done because I know these players, as much as they try to, those thoughts will start creeping in, right? Now the pressure comes in with what I was saying, 5th place out of PMGC. We're supposed to be performing here. We're not performing. What's going wrong? And then they start kind of spiraling down within their own thoughts. But there we go. We got the new circle. Let me see here. 9C. We haven't really been able to see much of the 9C after we finish off those first 2 Erangels. Yeah, the Xavier should be able to rotate fairly easy in here. Next year is going to be up right behind them. Inco Gaming up there too is one team that I was kind of expecting a little bit more for them. They've been consistent on being able to get points every single match. But if we're talking about teams that I want to see them finish off here the day on a good note, this is one. Enigma Galaxy. We need to see a good performance out of them. And now they're going to be going up against another team that definitely needs a good finish, which is in Hyper.
I'll tell you what, though. I know that their team colors are blue, but I'm sick of seeing this team in the blue zone at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, they're just constantly having to come in and push in from the edge, and it is so difficult at this stage. Yeah, in earlier stages where you got weaker teams playing on the edge, it works great. But here, I mean, you see a lot of the top teams always trying to play as central as possible.
Yeah, and the reason why I was saying no is because Enigma Galaxy lore actually ended up eliminating their FS from Hyper, and Hyper now is stuck. Yeah, you ended up getting those 4 eliminations against Navi, but you only have 1 player left. This is not the last game Hyper was hoping for, man. And it's just it's so early on, Dukes. I'm trying not to let that toxicity flow through my body just yet, but oh man, I'm missing DNA hope. And I'm hoping I'm proven wrong tomorrow. I'm hoping that tomorrow maybe they snap at it, they have an amazing day. But at this point, with the performance that they're currently having, I don't think this team is quite ready for that yet. I don't think they were ready for the PMGO.
Hey, I'll tell you what, speaking of snap, dude, Shifan's gonna have to snap the belt. You know what I'm saying? Say, guys, come on, dude. What are we gonna do here? We gotta make something happen because they need to just become different monsters the next day that they play. Like, they have to go crazy because they only have 13 points right now. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, right? But this is gonna be one of those situations, Seven, right? Where you cannot play the same game anymore. You have to realize we're playing catch up. We need to shred eliminations and win.
Yep. The thing with that too, right? It's usually whenever we do groups like this and we go into the next day and one group gets to sit out, sometimes we're able to say, okay, you know what? Well, in this next group, we might have teams that aren't as aggressive, so we might be able to get away with a little bit more things. But with the group that's coming in tomorrow, Vampire Esports, Foot Esports, Fireflux, like all this Influence, Rage, all these teams do tend to be aggressive. They won't give you an inch. If they see you making a mistake, they're going to capitalize on it. So that's why, especially from my end, I'm trying to get the urgency out of teams that are towards the bottom that might have a chance at making it, but just are having an awful performance. And then you have other teams that are really, really having an awful performance, and that's Virtus Pro. They're currently, after 5 games, only 3 points. That's insane.
That's insane, yeah. And I mean, someone's got to be at the bottom of the leaderboards at the end of the day. But you know, hopefully they can make something. Hopefully they can make something happen. And yeah, in my opinion, it's gonna get harder tomorrow, right? There's some monster squads. So I mean, like you mentioned, it's gonna get even crazier. So we'll see who can bounce back. Though anything can happen. Inco Gaming, right? They were able to sneak their way in to this stage during the qualifiers. They had a little bit of trouble. We know what this squad could do. They're currently sitting in that just pretty much dead center pack. A good game here could definitely rocket launch them up. They have 3 eliminations so far, every player up. They're in a tough spot, so then I bet they need to loot up quickly and get with this team.
Yeah, and with Inco Gaming, I think the main excuse for that team right now is that it is pretty much a brand new roster. A lot of the players ended up going completely different. Nenebete ended up staying, but at the moment, I feel like Inco is still falling into that same thing that we've seen out of them even last year. They're always qualifying either last, barely making it in, or just barely missing out. And I feel like today we're starting to see that Inco once again. It's just a pattern that they keep following over and over again. As we see Raouf here trying to take some shots there on Team Liquid. He wasn't able to connect on them. Boy, he would have been happy if he actually did, as he continues. And then Nenebete end up getting knocked by Team Falcons too. So much action going on here on this early Miramar too.
That's what I was worried about. And I bet they was trying to hug and try to get some loot quickly, but at this stage, you have to loot almost instantly. And sometimes you got to give it up. You got to just realize that, you know what, this is not the position that I position over loot, you know? It looks like they might get him up in this situation, so that's very fortunate for him and his team. But, you know, every single knock, especially at these critical times, if they delay a push or a rotation, you could lose a very dominant position and lose the game because of that.
I mean, we've seen it over and over again, especially today as well. As to see Virtus Pro there, Milky Way in the background, he's going to be hoping that he can get his team at least some points. Most of the points that they've been able to get, actually, all the points that Virtus Pro has been able to get, all the 3 have been just from eliminations. I'm sure they're going to be looking to hopefully secure at least 1 placement point here in the last one. And they were able to pick up Nenebete there from Inco Gaming, as they're now trying to get some shots there on Smoke Gaming, a team that has performed so well. We're talking about teams towards the bottom that need to start finishing off great because they haven't had a great day. I mean, how about finishing off great because you have had a great day? Continue on that consistency. Smoke Gaming has been able to do that, and it backfires a little bit. But I think they'll be able to pick up that player, Jukes.
Yeah, let's see what happens as Top's got that deadly mini. He's just looking to apply some pressure here. Question, do you think that if Top gets... How many knocks did he need to get to push? What do you think?
On who?
On to Smoke.
Smoke? Oh, man, I don't know. I think this team might be a little bit too smart, and just with what you were saying in regards to their positioning, they're going to take positioning over anything else. Even if they get those knocks, they won't push just because Inco Gaming is so close to them.
I tell you right now,
leave themselves open for that third party.
If that was a test, you passed it with flying colors. That's for sure. Because, you know, forget that. I mean, that's what I love about these teams like Team Falcons. They just play so cerebral, right? We've seen so many of these teams as well, like just sit on shots. Even though they have an open player, they understand that, hey, if I shoot right now, I'm going to give away my position, and it could definitely, but if I strike at the right time, man, we could win this game. So beautifully done. Stage 4 is now starting to close. That's going to make things interesting here. We still have quite a bit of urban areas in play. Meanwhile, Xavier, the team that needs to just go off at this point, are stuck inside of Montenuevo. You can see him trying to get some shots off here, but yeah, they're not in the best position, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do much there. They were able to get a knock earlier, but not much out of it. Insanity Gaming, I mean, that's another team that really hasn't been able to do much so far today. Virtus Pro, maybe? Oh, could this be? They already got an extra point. They could double their points here if they do continue on this trend, at least for this match. And it might sound like I'm making fun of them. They could actually double their points.
Yeah.
Since they only have just 3 points so far today.
They almost done it.
Closer. One more, Jukes.
One more, and they'll double it up in just one game. That's nice. Man, they're going to need a monster one, though, for sure. I love the fact that, you know, it's not impossible. It's just improbable, right?
Yeah.
But I do wish to see teams that, if it is improbable, at least do things that could make it possible. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So just mix up your strategies. Like if you are Virtus Pro, you need a chicken dinner with tons of eliminations. So starting off with 2 with a full squad up is the way to do it.
Yeah, I want to mention something about Zebra Masters. They have been very consistent today from the get-go, from the first game, on just being aware, being proactive, and making sure they try to cause some damage into all the teams. We saw that there out of them. Currently, for them, they have 2 eliminations, and guess what? They're trying to make Inco's gaming push and rotation living in hell, and they're doing just that, as Inco was forced to push super wide and try to get a completely different angle there on what they could have what they might have wanted to do. So Zebra Masters, honestly, the way they've been proactive, the way they've been taking those shots, I really enjoy with what they've been doing. As we move on here to Regnum Karya and DX, very close to each other. Any teams, Jukes, while we wait here for some more engagements from this team, what team would you say has surprised you the most?
Oof, out of all of them right now so far, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy. I'm going to say that because they have 3 eliminations. They've lived this long. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So far, it's a good sign. You know, they didn't lose a player early on. I think this is the first game we've seen all day that they actually have all players up in mid-game. So let's see what they're going to do with it, though. That's going to be my question. Meanwhile, you got the team that's just always impressive. Team Falcons. Oh, my goodness. Turn around, Milky Way. That is not the team that you want to fight at all. Run for your life.
Look how quick they're able to close in on that, too. They were very spread out, and as soon as the shots started coming in, they kind of communicate. The synergy between this team is just on point. Team Falcons now to see if they can possibly finish on those. Oh, my gosh. He didn't knock him, but that was an absolutely disgusting nade there from Icy.
This is the problem. If you're so down on the leaderboard, Smoke goes down. That's huge. Team Falcons realize that. They say, hey, this is an easy chance for us to be able to pass them up on the leaderboards. The problem with Virtus Pro is that they're so low on the leaderboards right now. The second Team Falcons realize it's them, once they get one finish, they are going to hard push them like nobody's business. So Virtus Pro, you have to make a play right here against the top team in the lobby pretty much.
Oh, yeah, and they're doing just that. They're doing exactly what you just mentioned, because earlier they did end up getting an elimination on Virtus Pro, so they know it's them. Now it's even more. They have the upper hand. 2 players are down there from Virtus Pro. They know there's going to be 2 more. Look at them plus up, back up. You know what? Reset, take it a little bit slower. And this is the good thing about this team. I think this is why we keep on praising them. I especially keep on praising them, because that's another team, just like how we were talking about Smoke Gaming, how they've been able to play just with the trigger. Whenever they do need to push, they push. This is another one that does it just so perfect with Team Falcons.
100%. Let's see what they have to do here. They're going to go and start. Looks like they'll leave, though. They'll just say, you know what? Let's just get position first, right? We need to put up some big points on the boards. We want to make sure that we make it into the main event where, in all honesty, they belong. This is a monster squad for sure. Meanwhile, Team Liquid did lose a player earlier. No eliminations. These guys have been really kind of hot and cold, right? They put up some crazy points, and then sometimes they go out early. Ayala did go down. That's going to make it pretty difficult, but oh, look at that. Top ended up finding some more players of Virtus Pro, and that double down might not happen here, 7.
Yeah, and the good thing here with Team Liquid, as you were mentioning, they have had some good performances. We know this team can definitely get eliminations, right? And when we end up talking about teams that might end up making it to main event, teams that will perform good if they make it to main event, that could be definitely one with the fragging power that they're able to output.
Absolutely. But you know what? You got to get there. That's the problem.
Yep.
You know, you have to get there. And the thing is that the way this format is, the teams at the top can really make it difficult for those teams in the mid pack. So that's not a position they want to be in. They're currently in 7th, which is a very tough one. And that nade is that could lock their position down, because 9Z have really good angles on their spot. And I don't think Team Liquid's going to be even. Yeah, you got to let them go at this point.
Yeah, with 9C, they got to be careful not to overextend here, as Team Falcons is aware that they're going to be there too. Team Falcons now starting to get a little bit third party there. I'm not sure where it was from, but it forces Action to drop down and start healing up. And here comes the third party that we were hoping it was going to happen. Team Falcons, there you go, helping 9C eliminate Team Liquid. Team Liquid find themselves in an awful position, and guess what? Team Falcons wants to keep it rolling. Now they want to keep on the action here against 9Cs.
And that's why that's why we stress so much on those big points. I don't care if you're the best team in the world. If you're in Team Liquid's position, there ain't nothing you're doing against two teams sandwiching you like that. Meanwhile, Team Falcons pressing the issue, but 9Z doing a great job of holding them back for now. That nade or that one knock is going to go ahead and slow them down. Team Falcons, though, really put themselves in great spots. Oh, here comes the push though from 9Z. 2 vehicles out. Can Icy hold him down? He does. That DBS so strong.
Sit down and go back to the lobby and wait for the rest of your team to get to the lobby to you, because that was absolutely beautiful. I was like, okay, 9C, you're getting a little bit aggressive there. They tried them, and boy, they found out. That's what happens when you try to push Team Falcons. Team Falcons had such a good divot there, too. They had the perfect scenario working for them.
Team Falcons just remind me of just like that story between the unstoppable force versus an immovable object, right? Like, they can be both. And that's the scary part about them, is like, in all honesty, I like what 9Z did, because if it's Team Falcons, that's the only way you can beat them. Like, you have to come in and just take them out instantly.
Yep.
If you try to knock one and give them time, it's like they don't go down. It's so crazy. They just refuse to go down. They res so quickly. Their support of each other is insane. You have to take them out on your first push. Otherwise, they're taking you out.
That's the crazy part, right? Because 9C did end up getting a knockdown on Team Falcons, and that's why they ended up making that push with the 2 players. They saw an opening. But sometimes, even if you see an opening, you gotta figure out who you're messing with. If you're Team Falcons, they're like, okay, I mean, if you want to bring it, bring it. You're just gonna be giving us free eliminations. As we go over to Kane here from Next Ruya, trying to spot some flares from DX. Good to see DX still alive. They gotta maintain that alive a little bit more if they want to be able to start getting some placement points here coming up soon. And with the circle, with the way that I'm currently looking up stuff, some of the other teams that we're talking about that need to end up having a good performance here towards the end, Enigma Galaxy could definitely set themselves up for a good performance.
For sure. Enigma Galaxy are doing what they're supposed to do. D Xavier, in my opinion, is not. Because, yeah, like, you know, placement points are great, but where you're at on the leaderboards, you need both. Like, you genuinely need both. So, it's kind of tough because they've had such a bad day. I understand why they're going into ultra passive mode. At the same time, though, you got to understand the situation. I mean, look at this. They're running a 2-1 split. If this means we're going for placement points by all means necessary, you know? Hopefully they can turn on that aggressive switch, because they definitely need to.
Team Falcons now trying to fight the last player here of 9C. They know exactly where he's at. They pretty much have him surrounded. 2 players still alive there from 9C. But with Team Falcons, it comes down, is this going to be worth it, or do we start working in that position? And I think this fight would definitely be worth it, because then you know that your back is clear. You'll have a lot of extra room to work with for Team Falcons if they're able to clutch this up.
I think this is just personal. I think Team Falcons said, you knocked one of our players, we're taking you out of this tournament.
You try to push us too? How dare you?
How dare you? You came at us in a 2-seater vehicle? You didn't even bring the whole squad? You brought 2?
Oh, man, there goes one player from 9Cs. It's just the inevitable is about to happen. He's going to be able to confirm that one, and guess what? The other one, it's going to go into hiding mode. And Team Falcons, like, this is a smart play, though, right? Back up.
Oh, my gosh.
Figure out where everybody else is at. Figure out what's the next move instead of chasing. Oh, sometimes we would see just so many teams just deciding to chase that they get a little bit too blood hungry.
That's what I'm saying. They're like cats. They just go in and out, in and out. Like, they never make a misstep, right? You're right. You see some team, they're like, oh, easy knock finish. Let's just full push. They don't. They're like, no, we need all the information before we decide to strike. And it just really disrupt players. And that's why they're so hard to fight. It's just so crazy how good they're doing this. I mean, they're in first place, 10 eliminations so far, and there's still 9 teams remaining. And they have zone.
Ridiculous.
And they have the circle and high ground.
That's what I was checking, actually, if they do have the high ground. I believe they do, and they have so many ridges to work with too, that they could even do the smoke gaming route, which is pretty much just let everybody else fight it off. But that's not Team Falcons. Team Falcons is going to be looking to cause some damage here.
I love this. They're clearing their backs out first. This is the thing that they need to do. This, you know what? It's gatekeep time. Yep. And
look at this spot right here.
I mean, action, just knowing exactly where to look. And this is where I think a lot of teams in the Team Falcons position normally suffer, because they spread themselves too thin. They start focusing on too much. But no, these guys know exactly where they need to be looking. And the amount of suppressive fire that they're throwing is huge. Action realizes that, hey, you know what? I gotta lock down this position. I cannot get knocked. So that's why I'm not surprised to see him play it very careful right now.
They couldn't even ask for a better spot, too. It's pretty much a little crater there for them on the top of the hill, the highest point so far in the map, if I'm not mistaken. It's looking like wonders, and looking like wonders. DX being able to get a knock there with the nade, as we're looking Royals of War trying to take on some 5 Regnum Karya, keeping an eye out for them. And Furia, only 1 player alive. He's going to be exposing himself, and that's it. Bye-bye, as Rules of War is going to be able to finish off that last player from Furia.
Fury going to end there with 35 points. We'll see how that ends up at the end of this preliminary mode here. Let's see what 9Z's doing. 9Z trying to get some lane angles. Team Falcons, though, they're the team to beat in the most dominant position. Honestly, if you're going to beat them in this spot, you're going to need to bring multiple teams. Enigma Galaxy doing what they need to, right? They know that, hey, our back's up against the wall. We need some major points here to rocket launch us at least in towards that top 3. So that way we can feel somewhat safe going into our next day of gameplay. Team Falcons now starting to push onto Royals of War. They want to soak up even more points.
They do, and this is the crazy part. They could have stayed fine in the place that they were, but they were like, no, we see an option where we can actually third-party this. We see an option where we can make it easier for us towards the end, and they are going to take it. As they do have 1 player knocked down there from Team Falcons, they're going to be able to pick them up. And with Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they're doing exactly what they need to do right now. 5 eliminations, currently in the top 7. Now they're starting to get those placement points. This is exactly what they need to do. They just need to get in the top 3. Continue. Keep it going.
It's so crazy to see that Royals of War is still alive. Regnum Karya went down? That is nuts. That one shot right there, I believe it was from Rivas, was absolutely insane. It kept them alive for just a little bit longer. But the Falcons are starting to swoop in. Those beaks are sharpened, ready to go. And here they go, pre-firing with the S12K. Just saying, okay, where are you looking at? Now stay right there, buddy. And just let them cook.
I'm not too sure about this one, Juice. Team Falcons is definitely going to end up winning this. But if you see, I think they ended up switching spots with Enigma Galaxy. So Team Falcons looking to get those elimination points. And how quickly can they recover? I think they're going to realize that Enigma Galaxy is going to be behind them. They need to make sure they position themselves. The quick reaction there at Team Falcons. I was scared that we're going to end up getting surprised by Enigma Galaxy. No, 7. They said, no, we know they're there. Give us a second. Let us cook.
What did you say? A quick what?
What?
You said a quick what?
Regroup?
Reaction, baby. That's right. It was all action. Real quick up to the top, but he's got to be careful because now he's giving up the high ground to Cubes. Icy with the laser beam shuts down the push. And then now comes action to finish him off with the DBS. They now know it's Enigma Galaxy. They're going to start pressing this. Here comes Top with some more headshots. This team's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. Maxman, if you're watching this, if you want to break down anything, this right here, break this down for me. Post it on your Instagram. I want to see this because, boy, Team Falcons right now, a team that instead of taking the easy route, they're making it a little bit harder for them, and they like it that way because right now they're sitting at 15 eliminations. What was it that they had earlier? 18? They're trying to break it, Jukes. They're saying, you know what? We asked for 20. We're going to give them 20.
20 bomb could be coming right up, but you know what? Enigma Galaxy, their backs are against the wall, right? They're in a corner and they need to get out of it. And the only way it's going to be is with some more eliminations and a chicken dinner. The only problem is there's only 2 players up and Team Falcons are on fire. Meanwhile, was that Virtus Pro still alive? Hey, there you go. How do you survive? Oh, he's gaming. He's gaming. He takes down Lord. Another point on the board, trying to keep his tournament alive, but Team Falcons finally shut him down. And the pop-off. These guys are excited because that was a real hard match for them.
Are they excited? It's just another day at the office, baby. What you talking about? We do this daily, son. Stretching, not even a high five, and they're like, okay, what was my stats? Oh man, I probably could have squeezed another elimination right there. You know what? I'll save it. I'll save it for the final day. But Team Falcons finishing off the day here with a great win overall, man. That was, so far, honestly, that was the match of the day for me. The way Team Falcons played that, snap back on Enigma Galaxy whenever they realized Enigma Galaxy was going to try to get the high ground on them and continuing to rotate. I think we're seeing a main event team here, Jukes. Not surprised, but I think we're seeing a main event here.
Goodness gracious, dude. Those guys were looking at their phones at the end of that game like they were trying to decide what was for lunch. You know, like just like, hey, you know, what do you guys want? You guys want this, want that? You know, maybe get back to the hotel. That is absolute insanity. DK, what do you think about that one?
I mean, I think Falcons came into this game. They decided, you know what? In the qualifiers, we were sitting at the top and things were looking pretty. Today, we're going to ensure that we make it into that top slot. Come hella high water. Bring whatever you want. We're going to go full speed for it.
7. They put so many points up. Honestly, they're at a position almost where they can not play the next day and still make it. That's how crazy it is.
Honestly, I'm with you on that. And you know what? With all those points that they just put up there, and we've been talking about this and we've been hinting at it, they're gonna position themselves in a way for the last day, for day 3, when they're gonna be coming back, of saying, who do we want to hunt? You know what? I'm kind of feeling a little bit salty that we ended up getting hunted in qualifiers. So how about a little bit of payback? Even though it's not the same team, because they're gonna be meeting them at the main event if they continue to play like this. But how about we ruin somebody else's day? And I wouldn't be surprised if Team Falcons ends up doing that.
I'll tell you what, man, if I am playing day 3 with Team Falcons and I played today, you know, I know that maybe they were looking for lunch. I'm saying, hey guys, I'll buy you lunch. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey guys, how y'all doing? I'm your best friend right now. You know, we're in the middle of the pack, but we're trying to put in some work, you know, because you don't want them even looking in your direction. Because if these guys want to take you out with how they played so far, DK, I mean, they can literally run this whole lobby down. Any team can be in their sights.
I mean, it's good, right? So I don't even know if buying them lunch is going to suffice, right? Because you might as well just become their lunch if they decide so. Sorry, it's going to be a very scary play to work through. But finishing off exceptionally well here. 17 eliminations, the second highest elimination count that we've seen for today. So, I mean, well, the only other highest score was Falcons with 18. So, I mean, they just backing it in.
What a play indeed. Crazy. Yeah, the overall leaderboards are just going to look absolutely insane. And I think that's something that we got to take a look at here to figure out where everybody is standing. And we will do that after the damage graph, because it was 3,100 damage here, 7.
Two matches with over 3,000 damage. My goodness, that is just absolutely ridiculous. But you know what, Team Falcons, I'm going to stop glazing over you just there for a little bit. Virtus Pro, this is a team that I was hoping they would end up reacting in a way here to hopefully, fingers crossed, position themselves for tomorrow to maybe making a push. They ended up with 4 elims. They ended up with placement points as well. And the good thing about this too for Team Falcons was that they took advantage. You mentioned it, you Smoke Gaming ended up with 0 elims. They ended up getting eliminated first. And Team Falcons saw that, and they took full advantage of it.
100%. Another team that I'm going to have to shout out, though, is Enigma Galaxy, right? Their backs were against the wall here. 9 eliminations, you know, not able to get the chicken dinner, but they still put up quite a bit of points here, DK.
Yeah, I mean, they turned up, right? They decided, you know what, maybe it's about time that we start doing something, right? We're not in a hot drop. Let's try something new. Let's just go and maybe try and get an absolutely insane performance and, well, a valiant effort, right? As we saw them finishing really, really strong at the end of this match. But, well, the MVP, no surprise, ice cold damage, 1,075.
Unbelievable. 7, this is more damage than a lot of teams did.
Yeah. Icy was just ridiculous, dude. That push too. I think it was 9C, right? When he ended up getting both of them with the shotgun. That was just filthy to even top it off. And that play alone, that could be a highlight for a lot of players. And Icy's just like, we're just getting started, boys. Calm down. Let me go. Here you go. This is what I was talking about. All right. Let me get one. Where's the other one? Oh, yeah. There you are. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
DBS, OP.
I love it.
Man, these guys are just ridiculous. I mean, Icy, look at that shot right there. I mean, you just saw just the tiniest little edge of that buggy, and they are out of there.
Impressive, but even more impressive for Team Falcons that got the second the second chicken dinner for the day. And I'm here with one of their players, so welcome. In a double chicken dinner for Team Falcons. And after 4 matches, it took 4 matches for them to get a chicken dinner. And what you guys had the chance to get the second chicken dinner in the end of the day?
өнөөдөр ингээд 4 удаа тоглолоо. 2 дахь удаага яллаа. Тэгээд 2 дахь удаага ялсаад яг юу нүдөөсөн бэ? 2-р харинд орсон 2 дахь удаага.
2 дахь удаага ялгаад дөө. Тэгээд өмнөх тоглолтууд бол хамаагүй өнгөрцөн. Одоо дахиад бүгд хаална гэж орж байгаа. Тэр зорилгоор л.
So the other plays was like we did not so good, but this like every time when we enter to the game we start renewing the mindset.
Okay, yeah, reset. That's the thing. And actually, Smoking Game said that probably Team Falcons is one of the biggest enemy for them here in the games. And I would like to know if Team Falcons feels like it's the same for them. Smoking Game is the biggest enemy for them. Smoking Game, yeah.
Smoking Games одоо хамгийн их өрсөлдөгч гэж бодож байна. Тэгээд та юу гэж бодож байна вэ? Өрсөлдөгч гэж бодож байна уу? Юу гэж бодож байна?
Бидний хувьд бол бүх л баг өрсөлдөгч.
For us, all the team is in the games are
the enemies. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's a good answer probably. And to finish, I would like to know what was the first day for him. What he's feeling for the first day of the prelims.
За одоо хамгийн эхний өдөр шалгаруулалтын эхний өдөр те. Одоо юу бодож байна вэ? Finals шалгаруулахад юу гэж бодож байна?
Эхний өдрөө бол амжилттай өнгөрүүллээ гэж бодож байгаа. Манай бас тэгж бодож байгаа. Ер нь цааш одоо дахиад нэг өдөр өнжөөд сүүлийн өдөр тоглоно. Тэр өдөр цэцсэн эхний энэ өдөр шиг амжилттай тоглоно гэж бодож байна.
So first day we're in success. So one day we're gonna rest a little bit, and then the next day also we will succeed as well.
Awesome. Great debut today, Team Falcons. Thanks so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And we are back. Let's take a look here at the overall standings. Team Falcons on top with 79 total points. Man, these guys went nuts. 50 eliminations here, DK. That is more eliminations than third place on down in total points.
I mean, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. But I think this is Falcons trying to prove a point. It's like, you might have snuck us out of that direct qualifier into the main event. We're going to earn it, and we're going to ensure that nobody else is going to catch up to us.
And 7, what do you think about this second page, man? This is the teams that are in trouble. And, I mean, there's some names that definitely stand out in my eyes.
DX, Inco. I mean, honestly, there's so many good teams here that I expected to do good, but I'm genuinely surprised at how poorly they were able to perform today. And once again, tomorrow for some of these teams, it's gonna be the last day. They're not gonna be able to play in the last day. Are they gonna be able to do just enough? At least we have a bit now of an outlier of what some of these teams are gonna be getting in regards to points per day. But oh man, nothing's guaranteed. But performer of the day action, 14 eliminations, 3,000 damage. Somebody stop him.
Goodness gracious, 75 throwable use here, DK.
I mean, you can try. You can definitely try and stop Action, but best of luck because, I mean, wow, this is a super sweaty play. And I mean, even the heals, not that much, right? So it shows you that Action can really get stuck into the action, and it proves to be super, super challenging to do anything other than what they want you to do. So yeah, I think this is a very well worth award going over to Action. I mean, Falcons though, they just so ripping it up today, right? MVP in the last game, Action getting the performer of the day. Wow.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is the performance of a lifetime right here. I mean, they didn't get that golden ticket during the qualifiers, but they just proved to us all, Seven, that they didn't need it.
Yeah, I think I'm happy for one, because I wasn't here Saturday, so I didn't really get a chance to see them play. I'm happy that they decided to spend some extra time here with us and just show us what possible champions could look like, because boy, if there was a team ever that looked like a champion, at least for this prelims, in regards to being first place, I know top 8 are going to be moving to main event. So calm down, everybody in the comments.
Yeah,
this is exactly what we want to see. Being able to pull the trigger, being able to be passive when they need to. They showcased that even in Sanhok too, but that last match, man, that was so impressive.
Oh, so good. For those of you guys just tuning in, this is the team that placed second in the global championships. They deserve to be here, and you see the way they win. It's just like business as usual. DK, any final thoughts before we go?
I can't wait to see what tomorrow's going to bring, right? New group, new action, even more sweatiness coming out on the battlefield.
Seven?
Same, man. Vampire, where you at?
Ooh, where are you at? We'll find out soon, guys. Mark your calendars, and we will see you tomorrow for some more PMGO action.
To the nosebleeds, yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets on the first in and the last out, see me coming. First take, I'm hotter than hot, hotter than some boiling water, I bubble the pot. Team full of ballers, baby, we winning a lot. I'm like Curry with the rock when I get to my spot. I'm tapping in, I'm passionate, this is what passion is. This here, nah, this is no accident. From the start to the finish, I'm cashing in. I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see them in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm all in. Been ballin'. Yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. Been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds. Yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets from the first team and the last out, see me coming. Been poppin', Sports Center from a little I was watching. Spin a bag like I'm Rafa, call that top spin. How could I not win? This is top 10. From the bottom, gotta sniff out the top wins. I sit back, reflect, and do it again. Hardest Millie is the first, now we got 10. Talking 10, 10, 10, 10 times 10.
been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing, I'm on go. I don't stay long, I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid.